There's only one student in this class, but I still have to attend class on time every day. There isn't even a single teacher here. I don't even dare to play on my phone during class. After class, I still have to shout goodbye, teacher, to the empty classroom, because those who break the school rules mysteriously disappear. Originally a school with nearly 10,000 students, now it has less than 1,000. But the other teachers and students have gotten used to it. Even the news has no reports of any strange incidents. I originally thought I was going crazy, until I opened the diary I carry with me. That's when I realized that countless bizarre events were really happening. Just as I was looking through my diary, a sudden rapid knocking came at the door. But ever since my roommate disappeared, the dormitory door hasn't made a sound. Could he have returned? The knocking was urgent. I nervously glanced at my phone. 10:25, only 5 minutes until lights out. Open the door. I'm Lee Chun from class 2. The person outside shouted anxiously. Go when you want. Opened the door, looking speechless. What is it? I remember you, Fong Jang, right? Come with me. A girl from the art department is about to jump from the girls' dormitory. We need to help. Help with what? Help save her. Plus, we can enter the girls' dormitory openly. It's a great chance to show our manliness, and who knows, we might even win the favor of the art department's beauty. I'm not interested. You go by yourself. Why aren't you interested in girls? I pointed at my phone. Look for yourself, it's 10:28. Lights out is soon. Lee Chen was utterly confused. You're passing up the chance to enter the girls' dormitory openly just because the lights are going out? Exactly. Don't you think going to bed on time is important? The two of us stared at each other, unable to understand each other's choices. In such a bizarre school, didn't Lee Chen notice anything? I furrowed my brow and asked, how many people are in your class? There are 3 people in my class, and the unlucky one in the neighboring class is all alone. This is pretty common. Our school has always had fewer students. I felt a wave of despair. It seemed that besides me, no one else remembered those who had disappeared. With only a minute until lights out, I advised him not to go and to get a good night's sleep. Good night, I said, nervously closing the door and lying back on my bed, waiting for the lights to go out. You're really antisocial. You look so lonely by yourself. I'll go do this good deed, Lee Chen shouted from outside. I'm really not going, you know? I paid no attention to the shouting from outside the door. Suddenly, the dormitory plunged into darkness, falling into complete silence. The time on my phone just changed to 10:30. Lights out time had arrived, and Lee Chen's voice outside suddenly stopped, as if the mute button had been pressed. The silence felt eerie. I buried my head under the covers. It seemed I would be sleepless again tonight. Students who break the rules mysteriously disappear. A few months ago, after my roommate vanished, I realized this. No one remembered my roommate except me. At that time, a small portion of the school population had already disappeared. I tried to report it to the teachers and the principal, but it was useless because everyone had forgotten the missing people. As for calling the police, all calls made outside the school were met with silence, as if the entire school had become an isolated incident. I wanted to leave the school, but it had strict regulations, and leaving required the instructor's signature. But our class doesn't have an instructor. Without one, where can I get a signature? I was going crazy. As for why I didn't ask the head teacher or the principal for leave, I was afraid because it wasn't written in the school rules. Sometimes I even doubted whether I was really going insane or if I truly didn't have a roommate. So I started writing a diary, recording numbers that systematically decreased. It was real, people were disappearing. So I could only choose the safest option, wait until summer vacation. Once summer vacation arrived, I should be able to leave the school according to the rules. As I expected, Lee Chen would likely disappear from everyone's memory as well. Even having experienced this many times, I still found it hard to accept. At that moment, a familiar and strong voice echoed in the corridor outside the dormitory, lights out, no talking. If you're caught speaking loudly, you'll lose 10 points. I suddenly threw off the covers, my eyes filled with surprise. The dorm supervisor is back. I couldn't help but get up. This was the first time someone who had disappeared reappeared. Did this mean that the disappearances weren't as terrifying as I imagined? I held my breath and quietly approached the dormitory door, peeking through the peephole to look outside. The corridor was empty, and all the lights were out, leaving only the safety signs emitting a faint green glow, making me feel even more uneasy. My heart turned cold. How could there be no one? It was 10:30, lights out, and everyone was following the rules and going to bed. Yet, in the clearly deserted corridor, the dorm supervisor's voice echoed again, growing colder and devoid of emotion. My scalp tingled, and my mind felt like it was about to explode. I slowly backed away, wanting to return to my bed. Suddenly, a piercing sound came from the door, and the shabby iron door of the dormitory shook slightly, as if it was about to open. My pupils trembled as I stared intently at the door. The doorknob seemed to move, but it was too dark in the dormitory to be sure. Time passed slowly. I felt like I had lived through a century, but only 10 seconds had actually gone by. Everything fell silent again, and I dared not breathe, slowly backing away. The dormitory was quiet. If I could truly hear, I could only do my best to minimize my movements. Finally, I painstakingly made my way back to my bed. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the dormitory door. My body froze. This time it wasn't an illusion. Someone was really knocking at the door. Lights out, no talking. Those who break the rules. The dorm supervisor's voice dragged on, like nails scraping against metal, sharp and irritating. I opened my mouth, my throat parched. I stood frozen for a long time until the dorm supervisor's voice completely vanished from the corridor, and only then did I realize my back was already drenched in cold sweat. I returned to my bed with the speed of my lifetime. Begone, evil spirits. Everyone knows I can't attack anyone in my bed. Those who break the rules. I murmured the last words I heard. Even though I had always tried to avoid breaking any rules, hearing this rule so vividly still felt absurd. What on earth is going on in this school? Is it haunted? Is that really the dorm supervisor outside? If not, then who is she? The more I thought about it, the more spine-chilling it became. I curled up in my blankets, tossing and turning, full of worries. After several hours, I finally dozed off, unaware that 2 pairs of eyes were watching from the rooftop of the nearby teaching building, staring intently. I didn't expect that what I thought was just a sea-level incident could actually advance to the second stage. This is troublesome. We're stuck in this school. The one speaking is a cute, doll-like little girl, but her tone is surprisingly mature. What should we do now? We're trapped and can't contact headquarters. It's just a sea-level incident. Unless it's confirmed that both of us are dead, they won't send reinforcements. I said it was unwise to be overconfident. A team must have at least 3 people, as per headquarters regulations. If we don't comply, we're doomed, a tall man beside the little girl remarked. Who would have thought that a rule event only half a year old would actually reach the second stage? I'll come up with another plan, the little girl said irritably. Peeping at a male college student while he sleeps is called coming up with a plan? If someone finds out about such a perverse act, you'll be publicly shamed on the confession wall. Don't think you have any privileges just because you're a girl. The girl threatened, showing her cute little fangs. You'd better speak to me nicely, or you know what will happen. Seeing the girl turn serious, the man shivered and immediately adopted a grave expression. The captain wondered, is this guy special in some way? The rule event has entered the second stage, yet he remains alert and questions his surroundings. That's quite impressive. He might be the key to resolving this rule event and getting us out of here. So he could also be an awakened one, dancing on the edge of the rules, or perhaps even the source of the entire rule event. The little girl said seriously, I hope that's not the case. A source of a rule event that remains alert is definitely not a good thing. The chaos it could cause might even surpass an S-level disaster. Just thinking about what an S-level disaster entails sent a chill through the man's heart. What should we do? Since I look good, I'll go talk to people. You, who look ugly, can check his background information. The next day, I went to the classroom building to ask the students in the neighboring class, how's Lee Chun? Who is Lee Chen? The students in the neighboring class looked confused, and sure enough, no one remembered Lee Chen anymore. I asked the classmates on the same floor again, did you hear the dorm supervisor's voice last night? The person questioned looked bewildered. What dorm supervisor? Our school doesn't have one. You must be drunk this early in the morning. I wish I had been drinking. If I had, I'd just sigh and accept it. After all, I have no classes in the morning. I can go back and take a nap. Passing by the girls' dormitory, I noticed a well-behaved and cute girl standing at the entrance downstairs. Hi! She unexpectedly greeted me first. I looked around. The girl chuckled and covered her mouth. Of course it's you. Why are you so dazed? Your name is Fong Jang, right? That's right. It's me. What's up? The girl confidently said. I've been watching you for a long time. Today, I finally gathered the courage to talk to you. I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? I was stunned by this sudden confession, feeling dizzy. Oh my god, a girl this beautiful just confessed to me. What incredible luck. The boys passing by all stared at me with envious and jealous eyes, wishing they could take my place right away. But I hesitated. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved, but I suddenly asked, is there a rule against dating in our school? The girl blinked. I don't know. I regrettably said, yeah, I can't be sure if such a rule exists, so I can't accept your confession. I'm sorry, although school rules are usually written down. There's one problem, many schools have unwritten rules that aren't explicitly stated, yet they still exist. Dating usually involves frequent contact, right? What if there are more intimate actions that accidentally violate an unwritten rule? That would be disastrous. Thinking this way, it's better to stay single. Being single keeps me safe. It's not that you aren't pretty or outstanding. It's just that I'm a very traditional person who cannot accept dating before marriage. Such progressive ideas are beyond me, I said sincerely. The girl was stunned and seemed to doubt if she had misheard. What did you say? Please say that again. The boys passing by were even more devastated upon hearing this. How could someone like this exist? To reject such a beautiful girl's confession is truly outrageous. Calm down, calm down. I discreetly slipped the girl a note and whispered, if we can make it to summer safely, remember to call me anytime. I quickly left before she got angry. On the rooftop of the classroom building, the man laughed so hard he nearly fell over. This is hilarious. Chu Xiaoyuan, you finally have your day. Ha ha ha. Your proud disguise wasn't even noticed. But at that moment, a girl with a doll-like delicate face suddenly appeared behind him. What are you laughing at? Her tone carried a hint of menace. The man in sunglasses immediately wiped the smile off his face and sat up straight. Captain, you're back. The girl named Chu Xiaoyuan asked angrily, have you found the information that Bai Ming asked you to look for? I found it. The files in the archive room were complete, and there was no one to supervise, so I snatched one out easily. Bai Ming took out a file folder from his pocket. There's nothing special, just an average family background, average grades, and no notable skills. Chu Xiaoyuan quickly glanced at it and said, not enough. Get the files of all the classmates who might know Fong Jang. Bring them all to me. How many files do you want me to go through? You're trying to work me to death, aren't you? Bai Ming exclaimed angrily. This is personal revenge. Chu Xiaoyuan proudly lifted her head, her cute face full of disdain. She beckoned, wanting to challenge the captain's authority. Come on, let's have a fight. If I win, I'll do whatever you say. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming instantly deflated. If he could beat her, how would he allow a little brat to dictate to him? Chu Xiaoyuan appeared to be an 8 or 9-year-old girl, but she actually possessed the ability to transform, easily mimicking the appearance of others. Who knows, her true form might be a creepy guy in his 50s. If you're too cowardly, then go find the files. Once you have them, sort through them, extract the key information, and hand it to me. Don't be lazy or try to slack off, Chu Xiaoyuan said irritably. Bai Ming's face darkened, but he had no choice. He turned around in frustration to look for the materials. Chu Xiaoyuan watched from a distance as Fong Jang turned the corner into the dormitory building, revealing her sharp little fangs. Humph, if you're refusing my kindness, then don't blame me for being rude. I yawned as I returned to the dormitory, planning to take a nap. However, I couldn't lie down on the bed because, according to the dormitory's emergency inspection regulations, beds are not allowed to be occupied during inspections. I was very cautious and avoided doing anything that could violate the rules, so I often took short naps with my head down on the desk. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and entered the dormitory. I groggily opened my eyes and was startled. It was Li Chen, who had mysteriously disappeared last night. What are you doing here? You were clearly missing. Missing? I went to the girls' dormitory to rescue someone. You wouldn't go, so of course I went alone. Guess what happened? I can't guess, I replied. Li Chen looked smug. As I expected, my heroic act earned me unanimous admiration from the girls. Not only did I save a girl from jumping off a building, but I also received confessions from at least 3 girls. Want me to introduce one to you? No, thanks. Women will only distract me from following the school rules and being a good student. Sorry, but my heart is only set on studying. Li Chen hadn't disappeared. He was right in front of me, warm and tangible. Everything seemed fine, but I remained cautious. Had those strange events come to an end? If so, that would be fantastic. Until I confirmed that, I constantly reminded myself to stay calm. Then Li Chen mysteriously whispered, actually, last night, I encountered something. The girl who nearly jumped told me she discovered a huge secret about the school. My heart jumped. What secret? Follow me. I'll take you to a place, and you'll see. Then Li Chen led me to the cafeteria. At this time, it wasn't mealtime yet, so the cafeteria was eerily quiet, with only a few staff members sitting around, resting and watching TV to pass the time. The two of us walked through the dining area toward the kitchen when I suddenly stopped. Let's just talk about whatever it is right here. What's the matter? We're almost there. I'll explain everything next, Li Chen said earnestly. Trust me, I won't harm you. There are only a few of us left in this school. We need to stick together. That makes sense, I said, stepping back a couple of paces. But I still can't follow you. Look for yourself. It's written there. My smile faded as I pointed at the curtain of the kitchen, clearly stating, authorized personnel only, no entry for unauthorized persons. Other school rules might have room for debate, but not this one. The kitchen is full of rotting cabbage and unwashed dishes. If a student happens to see that, it would be a huge problem. Therefore, no one is allowed in the kitchen. It's an unquestionable unwritten rule. I stared at Li Chen. If you really knew something, you wouldn't do something so foolish. The person before me seemed intent on harming me. Li Chen's expression gradually darkened, and his skin began to tear apart, releasing tendrils of black mist that twisted into grotesque shapes. The cafeteria kitchen might be clean. Li Chen's voice grew murky, hoarse, and low, exuding a chilling aura, as if something was crawling out of hell. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the first time such a bizarre thing appeared before me. Although I had imagined this scene in my mind, when it actually happened, I was still so frightened that my scalp tingled, my whole body felt weak, and my head felt like it was about to explode. This world is truly insane, really insane. Help! I shouted towards the cafeteria staff. But the cafeteria staff seemed to be completely oblivious, engrossed in their sunflower seeds and watching TV. What was happening in the cafeteria felt like it was occurring in another unobservable dimension. On the distant rooftop of the classroom building, Bai Ming was basking in the sun, puffing smoke. Pu Xiao Yuan is ruthless. She transformed like this, doesn't she worry about scaring the kid to death? This just proves you can never offend a woman, it's a universal truth. Unfortunately, you never know what will offend them. It's almost impossible to defend against. Bai Ming chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. At that moment, a girl's voice came from behind. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to look for the files? How dare you slack off here? You want a beating, Captain? Bai Ming turned around in surprise to see Chu Xiaoyuan behind him. What are you doing here? At that moment, Chu Xiaoyuan stood behind him, having transformed into the appearance of a female teacher, dressed in a fitted professional outfit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Why can't I be here? Bai Ming looked utterly shocked. If you're here, then who's with Fong Jang right now? In the cafeteria, Li Chen's body was already broken and battered, and from within him emerged countless dark tendrils with oversized eyes and sharp claws, quickly crawling toward me. Help! I cried as I ducked and fled in the cafeteria. I thought I would be safe as long as I didn't break the rules. Who knew such things could happen in broad daylight? The dark, flowing tendrils waved and pursued me. I jumped and dodged, struggling to evade their attacks. Though I was young and agile, I couldn't withstand the tendrils' unreasonable assault from all directions. Come on, merge with us, Li Chen's voice echoed, sounding incredibly eerie and cold, as if it were a call from hell. Get lost. Who wants to merge with you? I gritted my teeth and charged forward, desperately trying to break free from the cafeteria, as adrenaline surged through me. After months of trembling, I was finally looking forward to summer vacation, thinking I might survive. How could I die in such a place? But just as I was about to reach the cafeteria door, 7 or 8 slimy dark tendrils arrived first, sealing the entrance tightly and completely blocking my escape. Slimy liquid dripped down as enormous eyes opened on the tendrils, their pupils swirling like dazed phantoms, sending chills down my spine. There's no escape. No one can get out of this school, Li Chen's voice came again. Then several tendrils shot out, tightly ensnaring me and lifting me into the air. I struggled desperately, but it was futile. The tendrils tightened around me, making it hard to breathe, as if they were crushing me completely. Li Chen's face was now unrecognizable, like a photo soaked in water and blurred. His voice came out as a trembling sound from his throat, filled with moving flesh. What exactly are you? I thought, feeling a chill in my heart. Li Chen's flesh twisted to the sides of his face as if forming a smile. I am the rules, and I am also the loophole. It's bad, that kid has been entangled by the anomaly. That's just insane, the second phase has just begun. How could the anomaly actively attack humans? It doesn't make sense. Why is this level of the events so unreasonable? Bai Ming exclaimed. The sexy female teacher scolded from the side. You still have time to complain? When has any event ever been reasonable? You idiot, the second of the 3 major principles states that you must not rely on any experience. Have you forgotten? Hurry up and save that kid, he might be the key to our escape. The 3 major principles for handling anomaly events are 1. Follow the rules. 2. Do not rely on any experience. 3. You must find the source of the anomaly event. Why aren't you going? Bai Ming cursed inwardly but didn't dare to voice it. He flicked his fingers, and the cigar flew in a perfect arc, sparking as it landed aside. Then, Bai Ming jumped directly off the roof of the teaching building, his trenchcoat billowing, stirring up gusts of wind. The muscles on his body visibly bulged, more exaggerated than those bodybuilders on TV, resembling a human beast. His long hair suddenly turned golden. His amber eyes were filled with murderous intent. Oh whoa! Bai Ming's face contorted as he roared, his whole being resembling a lion running upright, crashing down from the sky in a heroic manner, smashing into the ground and creating a crater full of cracks. Kid, I'm here to save you. Bai Ming moved astonishingly fast, as agile as a cheetah. Boom! He charged into the cafeteria, his muscles bulging, directly smashing the 3-meter-high door off its hinges. The powerful impact knocked over the surrounding tables and chairs. Sunlight poured into the cafeteria. Bai Ming's golden hair, majestic like a lion's, shone brilliantly in the sunlight, looking almost like a perfect Greek statue. I'm really handsome. This kid is probably going to be impressed by my heroic appearance. Ugh. What if I gain another little fan? It's really troublesome. Bai Ming looked up at Fong Jang, who was bound by the tentacles. But Fong Jang didn't look at him. Oh no, this kid can't be dead already, can he? Bai Ming rushed forward. But at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded before him. The tentacles were gradually disappearing, like chalk marks being erased from a blackboard. In just a moment, all the tentacles were wiped away at a visible speed, not leaving a trace. Li Chen, bloodied and disoriented, was clearly stunned. What's going on? Fong Jang fell to the ground, his eyes hollow, darkness swirling, as if a strange and terrifying force was pulling him in. Li Chen sensed something was wrong. He immediately tried to retreat, but he couldn't escape this attraction, just like those tentacles, disappearing bit by bit without any warning. What the hell, so fierce? Bai Ming was dumbfounded. What did this kid do? Fong Jang knew nothing. He only felt a severe threat to his life. His head began to throb painfully, tearing at his heart. His brain felt like it was being destroyed by a piledriver, and he wished he could pry open his skull to pull out the culprit inside. And so everything happened just like that. At this moment, the sexy female teacher, Chu Xiaoyuan, finally arrived late in her high heels, looking very surprised. Oh, Bai Ming, when did you become so powerful? It's only been 2 minutes, and you've already dealt with an anomaly? For awakened ones like them, completely exterminating an anomaly is not a simple task. Bai Ming's expression was serious. It wasn't me. Then who was it? Chu Xiaoyuan asked in surprise. Are there other awakened ones in this school? It's that kid. Who? That kid. Who? The one you told me to save. Bai Ming shouted. He solved the anomaly himself. Did you hear that? This kid killed the anomaly in an instant, not leaving a single trace. Chu Xiaoyuan didn't misunderstand. She just found it hard to believe. How could that be possible? The loophole born from the second phase of the rule event. Even he had to give it his all to solve it. How did this kid manage it? Fong Jang felt a splitting headache, his whole body writhing in pain. It took a good 10 minutes for the pain to slowly fade away. He struggled to get up, rubbing his head and gasping for air, his mind finally seeming to regain its normal capacity for thought. I'm not dead? I actually didn't die. After the shock, he noticed 2 people standing beside him, a tall, sexy female teacher in a black bodycon dress and a pompous man in a trench coat smoking a cigar, both staring at him intently. Their gazes were piercing, filled with an unclear intensity. What kind of lunatics are these? Fong Jang felt a chill run down his spine and prepared to leave. But then he suddenly thought of something. He had seen almost everyone in this school. How could 2 strangers suddenly appear? He immediately became alert. Who are you? No need to be nervous. Bai Ming handed him a business card, saying, We are here to handle the Rule Chaos incident. This is my card. In a sense, we are the only 3 people in the entire school who can be considered insiders. Fong Jang instinctively took the card. It was gold-plated, looking very high-end and businesslike. Gold background with white text. It read a few words: Special Operations Team, Senior Administrative Personnel. Bai Ming. This card looks quite expensive. Fong Jang couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Hearing the words insiders gave him an unexpected sense of security. He had been so lonely these past few months. Even though there were many students in the school, Fong Jang felt like he was in a desolate swamp. These people lived their lives in a daze, no different from the dead branches growing in the swamp, just decorations. When Bai Ming mentioned the words Rule Chaos, Fong Jang immediately understood. These 2 were definitely different from everyone else in the school. They understood. They really understood. They were the only 2 who could prove that he wasn't insane, that all of this wasn't a hallucination. Fong Jang took a deep breath to calm himself and cautiously asked, Senior Administrative Personnel? It sounded so impressive. Don't mind him, this card is something he made himself. We don't have such things, the sexy female teacher spoke up. But the Special Operations Team is indeed real. I'm the captain of Team 5, Chu Xiaoyuan. You can call me Captain Chu. Bai Ming curled his lip, looking quite dissatisfied. Out in the world, identity is self-given. What do you know? What exactly is the Special Operations Team? Fong Jang asked curiously. Chu Xiaoyuan appeared very serious, exuding an intellectual beauty. You can understand it as a department established by the state to handle bizarre incidents occurring in various places. All unreasonable strange occurrences are our responsibility to resolve. In official reports, we often have another title, Relevant Department. Fong Jang was astonished. So it's the legendary Relevant Department. Impressive. At the same time, he felt significantly more relaxed. The state had sent people. He was finally safe. Boo-hoo! The ugly daughter-in-law had finally become the mother-in-law. This isn't a place for conversation, let's find a safe spot, Xu Xiaoyuan said. The cafeteria was filled with tables and chairs in disarray, the floor severely damaged, a complete mess. Meanwhile, the staff acted like puppets, turning a blind eye to everything, only focused on watching TV. Xu Xiaoyuan added, they have already been assimilated by the rules. Any unreasonable matter will be self-justified in their minds. Alright, let's find a safe place, Fong Jang nodded eagerly. 5 minutes later, the three arrived at Fong Jang's dormitory. Fong Jang looked bewildered. Is this the safe place you mentioned? Of course, Bai Ming said, puffing on his cigar. You are the awakened one who survived the rule incident. Where could be safer than the dormitory you live in? Fong Jang was speechless. I thought at least I would be taken out of the school, to a safe house, or a refugee camp would be fine, but it turns out I'm still in the school. Don't talk nonsense, our country is safe and prosperous. Where would there be a refugee camp? Don't say things that are not conducive to unity, Xu Xiaoyuan said seriously. What the hell, who are you? Fong Jang's expression changed drastically as he looked at Xu Xiaoyuan. At that moment, Xu Xiaoyuan dropped her disguise. She transformed from a sexy female teacher back to the appearance of a girl around 8 or 9 years old. Bai Ming quickly reassured him, don't be nervous, this is our captain Xu Xiaoyuan. Her ability is shape-shifting. She can turn into anyone she has seen. The sexy teacher you just saw was just her disguise. Just a disguise. Fong Jang felt an inexplicable disappointment. Xu Xiaoyuan revealed her small tiger teeth, her expression unfriendly. Is there a problem, kid? Fong Jang immediately hid his disappointment. Oof. Xu Xiaoyuan snorted lightly. She gave Bai Ming a look. Bai Ming took out a file from his pocket. He opened the file. Target incident. Missing persons case at Han City Engineering College. Incident level, Class A. Danger level, medium-low, does not rule out the possibility of the rules expanding. Source, no intelligence available. Incident situation, on January 11, 2024, an anomaly occurred at the engineering college, with a thick layer of fog enveloping the entire school. Any outsiders entering the school would be forcibly teleported out and lose their memories from the past 2 years, with no casualties reported so far. According to observations from the Broken Matrix telescope, there are currently no special incidents occurring inside the school, and it is inferred that the danger is not strong. The rule-based events are operating according to basic logic and are currently in the first stage. Handling result, isolated. Confidentiality level, top secret. This is your school's file, Xu Xiaoyuan said seriously. I don't know when it started, but rule-based events began to appear all over the world. The most obvious characteristic of these events is rules must be followed. Once the rules are violated, severe negative events will occur. You might not understand the danger of this matter. You might even think it's a good thing. But when I say serious, I mean really serious. If you carelessly cross the street and run a red light, then what awaits you is. Xu Xiaoyuan brought her fingers together and then spread them apart, simulating the appearance of fireworks. Bang! Your whole head will explode. You can imagine the scene of a person being crushed by a large truck, with red and white splattering everywhere. It's something like that. Fong Jang felt a chill in his heart. So terrifying. Once a rule-based event occurs, it will pose a huge threat to the safety of people's lives. These rule-based events are also classified by levels. The higher the level of the rule-based event, the more dangerous it is, and the rule-based events will continue to evolve over time. If the source cannot be resolved in time, there will ultimately be only one result. In the area where the rule-based event occurs, everyone is killed. No matter how much you follow the rules, it won't help, because the interpretation of the rules is not in your hands. Sometimes, the rules can be distorted in ways you can't even imagine. Xu Xiaoyuan showed a self-proclaimed terrifying expression, staring at Fong Jang. Have you heard of a contract? The interpretation rights of the contract belong to your boss, and there are no legal constraints. Guess how your boss will interpret your contract? Fong Jang couldn't help but hiss. What? Comparable to a? That's too terrifying. It's simply the worst nightmare for a worker. At least it's a top-secret file. This is too careless. How can the date be wrong? It's clearly 2022 now. After looking at the file, Fong Jang chuckled awkwardly to ease his emotions. Bai Ming and Xu Xiaoyuan both looked at him with strange expressions. Fong Jang was taken aback. What's wrong? The two said in unison, this year is 2024. This year is 2024? Fong Jang's heart shook violently. But, Fong Jang was at a loss for words. He knew they had no reason to lie to him, but he clearly remembered that this year was 2022. Moreover, the period in the diary was also 2022. He stared at a sentence on the file, looking somewhat dazed. Any outside personnel entering the school will be forcibly teleported out and will lose their memories from the past 2 years, with no casualties reported. Those close to the academy would lose 2 years of memory, so I have actually lost my memory too. Have I been trapped in the school for a full 2 years? Fong Jang felt a chill run down his spine, finding it hard to believe. This feeling was too terrible. It felt as if his time had been stolen. This also indicated one thing: even if summer vacation really came, he would still be unable to leave here, but would lose his memory again and live a repetitive life. This fact filled Fong Jang with an uncontrollable sense of despair. I always thought I was the only one awake. Fong Jang sighed deeply. It turned out he was no different from the others. Bai Ming comforted him. Look on the bright side. Being alive after getting caught in a rule event is already quite lucky. Want to smoke a cigarette to calm down? Cigar or huazi? Sorry, smoking is not allowed in this dormitory, and the school doesn't allow it either, Fong Jang instinctively replied. Suddenly, Fong Jang realized something. He looked at Bai Ming in surprise. Why can you smoke? An outsider breaking into a student dormitory and smoking inside seems like a violation of school rules. Breaking a small rule isn't a big deal. Bai Ming exhaled a cloud of smoke. We are not like ordinary people because we have all miraculously escaped from rule events, thus gaining the power to resist the rules. The power to resist the rules, Xu Xiaoyuan said. That's right, people like us are called awakened. There are also terms like guardians and divinely gifted, and some crazy cults call themselves the apostles of their gods. But overall, we are just people who accidentally gain special abilities, which gives us the potential to handle rule events. Because people like us can cause very negative effects if we lose control, it's best to gather together to deal with rule events that cannot be resolved by common sense. Bai Ming and Xu Xiaoyuan did not hide anything. Their attitudes seemed to regard Fong Jang as one of their own. Fong Jang realized too late. You mean, I am also an awakened? That's right, maybe you just don't remember, Bai Ming said. You encountered that thing in the cafeteria, and you actually solved it with your own ability. The captain and I didn't have time to intervene. Thinking back to the headache he had not long ago, Fong Jang felt his headache again. I solved it myself? What did I do? He couldn't remember. You should also possess an extraordinary special ability, just that you're not quite able to control it yet, but it has allowed you to remain clear-headed under the assimilation of rule power. This can be considered a kind of luck, but it can also be seen as a misfortune, Xu Xiaoyuan said lightly. Fong Jang was puzzled. Misfortune? Because people like us, having absorbed the power of the rules, can also potentially become the source of new rule events, commonly known as losing control. The rule event at your school could very well be caused by an awakened losing control. The reasons for losing control are varied and cannot be defined, so even among awakened, there is mutual vigilance. You can't be sure whether the other party will lose control and drag you into it. We are a group of isolated people. The world isolates us, and we must isolate back. Xu Xiaoyuan's eyes clearly showed a hint of melancholy. Fong Jang felt a sense of empathy. This feeling of loneliness was exactly the same as his past self. Bai Ming said, we are here to save you, but before that, we must confirm one thing. What thing? We need to make sure you are not the source. Source? There are many powerful black spots born in this world. Places close to these black spots will give rise to rule events, and these black spots are increasing rapidly, leading to more and more rule events. After years of testing and research by authoritative institutions, a conclusion was finally reached. The black spots are the power of nothingness, requiring a vessel, which we call the source. It could be a person or an object. If a rule event occurs due to an awakened one losing control, then the source must be a person. Bai Ming said seriously, you are caught in a rule event, so we cannot rule out the possibility that you are the source. Fong Jang became anxious. What if I am the source? Xu Xiaoyuan replied, what else is there to say? Then we can only kill you. Without the vessel, the black spot will disappear, and the school can return to normal. To save the lives of tens of thousands, this is unavoidable. Isn't there a gentler way? There is, but it's troublesome, and I don't like it. Fong Jang gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. You crazy woman. Bai Ming smiled and said, don't worry, little brother. Your condition is quite normal, and you seem easy to communicate with. Even if you are the source, often just unraveling your heart's knot will solve the problem. It doesn't necessarily have to end in death. Hearing this, Fong Jang finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This guy in a trench coat smoking a cigar seems arrogant, but at least he's a normal person. And that little lowly with transformation abilities has some issues, to say the least. Bai Ming slowly drew a dagger from his waist, the blade glinting coldly, thin and sharp at the edge. Then let's begin. Wait, what are you doing? Fong Jang exclaimed in shock. If you are the source, then you are no longer a normal human, so your blood won't be red. This is the easiest way to distinguish whether an awakened one has lost control. How much blood needs to be drawn? Not much, just a little. Then you don't need to bring out a dagger. Can't you just use a needle? Don't be so fussy, it will just hurt a bit, and it will be over quickly. No, that's too big. Stop stalling. Bai Ming directly grabbed Fong Jan's wrist, his powerful grip like that of a beast, locking Fong Jang in place, unable to move, his wrist nearly breaking. The dagger grazed his fingertips, and warm liquid slowly flowed out. All right, there's blood now. Fong Jang hurriedly pulled back his hand. Blood dripped onto the ground. Drip, drip, dark and deep, like ink spots, not red. Fong Jan's body suddenly stiffened. What's going on? Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan looked down at the blood on the ground, then slowly raised their heads, their expressions filled with suspicion. You are not a normal person. You are actually the source? Fong Jang was completely bewildered. What's happening? Why is my blood black? Maybe I've been a bit stressed lately, Fong Jang explained with difficulty. Chu Xiaoyuan was furious. Damn it, stressed? You despicable rule source, how dare you confuse me like this? You are not Fong Jang, you are a loophole. Close the door, let Bai Ming in. Damn, transform, Lion King. Bai Ming cursed under his breath, then roared. His internal energy surged like a small volcano erupting. He turned his body, his black hair transforming into golden mane, growing nearly 3 meters tall, his eyes cold and indifferent, his muscles swelling like they were inflated, exuding an incredibly powerful kingly aura. This was his ability. Once unleashed, he could transform into a beast king, possessing formidable physical strength. Even the strongest human heavyweight could not break through his defenses, and his fists could smash through reinforced concrete, with the force of his punches capable of sending people flying several meters away. Kid, die. Bai Ming pressed Fong Jang down forcefully. Fong Jan's head in front of his strong hand felt weak and small, like a little tomato. Fong Jang wailed, I really am not. You've got it wrong. Got it wrong? Are you doubting me? Chu Xiaoyuan sneered. Of course, I'm about to be crushed to death, so I definitely suspect you 100%. Fong Jang cried out in despair, are you really from the country? I protest. I want to file a complaint against you. What are your employee numbers? He was being pressed down so hard that he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Bai Ming, slightly doubtful, said, it seems like he looks quite normal. Captain, could it really be a mistake? Better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one go. Just kill first and talk later, Chu Xiaoyuan whispered. All right. Hearing this, Fong Jang's mindset collapsed. He closed his eyes and waited for death. Forget it. Rather than being trapped in a daze at school, it would be better to just die. But after a long time, Fong Jang still did not feel the expected pain. He nervously opened his eyes and found that Bai Ming had returned to his human form, his clothes tattered, wrapped in a trench coat, and smoking a cigar. In this situation, there are no signs of losing control, which means he is indeed not the source, nor a loophole. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded, about that. If he were truly the source of a rule event, even a slight emotional fluctuation would often trigger a significant change. But there was clearly no such change in Fong Jang, so his suspicion was basically ruled out. Are you trying to trick me? Fong Jang angrily got up. The blood test is completely fake. But Bai Ming shook his head. No, the blood test is real, and your blood being black is also true. So once you get out of this predicament, you might need to get a thorough checkup. Your body definitely has issues. Fong Jang's heart sank. He didn't know why his blood was black. It seemed he really had some problems. However, at that moment, his attention was drawn to something else. I heard you mention loopholes. What is that? Fong Jang couldn't help but ask. Back in the cafeteria, the monster that appeared in the form of Li Chan also called itself a loophole. Chu Xiaoyuan began to explain. Rule events are often divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the absolute nature of the rules. This is the stable state of a rule event. As long as you don't violate the rules, normal life poses no problems and carries no risks. The second stage is rule disorder, where the rules begin to become unstable. Various bizarre events will arise, inducing you to violate the rules, even directly threatening your life. The third stage is rule collapse. Being in it is absolutely dangerous, and the rules operate in forms that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. In this case, it can be said that 99% of cases have no survivors. Your school has already entered the second stage. The thing that induced you to go into the cafeteria kitchen is one of the rule loopholes. They induce you to violate the rules, further damaging the rule event. Once there are more and more loopholes, it will enter the third stage. So eliminating loopholes is crucial. Fong Jang suddenly realized, are the source and the loophole the same thing? No, they are different. Chu Xiaoyuan shook his head. The source can be seen as the essence of the rules, firmly maintaining the rules, but going too far can lead to the creation of loopholes, and the existence of loopholes will continuously overturn the rules. Thus, the final result is rule collapse, the source losing control, resulting in disasters that are widespread and even threaten the entire country. You must have seen the news, foreign wars have never ceased, and over 80% are actually caused by rule loss of control. but the news has been suppressed and cannot be spread freely. Otherwise, the public would be in panic, causing even greater harm. The country has long begun researching rule loss of control events and established special departments specifically to dismantle rule events, which is why it can barely maintain stability. Many people from small countries are desperately trying to smuggle themselves here just to survive. But the is being impacted, the economy is declining, the crime rate is rising, and the unemployment rate is increasing. This situation is ultimately unavoidable. We can only try to manage it as best as we can. Fong Jang took a deep breath. It turned out that the impact of the rule events was so significant, so we need to resolve the issues at your school as soon as possible. Once we enter the third phase, the impact will likely extend beyond your school, the entire city will be affected, and the death toll could rise. Bai Ming said. Fong Jang nodded heavily. At this moment, he felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him. According to what the other party said, he could also be considered an awakened one. Therefore, many things were no longer escapable for him. I should have some ability, right? How do I use it? Is there a mantra or something? Fong Jang asked eagerly. Chu Xiaoyuan rolled her eyes dramatically. Do you think this is cultivation? Where would the mantras come from? Once you awaken your rule ability, you just need to try it a few times to use it. It's similar to instinct. I'll give it a try. Fong Jang held his breath and focused, exerting all his strength. Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming watched Fong Jang with anticipation. As long as each ability is used properly, it can have a significant effect. If Fong Jang could awaken some powerful ability, this trip would be much simpler. Time passed slowly. Fong Jang's entire face turned red from the effort. Then nothing happened. Strange, why is this happening? Chu Xiaoyuan looked at Bai Ming. Did you see it wrong? Bai Ming protested. Absolutely not. I saw with my own eyes that Fong Jang erased the loophole. He has definitely awakened his ability, and it's not low level. Initial estimates suggest it's above level 1. Then please explain. Bai Ming looked at Fong Jang with a mournful expression. Bro, can you please put in some effort? Fong Jang helplessly replied. I've already used all my strength. Fong Jang couldn't activate his ability. Chu Xiaoyuan speculated that perhaps the stimulation wasn't enough, so Bai Ming proceeded to torment Fong Jang for an entire hour. This included, but was not limited to, burning the soles of his feet, flooding his nasal passages with water, yanking his hair, and making him drink an entire bottle of Lao Gan Ma, yet there was still no result. Fong Jang felt like an ordinary person. No ability had been triggered. Really tenacious, Chu Xiaoyuan said excitedly. Let's catch a couple of cockroaches and stuff them in his pants. Fong Jang finally couldn't hold back. Stop it. In the end, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan had no choice but to accept that Fong Jang's ability could not be activated for the time being. Forget it, time waits for no one, we need to hurry and resolve the rule event, Bai Ming said. You've been at the school for so long, do you have any clues? What's the strangest thing about the school? Fong Jang thought for a moment. Everything seems pretty strange. Forget it, asking is pointless. Let's go look for it together. As long as we find the source, we can resolve the rule event. We're only just entering the second phase, so the problem shouldn't be too big. Tell us about your recent experiences, we'll look for clues. Upon hearing this, Fong Jang took out his diary. He was afraid of missing any clues and recounted everything that had happened to him. A few months ago, his roommate Huang Jingxin went out to surf the internet all night and never returned. He gradually sensed something was off. No one remembered his roommate, so he began to pay attention to people who had also disappeared. He discovered that anyone he had seen before and then never saw again would be forgotten by the people at the school. Keeping a diary is really a good habit. If everyone trapped in a rule event did this, we would have it easy, Bai Ming said with a smile. Chu Xiaoyuan said seriously, disappearance, amnesia, we can preliminarily determine that the source of the rules has the ability to alter people's memories. We need to be cautious and not split up. That makes sense. Chu Xiaoyuan took out 3 badges, which had a very anime style, adorned with flashy magical girls. Bai Ming was left speechless. Where did that come from? I bought it at the school gate, Chu Xiaoyuan replied, annoyed. Do you have any objections? No objections. Bai Ming hurriedly put on the badge. The 3 of them all wore the magical girl badges. Such an abrupt badge was enough to indicate that they were teammates. Fong Jang asked, since we're dealing with such dangerous matters, is there any weapon I can borrow? That way, if I encounter a loophole, I'll have some means of counteraction. One can't just rely on an awakening ability that one can't even use, right? Here, take this. Bai Ming tossed a gun-like object to Fong Jang. Fong Jang was surprised. What is this? Is it some kind of magical tool? How do you use it? What magical tool? This is a gun. Haven't you ever watched a TV show? It's actually a real gun? Fong Jang had thought it was some mysterious item made to look like a gun to scare people. He didn't expect it to be a real gun. For ordinary rule events, a gun can solve a lot of problems, Physical destruction is one of the most effective means, Ming said, and it can effectively deter some idiots. It's the most cost-effective option. Isn't carrying a weapon illegal? For ordinary people, using a gun is called illegal possession. For us, using a gun is called protecting the lives and property of the people. Can they be the same? Fong Jang couldn't help but make a sick gesture. Oh no! Fong Jang's expression suddenly changed. Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were puzzled. What's wrong? I have class this afternoon, I can't talk anymore. Fong Jang glanced at his phone, wearing the magical girl badge and with a handgun tucked at his waist, hurriedly ran towards the teaching building. Attending class was something he had already gotten used to. His identity was that of a student. He had to attend class. Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan naturally didn't need to, and as awakeners, they had a certain degree of resistance to the power of rules, so violating some harmless little rules was not a big deal. Fong Jang rushed into the classroom. Today's class was a large lecture. 3 classes were in one big classroom. At this moment, the classroom was packed, noisy and bustling. The teacher was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, wearing a blue shirt, holding a thermos, and carrying a black leather bag as he walked into the classroom. The moment he entered, everyone quieted down. The teacher nodded in satisfaction. We will now start taking attendance. Those who are absent will lose 5 points for attendance. If you accumulate 4 absences, all attendance points will be deducted. If there's a 5th absence, you will fail directly at the end of the term. The students felt a chill in their hearts. The most important things for college students are, first, not failing courses, and second, internship certificates. With a teacher who places such importance on attendance, skipping class was clearly unrealistic. Report! A voice came from outside the classroom. Everyone turned to look. Fong Jang was standing at the classroom door. The teacher looked displeased and turned to Fong Jang. Why are you late? I'm not late. Fong Jang took out his phone and glanced at it. Class starts at 2. It's only 1:59 now. Teacher, you came a minute early. Are you saying it's my fault? How could the teacher be wrong? I think the school's clock is set incorrectly. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Just then, the class bell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. The time on Fong Jang's phone also just changed to 2 o'clock. The teacher's face darkened. All right, then come in first. What's your name? Fong Jang. The teacher found the name on the attendance sheet, his expression unfriendly. Next time, come early. You're studying for yourself, not for me. Isn't it better to arrive 2 minutes early to prepare? You're right, teacher. I will definitely come early next time. By the way, can you notify the broadcasting station to adjust the class bell 2 minutes earlier? How dare they play the class bell on time? Isn't that affecting our studies? Fong Jang said seriously. The whole room burst into laughter. The teacher's face looked grim. All right, sit down. Fong Jang smiled as he walked into the classroom, finding a corner seat in the back row under everyone's gaze. Wow, you actually dared to talk back to the teacher. Impressive, said Yin Chang, a classmate, with a look of admiration. Fong Jang smiled. Just a small thing. Where's your book? I forgot to bring it. Can I borrow yours? What's the class today? Power machinery. What a hassle. Hey, Fong Jang, what does that magical girl badge on your chest mean? I didn't expect you to like this kind of stuff. You really have a childlike heart. Wait, you're not dating someone, are you? Yen Cheng's voice was low, but it drew the attention of those around them. They stared at Fong Jang. What? You secretly have a girlfriend? You have to treat everyone to a meal. Fong Jang looked down at the badge, confused. What is this? I've never seen it before. It must be that idiot Huang Jingxin playing a prank and putting it on me. He can forget about me bringing him lunch when I get back. Who is Huang Jingxin? My roommate. Who? My roommate. Where did you get a roommate? Yen Chang looked puzzled. Our department has one more person than it should, so you're lucky, a room to yourself. Everyone is envious of you. Fong Jang was taken aback, as if something deep in his memory had been erased. He felt dazed. Oh, I might have been half asleep. Turns out I don't have a roommate. The teacher was passionately lecturing at the front of the class. The students below were dozing off. Some even quietly played on their phones under the desks. The teacher naturally couldn't be bothered to manage such things. If he really did, he would probably end up with a stroke sooner or later. Fong Jang looked at the teacher on the podium and felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Class was supposed to be a familiar thing, but why did the teacher seem so strange? I feel like I've forgotten something very important. Fong Jang rubbed his temples, thinking hard, but came up empty. What could it be? He yawned, preparing to take out his phone to pass the time. Suddenly, he felt something hard at his waist. Ha, a gun? Where did this come from? Who stuffed a toy gun in my pocket? It must be that idiot Huang Jingxin again. Wait, I seem to not have a roommate. Who is Huang Jingxin? Why does he feel so familiar? Fong Jang, Are you going to the internet cafe after school? Yen Chang whispered, I've arranged a friendly match with someone from the next class, and we're short one person. Sure, which internet cafe? Shark Internet Cafe. Why not go to the Midnight Internet Cafe? It's closer to our school. Midnight Internet Cafe? There isn't one near our school. Fong Jang held his forehead, feeling his head throb more and more. How could there not be? Am I remembering wrong? Fong Jang's breathing became rapid. He felt like he had forgotten something very important. Clearly, everyone sitting around him were classmates, but he felt a strong sense of discomfort. Why? He couldn't remember. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall. Fong Jang, what's wrong with you? Yen Chang asked worriedly. Fong Jang held his head with both hands, feeling like his head was about to split open, as if bugs were crashing around in his brain. Teacher, Fong Jang is sick. Yen Chang raised his hand. I want to take him to the infirmary to see the school doctor. The teacher waved his hand impatiently. Yen Chang hurriedly helped Fong Jang to his feet and walked toward the classroom door. But Fong Jang shook off his hand. No, it's class time now. Don't disturb my class. Are you crazy? You're sick right now, and the teacher has already agreed. Yen Chang exclaimed. The other students in the class also began to persuade Fong Jang. Everyone in the classroom looked at him in confusion. Agreed. Fong Jang's pained expression twisted slightly, his voice trembling. You said you wanted to take me to the infirmary to see the school doctor, but our school doesn't even have a school doctor. The entire classroom fell silent. The expressions of hundreds of students turned cold. Dead silence. At that moment, the classroom felt like a graveyard in the dead of night, exuding an indescribable stillness, a chilling air permeating the atmosphere, making one unconsciously slow their breathing. Everyone's faces seemed to be shrouded in shadow, like paper figures. What are you talking about? Yen Chang's face became blurry, his eyes, nose, and mouth seemingly disappearing. All that remained was a flat, muddy surface. His body seemed to merge with the darkness, and he exhaled a strange black mist from his mouth, as if he intended to completely devour Fong Jang. Suddenly, Fong Jang drew a gun from his waist and pressed it against Yen Chang's forehead, coldly saying, and we don't even have a teacher. Since there's no teacher, who can authorize me to leave the classroom during class time? At that moment, his headache had vanished. He had forgotten some things, but one thing he was certain of, he absolutely could not break the rules. As long as I don't break the rules, you can't hurt me. Fong Jang gritted his teeth. Yen Chang spoke in a deep, muffled voice, his words coming from beneath his skin. I don't understand what you're saying. You've lost your face and are still pretending? Fong Jang said coldly. Although I can't be sure, clearing loopholes shouldn't count as breaking the rules, otherwise that would be too ridiculous. Bang! Fong Jang fired. The violent recoil made his wrist ache, but the bullet's impact caused Yen Chang's head to explode right in front of him. Red and white matter splattered across the classroom. A stench filled the air. Blood and flesh rained down on the students, adding a bizarre atmosphere to their indifferent faces. They all stood up, moving stiffly towards Fong Jang, one after another, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Fong Jang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Had he guessed wrong? Or was clearing loopholes against the rules? Fong Jang, what on earth are you doing? The teacher at the podium erupted in fury. Heartbroken, how dare you bring a gun to school and kill someone? Do you know what you've done? This is a crime. Murder comes with a price. How can you face the parents who raised you with such hardship? Fong Jang felt dizzy. It seemed like another memory was about to be taken away. So preoccupied with killing him, you forgot to kill yourself, right? Fong Jang raised his hand. Bang! Another shot. The bullet hit the blackboard, creating a small dent. He had missed. Real guns had such strong recoil. Without training, it was impossible to aim properly. Please don't kill me. If you kill again, there's no turning back. The teacher was stunned, stammering, even though I've been strict with you, you shouldn't kill. Look at what you've become, like a madman. These classmates have been with you day and night, never offended you. Do you really want to wipe them all out? Fong Jang turned his head, his body now covered in bloodstains. The surrounding students huddled in the corners. No one dared to run, nor approach Fong Jang. They were all trembling. A timid girl was already crying, gasping for breath. The air seemed to carry a faint smell of urine. What's happening to me? Fong Jang fell into confusion. He only remembered coming to class. The teacher was so boring. Then, in a fit of anger, he pulled out the gun. Damn, where did I get this gun? As he thought of this, his head began to ache again, his arm drooping, feeling somewhat lost. He had actually killed someone. The sky had truly fallen. Murdering someone with a gun, no matter how he thought about it, would mean life imprisonment at the very least. Wasn't his entire life ruined? Fong Jang, you need to calm down, calm down. The teacher cautiously approached. Though terrified, his professional ethics compelled him to draw near. It's not too late to turn back now. We can turn ourselves in, actively compensate, seek understanding. Maybe you have an underlying mental illness that could reduce your punishment. As long as you're willing to turn back, it's not too late. Think of your family. At that moment, the teacher had reached Fong Jang's side, extending his hand to take the gun from him. Fong Jang suddenly raised the gun, pressing it against the teacher's temple. His eyes were clear. There was no trace of confusion. Your acting is too poor, Fong Jang sneered. Bang! The bullet pierced the teacher's temple. The powerful impact sent him flying over a meter. Blood covered the floor. At that moment, all the students in the classroom vanished without a trace. Fong Jang got up, and the sticky bloodstains on his body had vanished without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. Only the teacher lying on the ground was writhing like a tentacle, that middle-aged, overweight body twisting like mud, springing up towards the classroom door as if it were alive. Don't go! Fong Jang raised his hand and fired 2 shots. One of the shots hit, but it seemed that the blob of mud could not be detained. It seems the handgun can only injure the loophole, but it can't really kill it. Fong Jang exhaled a breath of foul air. He took out his notebook from his pocket and noted down this discovery. That's right. Fong Jang had been in such a hurry that he forgot to put the notebook away properly, so he carried it with him. Although the loophole had the ability to alter its own memory, it could not change matter, so the notebook was Fong Jang's best tool for restoring his memory. Fortunately, he had brought the notebook. However, the key point that made Fong Jang feel uneasy was his roommate Huang Zhengxin. No one remembered Huang Zhengxin. This was too suspicious. You loopholes, before trying to deceive, can't you do your homework? Fong Jang laughed at the empty classroom. He sat down, anxiously enduring the class time. As the class bell rang, Fong Jang rushed out of the classroom. Bai Ming, Xu Xiaoyuan, where have you two gone? Fong Jang couldn't help but shout. Bai Ming was the first to leap from the first floor of the teaching building to the third floor, rushing to Fong Jang's side. Fong Jang angrily said, I almost died. Didn't you notice? You just left me there. I thought I was important to you. That's so unfair. Bai Ming exclaimed, I was watching you the whole time at school, but as soon as you entered the classroom, you suddenly disappeared with the whole classroom. I searched for you for 2 whole hours and couldn't find any trace. I thought you were missing too. Only now do you suddenly appear, and I wanted to ask where you went. Fong Jang was taken aback. So it was like this. Xu Xiaoyuan also rushed over, her expression serious. Did you encounter a loophole? Yes, Fong Jang nodded. Including this time, you've encountered loopholes 3 times. Why are there so many? Xu Xiaoyuan felt puzzled. This doesn't make sense. You just entered the second stage. Is it rare? Very rare. Generally, rule events might take years, even over a decade, to enter the second stage, so they aren't usually this tricky to handle. Your school has been rated as level, barely considered dangerous, but it doesn't make sense that it has entered the second stage in just 2 years, and with so many loopholes appearing, it indicates that something strange is definitely happening. After Chu Xiaoyuan's explanation, Fong Jang slowly began to understand. Rule events. They were constantly being born. Except for a very few super large rule events, most were within a controllable range and could be resolved, which is why basic peace could be maintained. But the deterioration of rule events also takes time. Many malignant rule events are actually resolved quickly at the moment of their birth. They won't be allowed to develop unchecked. Even if they enter the second stage, loopholes are still rare. Only through the accumulation of time will problems continuously erupt, leading the event into the third stage, causing unpredictable destruction. Bai Ming looked at Fong Jang curiously. You encountered a loophole again. How did you survive this time? Isn't your ability ineffective? I didn't rely on my ability. Fong Jang shook his head. The two were surprised, and Xu Xiaoyuan quickly said, You need to explain in detail what happened. Fong Jang recounted everything he had encountered. Wait, are you saying the loophole has the ability to alter your memory? Bai Ming was astonished. Yes. Oh no, it's already this serious. Fong Jang was confused. Is it really serious? The loophole is the worm that eats away at the rules, but altering memories belongs to the power of the rules. Once a loophole possesses the power of the rules, it indicates that the internal structure of the rules is already riddled with holes, to the point where it can begin to operate in place of the rules themselves, signifying that the rules are on the verge of collapse. Bai Ming looked at Fong Jang with a strange expression. The loophole utilized the power of the rules. How could it not have killed this kid? This kid is not simple at all. He looks like a total novice. But then again, being able to awaken from a rule-related event, how could he truly be just a naive and foolish college student? Xu Xiaoyuan punched the wall, causing it to crack in spider web with fissures, gritting her teeth. The faster the loopholes appear, the faster the rules will collapse. Just based on the speed of this collapse, it shouldn't be classified as a major incident. What on earth is the assessment team doing? No matter how small the affected area is or how low the initial harm is, as long as the collapse speed is fast enough, it can cause tremendous destruction. The assessment level and potential harm are crucial data points. Fong Jang looked at the gradually cracking wall, unable to suppress his astonishment. So this lowly girl is that fierce? A homebody like me would probably cry after a punch like that. We need to find the source immediately, or it will really be too late. Chu Xiaoyuan was extremely serious. Fong Jang panicked. Then you guys think of a way. Chu Xiaoyuan spread her hands. Generally, we would look for survivors, then gradually organize our thoughts, following the clues to find the place where the strange situation first occurred, and we would often find the source. And then? Right now, in the entire school, you are the only one who is awake. Everyone else's memories are problematic, so this method is clearly useless. You are professionals. Don't you have a more professional method? Fong Jang exclaimed angrily. Bai Ming whispered, there was originally one, but a certain captain thought this was just a major incident and that it was only the first phase, so it would be easy, and didn't even bring any helpers. Fong Jang was exasperated. No way. Chu Xiaoyuan clearly felt a bit embarrassed. She retorted angrily, Bai Ming, did you check the files I asked you to? Here we go with the retaliation again. Bai Ming said seriously, I checked, I went through the entire school's files, but so far I haven't found anything. The students in this school seem quite normal, not even one with a history of mental illness. Fong Jang was curious, history of mental illness? Yes, people with unstable mental states are more likely to attract dark points and become sources. In past incidents we've handled, as long as we checked the cases, it was basically a sure bet that it would be one of the few with a history of mental illness. Unfortunately, the students in the school had no relevant medical history, so there wasn't even a target to find a suspect. Fong Jang pondered for a moment. Does it have to be a mental illness? No, it doesn't have to be. But mentally ill individuals are very likely to become sources. At the same time, those who are emotionally unstable and prone to huge emotional fluctuations also have a high possibility of becoming sources. Then I might have a clue. Are you saying that before Li Chen disappeared, he mentioned to you that someone in the girls' dormitory was going to jump off? Bai Ming asked. Fong Jang nodded. That's right. At this moment, the three of them were hurrying towards the girls' dormitory. Wanting to jump off, it certainly couldn't be a normal person. At the very least, there must be some mental issues, so perhaps this could be seen as a breakthrough. When Chu Xiaoyuan transformed into a female college student to confess, she had heard Fong Jang mention it before, but at that time she was so angry that she didn't pay attention to what he was saying. The source cannot possibly commit suicide by jumping off because the actions of the source must conform to the basic logic of the rules. But jumping off is indeed an unreasonable act that deserves investigation, Chu Xiaoyuan said. The three quickly arrived at the girls' dormitory building. Fong Jang originally wanted to ask someone, but he discovered something very troubling. There wasn't a single girl entering or leaving the dormitory building. The first floor of the girls' dormitory was empty and eerily quiet, like an abandoned haunted house, just not as dilapidated. The indicator light at the entrance gate flickered, causing some annoyance. Wait, I need to ask someone, Fong Jang said, looking around the school for a girl to inquire about the girl who had jumped off the building last night. Since the school was an engineering college, there weren't many girls to begin with, relying solely on a half-hearted art department to support them. Therefore, regardless of major or year, all the girls lived in this one dormitory building. Such a significant event as someone jumping off a building would surely have spread throughout the entire dormitory. There was no doubt about girls' love for gossip, but Fong Jang quickly sensed something was off. He couldn't find a single girl in the entire school. The few scattered figures walking along the campus paths were all boys. A sense of unease began to spread in his heart. Even his breathing became a bit labored. Although he had grown accustomed to the disappearances of those around him, they had at least happened gradually, but what was happening now was far too sudden. Originally, there were at least 100 girls in the school. Now, they were all gone. Too fast. Far too fast. Fong Jang stopped a junior passing by with a laptop bag. Senior, why is the girls' dormitory so empty? Where are the girls in our school? He still held on to a glimmer of hope, but the senior's words shattered his fantasy. Junior, you must be confused from sleeping in class. You're not a freshman. How could you ask such a silly question? We're an engineering school. Where would the girls come from? Our school has always been all boys. The junior laughed. Fong Jang replied, but we have an art department. They probably haven't started recruiting yet. The junior lamented. It's a pity I'm about to graduate and still haven't seen any charming art department juniors. It's truly a great regret in life. Then why do we have a girls' dormitory? What girls' dormitory? This is just an empty dormitory building, right? The enrollment this year was too low, so it has to remain vacant. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. The birth rate is too low, and it's already starting to affect university admissions. The junior rambled on. Fong Jang, however, had no interest in listening anymore. Due to the existence of the rule event, other people's memories would change along with the situation at the school. There would always be a reasonable explanation to align with the revised memories. Fong Jang returned to Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan with a serious expression. No need for many words. The two had already heard the conversation from a distance. The large number of disappearances just confirms that the rule event is intensifying, Chu Xiaoyuan said solemnly. All the girls have vanished, but the number of boys hasn't changed significantly, so the source might be very close to the girls' dormitory, perhaps even inside it. Bai Ming lightly flicked his finger to extinguish the ember of his cigar, then did some neck and shoulder warm-ups, his neck cracking loudly. Finally, something to do. I was about to suffocate. I'm not afraid of a difficult source. I'm just afraid we can't find the source. Captain, shall we go? Bai Ming looked eager, showing no signs of worry. He had dealt with many more troublesome rule events than this and had survived them all, naturally confident in himself. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. She didn't know where she pulled out a nearly 2-meter-long tang knife, slender and sharp, giving off a strong sense of oppression, thankfully hidden in its sheath. Let's go in and see. There might be something strange in the girls' dormitory. Fong Jang, you come in with us. She placed great importance on Fong Jang, as she vaguely felt he was the key to escaping. It was known that her intuition rarely went wrong. Fong Jang immediately shook his head. What can an ordinary person like me do? I might even hold you back. Besides, it's against school rules for boys to enter the girls' dormitory, and we can't easily violate that, even if our school no longer has any girls. Chu Xiaoyuan thought for a moment but didn't press the issue. Alright, Bai Ming and I will go in and take a look first. You wait here, and remember, don't go to class anymore. Now that the rules event has entered the later stages of the second phase, there will be more and more loopholes. At this time, following the rules won't save your life. If you encounter danger, just come in and find us. There might still be a way out. Her words were somewhat frightening. Fong Jang nodded with difficulty. Try to stay alert. No matter who asks you to do something, besides us too, don't do it, Bai Ming said. He thought for a moment and pulled 3 strands of hair from his head. The black hair turned golden in his hand, shining like a lion's mane. My hair contains a small part of my power. It might have some deterrent effect on the loopholes here. You keep it, Bai Ming said. Going to resolve the source was ultimately a dangerous thing. If the two encountered any trouble, Fong Jang might not withstand the next attack from the loopholes. Fong Jang accepted the 3 strands of hair. You both need to be careful too. The rules event can affect people's memories, and once affected, it's hard to recover. You might sink into it. He had experienced the memory attack from the loopholes. That feeling was terrifying. The memories were distorted and altered without warning. If it weren't for his habitual vigilance and noticing the problems in his memories, he might have already encountered misfortune. Such methods were too hard to guard against. Don't worry, we're not the same as you. We've awakened special abilities through the rules event and possess some of the power of the rules, making us much stronger in resisting mysterious forces. Bai Ming appeared very confident. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go, Chu Xiaoyuan said with a fierce expression. The two charged straight towards the girls' dormitory. Fong Jang watched them with their confident demeanor and felt a bit more relaxed. Since they were an official special operations team, they should have some experience dealing with such bizarre events. Maybe in a few minutes, everything would be resolved. From what Bai Ming said, finding the source is the hardest part, while dealing with the source isn't that difficult. That's true, awakened ones possess incredible power, so handling low-level rules events shouldn't be too hard, Fong Jang muttered to himself, then recalled what Chu Xiaoyuan had said before about the 3 major principles for handling rules events. 1. Follow the rules. 2. Do not blindly trust any experience. 3. Must find the source of the rules event. He inexplicably felt a bit nervous. Is it really okay not to follow the rules? Is there really a source in the girls' dormitory? Fong Jang sat on the stone platform in the greenbelt next to the girls' dormitory, quietly waiting for good news. Time slowly passed, and the sky began to darken. Gurgle, gurgle. He was hungry. The evening study period was about to start, but Fong Jang didn't dare to leave casually. Damn it, if I don't go, what can happen? Fong Jang gritted his teeth. For the past few months, he had been attending classes alone. Although it was lonely and strange, at least he had mustered the courage to get through it. However, after experiencing 3 bizarre situations, Fong Jang no longer wanted to be alone. It was just too frightening. The more he experienced, the more his spirit might weaken. Didn't Bai Ming say that? People with mental issues easily attract dark spots. For living people, that was a path to death. So maintaining mental comfort was also very important. Fong Jang vigilantly looked around, praying while starving for Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan to return quickly. The sky grew darker. The streetlights along the school roads had already lit up. The lights on the basketball court were also bright enough to be somewhat blinding. Although there was no one around, the lights in the lobby of the girls' dormitory on the first floor naturally lit up, making the night feel less dim, though it was still a bit too desolate. At this moment, Fong Jang didn't dare to go to the cafeteria for a meal. After all, he had been attacked by a loophole in the cafeteria once. He was a bit scared. There was no way to order takeout at school, so he could only endure the hunger for now and plan to buy something at the supermarket later. Does our school have a supermarket? Fong Jang felt a bit dazed and somewhat sleepy, his thoughts not very clear. He had been scared enough by the dormitory supervisor, and he hadn't gotten enough sleep. Classes had also been interrupted, and he hadn't slept then either. Sitting down now, waves of fatigue washed over him. No, I can't sleep. Fong Jang yawned and pinched his thigh hard to wake himself up a bit. At that moment, a tinkling laughter reached his ears. 3 brightly dressed girls came out of the dormitory building, clearly eager to wear their pretty little dresses and put on beautiful makeup despite the slightly cold weather. Their long hair fluttered in the breeze as they laughed, radiating youthful energy. This person is so strange. How did he fall asleep at the girls' dorm entrance? They teased, laughing. Maybe he's preparing to confess his feelings. Then there will be a good show to watch. Forget about him, let's hurry up. I heard there are handsome guys tonight. Is that true? Hurry and introduce me. I want to go too. The 3 girls chatted and laughed as they left. Fong Jang felt a bit embarrassed and stood up, moving a little further away. Strange. Why am I here? His gaze fell on the playground, where many students were walking and resting after dinner. Some were practicing sprints, and there were couples entwined, whispering sweet nothings to each other. The smell of young love wafted through the air. Not far away, the basketball court was also starting to fill up. The sound of basketballs bouncing echoed, and energetic college students began to sweat, making the campus feel vibrant with youth. Students were walking everywhere on the school paths. Everything was calm and ordinary, just like a typical evening. I seem to be waiting for someone, but who? Fong Jang felt confused. He had the impression that his memory hadn't been very good lately. Silly, why are you always so clueless? A crisp female voice came. It was a sweet and lovely girl, about 1.6 meters tall, with a doll-like face, a pretty high ponytail, and wearing a short skirt, exuding youthful charm. She bounced over to Fong Jang and linked her arm with his. What are you dazed for? Didn't you say you would take me to the movies? Let's go. Oh, by the way, I'll treat you to chocolate. It's really delicious. My roommate gave it to me. The girl stuffed the chocolate into Fong Jang's hand, her smile radiant and captivating. Fong Jang took a bite. It was indeed very sweet and had a soft texture. So delicious. So he was waiting for this. Thank you, Fong Jang said softly. The girl secretly smiled and pinched Fong Jang. Hey, I'm your girlfriend. Saying thank you feels too distant, right? If you really want to thank me, then let's not go back to school tonight. Fong Jang was taken aback. How can that be? I have to go to bed on time. Going to bed on time is fine, and going to bed is fine too. Anyway, we're not going back to school. I've already asked my roommate to help me take a leave tomorrow. You can't just let me play outside alone until night, right? The girl looked at Fong Jang with a pitiful expression. Fong Jang's heart stirred. He was about to instinctively agree. Suddenly, he felt something was off. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. It just felt very wrong. Wait, what is my girlfriend's name again? Fong Jang scratched his head awkwardly. What's your name? The girl burst into laughter. I'm Jang Ying. How could you forget even this? I seem to have a bad memory lately. Could it be that you're sick? The girl said nervously. Let's go to a big hospital outside and have a look. Well, that's good. If you're sick, you should go to a big hospital for a thorough checkup. Just as the two were about to leave, a familiar figure walked out of the girls' dormitory. It was a man in a trench coat, holding a cigar, carrying 2 empty water buckets, leisurely walking out the door, then skillfully riding away on a small tricycle filled with empty buckets. He greeted the girls with a broad smile, mumbling something about 15 per bucket and refundable deposits. Who is that? Fong Jang asked curiously. Jang Ying replied, that's the uncle who delivers water to the girls' dormitory. He looks so cool, wearing a magical girl badge on his chest. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He has a heart of a girl. You're one to talk, you're the same. Fong Jang looked down and saw the magical girl badge on his own chest. Wait, strange, too strange. Fong Jang felt this scene was somewhat familiar. He nervously took a few steps back, then reached for his waist and, sure enough, felt a familiar object. Fong Jang, what's wrong with you? Jang Ying asked, puzzled. Not this again. Fong Jang gritted his teeth and pulled out a gun, hesitating for a long time before resolutely pointing it at the girl he liked in front of him. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I'll shoot. Jang Ying turned pale with fright. Fong Jang, don't scare me. I'm not scaring you, Fong Jang said coldly. I can't believe I don't have a single memory of arguing or disputing with you. How can this happen? False memories are ultimately false. Moreover, I don't even recognize the name Jang Ying. Fong Jang, you really have gone mad. Let's go see a doctor. Get away, or I'll shoot immediately, unless you're not afraid of guns at all. Conflicting memories made Fong Jang's head ache. He gradually couldn't distinguish between falsehood and reality. Jang Ying looked terrified. Why, you're scaring me. You don't have a gun. Ha! Fong Jang looked down. He had actually made a gun gesture with his hand, trying to scare the girl in front of him. He blankly lowered his hand. I can't really be going mad, can I? In front of the girls' dormitory, Fong Jang's strange appearance attracted many curious glances. Jang Ying comforted him gently. Fong Jang, you're having another episode. You've been acting strange lately. The mental pressure is too much. Let's go out and relax a bit, okay? Don't be so tense, everything will pass. Why am I like this? Fong Jang asked, dazed. Maybe it's because of the academic pressure. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. We're only freshmen. You don't have to work so hard for me. We can save up for the bride price and mortgage together. It's okay. Jang Ying leaned into Fong Jang's arms, her voice choked with emotion. Warmth filled Fong Jang's heart. What a wonderful girl. I must cherish her. The two embraced, making the passing male students envious, pounding their chests in frustration, thinking how unfair it was that such a beautiful girl wasn't with them. Fong Jang, let's go, Jang Ying said. Fong Jang nodded. He held the girl's delicate hand, his heart fluttering, increasingly looking forward to what would happen that night. He couldn't wait to show off to Huang Jingxin, that foolish son, when he returned tomorrow. Just thinking about it made Fong Jang feel a bit of a headache again. Hey, big boy, how can you find a girlfriend if you stay cooped up in the dorm all day? Want to go out all night with dad? Ha, a loser who plays games all night has the nerve to criticize me for not having a girlfriend. Where's your girlfriend? Laughing to death. Can a girlfriend compare to a game? I can play games all night long. Can a girlfriend do that? You think you can play all night when it ends in 3 minutes? Is that why you don't have a girlfriend? He recalled a recent conversation with his roommate. Wait, no, something's still off. Where the hell did I get a girlfriend? Fong Jang forcibly controlled himself and let go of Jang Ying's hand. Where's my diary? Right, the diary. I have a habit of keeping a diary. Fong Jang was once again grateful that he had brought his diary with him today. He opened the diary, but the handwriting inside looked like scribbles, blurred and unclear, impossible to read. It was too abnormal. This feeling was like being in a dream. Fong Jang. Jang Ying pouted, hands on her hips, a bit angry, her tone filled with grievance. My friends all say you're crazy, not like a good person. I cut ties with them for you. Now I have no friends left, just you. Can you act a little more normal? I really don't want to have to coax you like a child all the time. I'm really so tired. As she said this, Jang Ying's eyes turned red, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Like pear blossoms in the rain, she was heart-wrenching. She bit her lip, causing Fong Jang to feel a pang of heartache. Even if his feelings for Jang Ying were altered, at this moment, they were genuine in his heart. Seeing the person he loved cry felt almost like having a knife stabbed into his heart. Fong Jang's head began to throb more and more. He was struggling. He sensed that his memories were skewed, but his emotions were constantly pulling at him, affecting his ability to make the right judgment. Don't move! That's a lie! Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind. Then, a sharpened piece of scrap metal flew in from somewhere, piercing straight into Jang Ying's chest. Put! Blood sprayed. Jang Ying kept spitting blood, her body slowly collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with pain. Fong Jang, save me! Fong Jang looked at the girl before him, his gaze gradually calming down. As the other party was injured, he felt his memories were being corrected. I'm sorry, I can't save you. Fong Jang raised his handgun and shot without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The bullets pierced through Jang Ying's body. She didn't scream in pain, instead, her gaze turned cold, her voice becoming low. This isn't the last time. You can escape countless times, but just once, and you will die. After saying this, Jang Ying's body slowly merged into the ground, transforming into a shadow-like figure, quickly flowing away into the distance. Soon, she disappeared without a trace. This scene was incredibly bizarre, leaving one feeling anxious and unsettled. Ha! Fong Jang let out a long breath. Another loophole. The ability to alter memories was truly terrifying. It made it hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. A single misstep could lead to complete downfall. He felt a sense of loss in his heart, those false memories like dreams after waking, beginning to blur, but the emotional impact lingered for a long time. If this happened a few more times, it might really lead to mental exhaustion. After all, not long ago, he had genuinely had a close relationship with a girlfriend during their passionate phase, who suddenly disappeared and turned out to be fake, anyone would feel a bit confused. Fong Jang couldn't help but think of the special operations team. These people must often see a psychologist, right? Which kind-hearted person came to help me? Fong Jang turned back out of curiosity, but when he looked back, he nearly broke out in a cold sweat. Before him was a girl, clearly also from the school, but her appearance was exactly like Jang Ying's, only her expression was very indifferent, her hair messy, looking a bit haggard. This girl was sitting in a rolling office chair, propping herself up with a wooden stick, probably to control the chair's movement. A thick blanket covered her legs, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. "Who are you?" Fong Jang was startled. The girl brushed her hair back. "The real Jang Ying, not the fake one you saw." Fong Jang felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. He had just been reminiscing about a brief yet beautiful love. Suddenly, a woman who looked exactly like his first love appeared out of nowhere. Who wouldn't be confused? The loophole was absurd. She had transformed into a girl who hadn't gone missing to tempt him. Despicable. Fong Jang suddenly realized something and asked in surprise, "You're awake too?" "That's right." Jang Ying nodded. "You are the first kindred spirit I've met, which is why I saved you. I spent 2 hours sharpening that piece of iron. It's my secret weapon, and I used it just to save you." At that moment, Fong Jang felt an immense surge of excitement. Kindred spirits are kindred spirits. He wasn't the only outlier in the school. This feeling was wonderful. "Why are you sitting in the chair? Are you injured?" Fong Jang couldn't help but ask. Jang Ying calmly replied, "One by one, people around me have gone missing, and it pains me deeply. No one around me can understand me, so I chose to jump off the building yesterday to end this painful nightmare. It's a pity I didn't die. I just broke my leg. Even more unfortunate, when I jumped, the lights went out, and everyone in the dormitory was startled and came out to see the commotion, thus violating school rules and all going missing. An injured person should be sent to the hospital, not forced to go to bed on time according to the rules. That's how I managed to escape disaster. Good news, the girl who jumped has been found. The reason for all the girls' disappearance has also been found. Bad news, she clearly isn't the source, just another unfortunate person like Fong Jang." Fong Jang understood Jang Ying's feelings very well. He had once been under such immense mental pressure that he wanted to commit suicide, but fortunately, he had pulled through. At least in terms of psychological endurance, he was a bit stronger than Jang Ying. "Have you also been attacked by a loophole?" Fong Jang asked. Jang Ying looked confused. "What loophole?" "It's a monster that can alter your memories, lead you to make mistakes, or even directly attack you. I've never seen one." "All right." Fong Jang felt a bit frustrated. Why did the loophole have to attack him? Wasn't there another person here? Could it be that she posed no threat because she was injured? "How's your leg?" Fong Jang stepped closer to ask. Jang Ying's expression was somewhat stiff. "It's okay." Fong Jang clearly noticed that Jang Ying was not in good condition. Her face was unhealthily pale, with a hint of redness in her cheeks, indicating a high fever. Fong Jang was taken aback and, disregarding Jang Ying's protests, pulled the blanket off her leg. Beneath the blanket lay a gruesome sight. The flesh was mangled, and amidst the blood and gore, stark white bones could be faintly seen. Fong Jang gasped. Jang Ying was severely injured. Her legs weren't just hurt, they were almost ruined. And without timely medical treatment, the wounds were infected, the smell of blood mingled with a hint of rot. How much pain must she be in? Yet Jang Ying had managed to hold on. "No, you must go to the hospital immediately in this condition," Fong Jang said firmly. Jang Ying smiled weakly. "I know I need to go to the hospital, but tell me how to get there." "Can we leave the school?" She was also a rational person. She understood very well what could and couldn't be done. "If I die, then so be it." Jang Ying was very weak, her eyes lacking much brightness. "It would be nice to have someone with me before I die, at least I wouldn't be leaving alone." Just having a clear-headed person by her side was enough to satisfy her. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. She only met him when she was close to death. The two didn't know each other. Naturally, they had no interactions in daily life. So even though they were searching for each other, they had never crossed paths. "Although this request may not be reasonable, could you please not leave and stay with me for half a day?" Jang Ying's voice was noticeably weak. At that moment, she had a high fever. Her wounds were infected. She had lost too much blood, and the intense pain was a constant companion. So she estimated that she could only last half a day at most. Before she died, she hoped to have someone to talk to. A real person, not those whose memories had been distorted, living like puppets in a daze. "No, you won't die. We have a chance to escape from here," Fong Jang said very seriously. In an instant, he made up his mind. He would save the girl before him. Jang Ying shook her head. She didn't believe Fong Jang had a way to escape from here. If there really was, why wait until now? "Follow me," Fong Jang said, pushing Jang Ying's office chair as they ran towards the girls' dormitory. The chair creaked with each movement. The small wheels were almost worn down, and it looked like it might fall apart. The violent bumps made Jang Ying furrow her brows. The wound was irritated, causing sharp pain. Yet, she had endured even the worst of it. At this moment, she could still bear it. Soon, Fong Jang forcibly stopped in front of a water delivery uncle. A hint of confusion appeared in Jang Ying's eyes. Who was this uncle? She had never seen him before. Bai Ming, puffing on a cigar, smiled and said, "What's the matter, little friend? If you need water, you can just scan the QR code to place an order. There's no need to stop me." Fong Jang retorted, "Oh really? Where's your QR code?" "Of course," Bai Ming said, looking down for a long time but failing to find the QR code that should have been hanging around his neck. Instead, he saw a magical girl badge filled with a two-dimensional style. He looked at the badge in confusion. What was this? It didn't match his aesthetic at all. Too ugly. Fong Jang picked up the badge on his chest. "Bai Ming, you should be back to normal now. This was given to you by the captain. If you forget, the captain will be very angry." Upon hearing the word captain, Bai Ming jolted. His eyes gradually cleared. He had dealt with many rule-related incidents, and his resistance to abnormal powers was significantly stronger, so it only took a little stimulus to recover. "Damn, I actually fell for it too." Bai Ming kicked over the tricycle carrying water barrels, his eyes filled with rage. "How could they assign me the identity of a water delivery worker? Damn loophole." At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Fortunately, the danger level was relatively low. The loophole created wasn't very threatening. If it had been a higher-level incident, he might have already been dead the moment his memory was altered. "It's really unpredictable. How dangerous." Bai Ming's expression was serious. Fong Jang was dissatisfied. "What did you say when you entered the girls' dormitory? You claimed to have strong resistance. Why did you fall for it too?" "Ahem, well, everyone makes mistakes, even horses stumble," Bai Ming said awkwardly. He had just boasted not long ago and then got lost. If Fong Jang hadn't reminded him, he might have been lost for a long time. "Let's go find the captain first." Bai Ming changed the subject. "This girl's dormitory is strange. It might really be related to the girl who jumped off the building. We must find her first." Fong Jang said, "No need to look, I've already found her." "Where? What do you think?" Bai Ming then realized that the weak girl Fong Jang was pushing was the one who had jumped off the building. Fong Jang quickly recounted what had happened. "The second ordinary person who remains clear-headed?" Bai Ming looked extremely surprised. No wonder. This was clearly an extremely rare occurrence. Fong Jang was puzzled. What's wrong? Being able to remain clear-headed indicates the potential of an awakener. In a rule incident, 2 awakeners appeared. No wonder there are so many loopholes. Because of your existence, the collapse of the rule incident is happening so quickly. Awakeners often emerge from rule incidents, but not every rule incident will give rise to an awakener. The appearance of an awakener accelerates the collapse of the rule incident. Fong Jang was astonished. There's such a theory? Of course. Now the time is even more pressing. We need to find clues again. Bai Ming said with frustration, "But your luck is really good. To encounter a loophole for the 4th time and still remain clear-headed. I guess I'm lucky. It's thanks to my roommate and I that our memories weren't altered, which gave me enough alertness," Fong Jang replied. Bai Ming was taken aback. He fell silent for a moment. "What's your roommate's name?" Fong Jang didn't know why Bai Ming suddenly asked this but answered truthfully. "Huang Jingxin from your class?" Bai Ming asked. "Of course. Are you sure?" Fong Jang was puzzled. "What is there to be unsure about? Didn't I tell you? A few months ago, my roommate went online all night and never came back. That's when I realized something was off at school." "Right, I remember that, but I didn't think much of it at the time." Bai Ming's expression was strange. "Xu Xiaoyuan had me check a lot of files. I'd basically gone through the records of all the students at your school. But I didn't see your roommate's file. And your file clearly states that there has always been only one person in your dorm. The dormitory has always had only one person." This sentence sent a chill down Fong Jang's spine. How could that be possible? He had been living with Huang Jingxin, that foolish son, for several months. It couldn't be a mistake. "You must be mistaken." Fong Jang was a bit agitated. Bai Ming shook his head. "My ability is transformation-based, and my memory has also greatly improved. I can say I have an eidetic memory. I absolutely did not make this up, unless there is a problem with your school's records. Although many bizarre and unbelievable things can happen in rule events, simply destroying a student's file is clearly unlikely. It makes no sense." Fong Jang's breathing quickened as he recalled the scene in the classroom, where his memory had been tampered with, and the surroundings were filled with illusions created by loopholes. Everything felt so real. Yet Yen Cheng insisted he had no roommate. Why would the loophole throw out an event that contradicted his memory? This allowed him to find the flaw, break free from the illusion, and regain his true memory. Perhaps this was the reason. Because Fong Jang really had no roommate. The loophole fabricated a memory that matched the facts but conflicted with Fong Jang's own memory. Has my memory always had problems? Fong Jang felt a chill. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Bai Ming comforted Fong Jang, don't be too nervous, you've been in the rule event for 2 years, and it's not impossible for your memory to deviate. As long as this is over, you will definitely recover. With Bai Ming's assurance, Fong Jang felt much better. Alright, let's go find Chu Xiaoyuan, Bai Ming said. With that, he headed straight for the girls' dormitory. Jang Ying looked at Bai Ming's back, slightly confused. Who is he? I've never seen this person before, and I don't understand anything you guys are talking about. He's here to solve the problems at our school, a member of a special task force. You can think of him as someone from the government, specifically responsible for dealing with these bizarre matters, Fong Jang explained. Jang Ying's eyes visibly brightened. The government's sending someone to rescue. What an exhilarating phrase. But her expression quickly dimmed again. Her condition was too dire, her consciousness gradually becoming hazy, and she might completely fade away at any moment. If she hadn't jumped off the building yesterday, just one more day to endure, collapsing in the darkness before dawn. It was truly a despairing situation. Fong Jang noticed Jang Ying's emotions and softly reassured her, "We'll be fine. I will definitely get you out for treatment. You won't die." "Thank you." Jang Ying smiled faintly, but her face grew even paler. Bai Ming rushed to the bottom of the girls' dormitory, just about to go upstairs when a young girl bounced down from above. "Captain?" Bai Ming was taken aback. Chu Xiaoyuan glanced at him. "What are you doing? Delivering water?" Bai Ming's face flushed, then he was surprised. "Captain, are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine. Do you think I'm like you? So useless, getting caught by the loophole so easily. It's really embarrassing for our team. Sigh, I guess I need to consider applying for a new teammate." Bai Ming felt ashamed and angry. Why didn't you help me? I wanted to see how long it would take you to wake up. Now it seems barely passable." Bai Ming felt relieved. Thankfully, Fong Jang helped him wake up. Otherwise, this incident would probably be laughed at for a lifetime. Chu Xiaoyuan walked out of the dormitory, exhaling a breath of turbid air. "We've searched everywhere, and there's nothing unusual. It seems the source isn't here. We guessed wrong. We'll have to look somewhere else." She felt a bit of a headache. Searching aimlessly like this made her wonder how long it would take. If the rules of the event progressed to the third stage, it would be troublesome. At that moment, she noticed Fong Jang and Jang Ying. What's going on?" Chu Xiaoyuan was surprised. "Wasn't it said that all the girls had disappeared?" Fong Jang replied, "She's the one who jumped off the building. Captain, can you help her? She's in a really bad state right now." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyuan frowned and immediately stepped forward, lifting the blanket in front of Jang Ying, her pupils slightly constricting. "So serious? You're still alive in this condition. Your will to live is quite strong. Awaker? No wonder, it seems you have the potential to become an awakened." Chu Xiaoyuan shook her head. "It's a pity I can't save you. Your bones are shattered, and your flesh is rotting. Unless you amputate immediately, you won't survive." Fong Jang's eyes were filled with disappointment. Is it hopeless? Jang Ying, however, was already mentally prepared. She smiled, somewhat tragically. "It's okay. I have 3 wakers with me before I die. My wish before death has already been exceeded." Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes showed a hint of admiration. "A very resilient and carefree girl. I can try to save you, but I can't guarantee success, and it will be very painful. After all, I don't have any anesthetics. Do you want to take a gamble?" Chu Xiaoyuan said. "Win the gamble, and you live. Lose the gamble, and you must endure great suffering before you die." It was a dilemma. Jang Ying looked at the girl in front of her, who seemed to be about the same age as her younger sister, and was quite surprised. She looked very young, but her tone was so mature and steady. Jang Ying's breathing was erratic, the high fever had made her consciousness increasingly blurred, but her will to survive still made her say, "Okay." A simple word. Chu Xiaoyuan smiled. "Good." She slowly extended her right hand, and her palm began to separate like threads, as if it were entirely made of lines. Then, every fiber of flesh tightened and pierced into Jang Ying's legs. Fong Jang watched this scene, somewhat dumbfounded. He knew Chu Xiaoyuan could transform into anyone, but he never expected that she could utilize her ability like this, turning flesh into countless fine threads. The control over her own body must be astonishing to achieve this. Jang Ying's body trembled violently, collapsing in pain onto the office chair, but she gritted her teeth, biting her lips until they bled, yet refused to let out any cries of agony. Bai Ming was moved upon seeing this. This girl, truly incredible. She could endure such pain. No wonder she couldn't die even after jumping off a building. Countless fibers worked together to cut away Jang Ying's rotting flesh, extracting the smallest shattered bone fragments one by one, followed by rapid suturing. The flesh adhered together at a visible speed, and there was no blood flowing from the sutures, enough to demonstrate how meticulous and perfect the stitching was. This process lasted only a minute, but the effect presented would likely astonish even the top surgeons. I can guarantee that I'm sterile, but I can't do anything about your original infection. You'll have to endure it yourself and see how lucky you are. Moreover, your injuries are too severe, your calf can't be saved at all, and we can only barely preserve part of your thigh. Even if you survive, you'll only be disabled. Chu Xiaoyuan retracted her hand and said softly. Countless fine threads rejoined, transforming back into her delicate little hand. For Jiang Yueying, this minute was undoubtedly extremely long. She was drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked. The intense pain should have made her faint, but she didn't. She struggled to show a smile. Thank you, little sister. Bai Ming gasped. Oh no, the captain hates being called little sister. Once someone does that, the captain will definitely blow up. But the situation exceeded Bai Ming's expectations. Chu Xiaoyuan only looked grim for a moment, but with a complex expression, she said, just rest well. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Jiang Yueying fell into a drowsy sleep, her brows tightly knitted. It seemed that even in sleep, the shadows in her heart still lingered. Under Chu Xiaoyuan's direction, Fong Jang was placed in the dormitory supervisor's room on the first floor of the girls' dormitory. Are you saying you didn't find any records of Fong Jang's roommate? Chu Xiaoyuan asked. Bai Ming nodded. That's right. I see. Chu Xiaoyuan's gaze flickered, clearly deep in thought. Rule events operate according to a certain basic logic before they completely collapse. There won't be any random occurrences, so there must be some special reason behind this. Could it be that your roommate is the real source? Chu Xiaoyuan pondered. If that's the case, it might explain why we can't find the source at school, because the source is actually outside the school. The source can also be outside the event? Bai Ming was confused. Chu Xiaoyuan said, it seems I've also fallen into the trap of superstitious experience. Just because rule events occur at school doesn't mean the school is the event itself. Bai Ming suddenly understood. Right, rule events only include the school. It doesn't mean the source must be in the school. No one stipulates that the source has to be at the center of the event. You made a mistake too. You made a mistake too, Bai Ming said excitedly. Chu Xiaoyuan revealed a threatening little tiger tooth. Are you happy that I made a mistake? Bai Ming awkwardly replied, no. Truly, a higher authority can crush you. Fong Jang was surprised. A gaming addict can also be the source of a rule event? Chu Xiaoyuan replied, anyone can become the source. If he becomes the source, how do we resolve it? I'm afraid we can only kill him. At least in my understanding, no one has a way to reverse the source and restore it. To resolve the entire event and save the school, that's the only way. Fong Jang could only sigh deeply at this. This foolish son, how did he become the source? Let's go, set off. Huang Jingxin disappeared before going to the internet cafe for an all-nighter, so he is most likely outside the school. We need to find him immediately. Chu Xiaoyuan was decisive. Because the collapse of the rules was happening quickly, and she was too confident, not even bringing enough people. If this matter wasn't handled properly, the headquarters would definitely hold her accountable. The three arrived at the school gate. Fong Jang raised a question. Can I really leave the school? Won't it be against the rules? Your student status is indeed a troublesome matter. If only we had Jasmine with us, she's the best at handling such situations. Chu Xiaoyuan felt troubled. Who is Jasmine? Bai Ming casually explained, she's a girl from our headquarters. Her ability can deceive the rules. With her around, we can operate without restrictions to a certain extent. She's a treasure, only accepting assignments from the headquarters. Fong Jang was surprised. It turned out there was such an ability. Awakened ones possess special abilities, but in rule events, they are still subject to the suppression of the rules. They cannot act recklessly. Although Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming seemed unaffected by school rules, that was because they were outsiders. Once they caused damage in the school and affected students' learning, they would inevitably be targeted by the rules. Let's give it a try. You're also half an awakened one, so the influence of the rules on you will be reduced somewhat. At least you won't disappear immediately, Chu Xiaoyuan said. She insisted on bringing Fong Jang along because her intuition told her that Fong Jang was key to resolving the source. Fong Jang had no choice but to try. He cautiously walked out of the school gate and didn't feel any special influence. He felt a great sense of relief. It seemed that the prohibition against students leaving the school at will didn't belong to the school rules. It might just have been a whim of some school leader. It is not included in the school rules and can only be considered a certain student code circulating in the WeChat group. The freshmen left the school. In fact, there were no restrictions. After Fong Jang discovered this, he was very angry, which dog-headed leader issued the order that made him afraid to leave the school for months? The three set off again. Bai Ming asked, "Which internet cafe did your roommate go to?" There were quite a few internet cafes near the university town. Fong Jang replied, "The Midnight Internet Cafe, it's the closest to our school. Huang Jingxin has a membership there, so he must have gone to that cafe." Bai Ming stopped, his expression complicated. Fong Jang asked, "What's wrong? Sometimes I really suspect that you are the source. How can you always say things that exceed my expectations? What makes you say that?" Bai Ming said, "Although we didn't prepare much before coming, I still checked some information about your school and paid attention to the major events that have happened in recent years at your school and nearby. The Midnight Internet Cafe you mentioned happens to be in my data. 3 years ago, the Midnight Internet Cafe suffered a major fire, turning it into a wasteland, killing hundreds of students. I heard the cause was inadequate fire safety measures, and someone tried to cover it up, but too many people died, and it was exposed. Because of this incident, more than half of the leaders in your city were dismissed, causing a huge uproar, and it was dubbed the biggest fire disaster of the millennium." Fong Jang was dumbfounded upon hearing this. The Midnight Internet Cafe is gone. He remembered having been there. His roommate Huang Jingxin would sneak out of school to go online all night, and it was to the Midnight Internet Cafe. My memory is surprisingly unreliable. Fong Jang felt lost. Being in a rule event, his memories had been altered too much. Besides staying awake, he didn't differ much from those who lived their lives in a daze. He felt quite pathetic. A hint of confusion flashed in Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes. If Fong Jang was only affected by the rule event, then why did the rule event alter his memories? There must be a reason for that. After this matter is over, you should check Fong Jang's file thoroughly, Chu Xiaoyuan whispered to Bai Ming. Bai Ming nodded, indicating he understood. Chu Xiaoyuan said, "Regardless of whether the Midnight Internet Cafe is still there or not, we should go take a look. Let's go." The Midnight Internet Cafe was not far from the school, just 300 meters away near a snack street. The three quickly arrived. The snack street was empty, already devoid of people, appearing dilapidated and desolate, with a few small pushcarts covered in a thick layer of dust, indicating no one had come for a long time. The Midnight Internet Cafe was right across the street, a 2-story small building, converted from an old house, with a field of rapeseed flowers behind it, which might also be one of the reasons for the inadequate fire safety. Whether it had a business license was questionable. However, due to its proximity to the school, low prices, and decent machine performance, it remained the first choice for most students. It was almost always packed on weekends, making it quite difficult to find a spot. At this moment, the Midnight Internet Cafe stood quietly. The words Midnight Internet Cafe were made into lights, hanging at the top of the cafe, flickering on and off. The walls were mottled, with much of the plaster peeling off, and there were advertisements for permits, locksmiths, driving schools, and Miss Bao. The glass door of the cafe was dusty, looking greasy and dirty. Through the glass, one could vaguely see rows of disordered small sofa seats and monitors that had not been moved in time. Although it was empty, with cigarette butts scattered all over the floor, one could still tell that it had once been crowded with people. Fong Jang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "It seems I didn't remember wrong. It was your file that was wrong. The Midnight Internet Cafe is still here, just without business. It has been closed for a long time." Bai Ming's brows furrowed tightly. What was going on? Could it really be that his file was wrong? "Let's go in and take a look." Chu Xiaoyuan said nothing and walked straight toward the Midnight Internet Cafe. The cafe was already in ruins. But it wasn't as Bai Ming said, reduced to ruins. It was already 7:30. The sky had completely darkened. The Internet Cafe was pitch black, like a haunted house, and the night wind blew in, cold and chilling, making one shiver involuntarily. The creaking door of the Internet Cafe was pushed open. It was dark all around. Nothing was visible. It was too quiet. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. "It's so dark," Fong Jang instinctively turned on the flashlight on his phone, illuminating a small area in front of him. The front desk of the cafe was empty, nothing there. Chu Xiaoyuan suddenly asked, "Are there any rules in the cafe? Haven't you ever been to an internet cafe?" "Of course not. I'm a cute little girl of 9. How could I have been to an internet cafe?" Chu Xiaoyuan wrinkled her nose, clearly displeased with Fong Jang's question. Fong Jang thought for a moment. It seems there aren't really any rules, generally just that you can't smoke, can't bang on the keyboard and mouse too hard, can't steal the graphics card, and can't flirt with the female staff, stuff like that. Bai Ming's expression stiffened slightly. He quickly threw his cigar on the ground and stomped it out. "So basically, there are no rules at all. That's not bad," Chu Xiaoyuan said. Then both Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming pulled out a flashlight from their pockets. The flashlights were clearly custom-made, gleaming with a metallic sheen, looking small and portable, but once turned on, the light was extremely bright, almost blinding, and could adjust between diffuse and focused beams, making the entire internet cafe as bright as day, with strong light projecting out of the windows, illuminating the night sky. Wow, so bright, where did this come from? Fong Jang glanced at the small light from his phone's flashlight, feeling embarrassed and choosing to turn it off. Bai Ming said, just a little gadget, every member of the special operations team has one, can illuminate from several kilometers away, it's like an anti-aircraft gun, and it also has the functions of a stun baton and military stick. He flicked the flashlight, and a metal rod shot out from the end. He pressed a button, and the front of the flashlight emitted a crackling electric sound. Fong Jang showed an envious expression. So cool. I'll get you one after this is over, Bai Ming casually said. Great. Great. The three began to search the internet cafe in the dead of night. The cafe wasn't too big. Although it had 2 floors, there were only about 200 to 300 seats. They would finish searching quickly. The air in the dark internet cafe was filled with a damp smell, somewhat like the return of the rainy season, and Fong Jang felt his feet slipping slightly, faintly hearing the sound of drip, drip. As Fong Jang walked carefully on the stairs, afraid of slipping, he quietly complained, could it be leaking somewhere? It's been closed for so long, and there's still water? The stairs creaked under the weight. The surroundings gradually darkened. The internet cafe, which had been as bright as day, suddenly became very dim. Fong Jang felt a shiver, sensing something was off. He forced a laugh. You guys are messing around? The flashlight's out of battery? No way, isn't it specially equipped for the team? Quickly turn on the flashlight. The surroundings were silent, no one responded. Only his voice echoed in the dead silence of the cafe. In the pitch black, it felt as if some shadow was moving. A chill ran up Fong Jang's spine, straight to his head. How could this be? Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan had just been right next to him. Is it an illusion? Fong Jang took a deep breath. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fake. As long as I stand still, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan will be right beside me, and if they notice something's wrong, they'll definitely take action. Fong Jang stood on the stairs. The wooden boards of the stairs were slightly sunken, making creaking sounds with even the slightest movement. It was unsettling. The dampness in the air grew heavier, and Fong Jang felt as if his feet were glued to the stairs, and somehow, there seemed to be a faint smell of something burning in the air, accompanied by the sound of water flowing past his ears. The entire internet cafe seemed to be swallowed by darkness, exuding endless eeriness and malevolence. Fong Jang did not dare to look around casually, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the darkness surging in like a tangible tide, seemingly ready to swallow his body, yet it bizarrely dissipated when it reached in front of him. What kind of place is this? Fong Jang cautiously and slowly turned on the flashlight on his phone. A faint light emerged from the back cover of the phone. The flashlight's beam could only illuminate less than a meter in front of him. Beyond that meter, it was as if there was another world, completely submerged in darkness. Fong Jang's body froze. He saw the stairs beneath his feet charred black, fragile, and seemingly ready to break at any moment. He panicked slightly and began to descend. Bang! The stairs broke apart. A sudden sense of weightlessness enveloped Fong Jang. Ah! He exclaimed, falling to the ground. Before he could panic, he felt a thick layer of water pooling on the ground, splashing as he fell, his body nearly half submerged in the water, his clothes completely soaked, the bone-chilling cold penetrating him to the core. Where did this water come from? Fong Jang hurriedly got up. Fortunately, he instinctively raised his hand to protect his phone during the fall. Otherwise, it would have been a hassle if the phone got wet. The flashlight emitted a dim light, allowing Fong Jang to barely see his surroundings. The first floor of the internet cafe was marked with charred traces everywhere, the window glass was shattered, and the front door was completely deformed from the fire. Computers, tables, chairs, and sofas were reduced to ashes, leaving only twisted metal frames. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt charcoal, making him feel dizzy. Before him lay the ruins of what had just been burned down. A burned-down late-night internet cafe. Fong Jang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. This was completely different from what he had seen outside. Bai Ming's information was not wrong. The late-night internet cafe had indeed been burned down. It was better not to trust his own memory. If he had known, he wouldn't have come in. Fong Jang took a deep breath. At least nothing had happened yet. He had only seen the full view of the late-night internet cafe. He tiptoed up, moving very slowly towards the cafe's front door. As long as he could get outside, it should be fine, right? 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, he was getting closer, closer. He would be able to leave soon. 3 meters, 1 meter. Fong Jang's heart raced more and more, his hands sticky with sweat. Finally, he reached the front door and grasped the handle. He could get out. With a heavy pull, the door opened. A cold wind rushed in, instantly refreshing him. Just as Fong Jang was about to step out of the cafe, the area behind him suddenly brightened, and he seemed to hear the sound of chatter. By Ming, Chu Xiaoyuan. Fong Jang turned around in surprise, but the scene before him left him dumbfounded once again. It was a smoky, stuffy internet cafe. There were no signs of burning, only rows of fully occupied computers, most of them occupied by college students, who were staring intently at their screens, seemingly engrossed in something. It was very quiet. Not even the sound of keyboard tapping could be heard. Only a faint dripping sound could be discerned. Fong Jang focused his gaze. These students were sitting stiffly, sitting up straight, their clothes damp, with sleeves and hems continuously dripping water, yet they showed no reaction whatsoever. Their faces were all deathly pale, as if they had been soaked in water for several days. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, yet they remained fixated on the screens. The network in the lower right corner of the screen kept trying to reconnect but failed repeatedly. Fong Jang couldn't help but swallow hard. His mind felt like it was about to explode. He recognized all of them. They were his classmates. Fong Jang, why are you so late? The online class is about to start, said a person with their back to Fong Jang, who suddenly turned around 180 degrees, their face swollen and pale as if they had been soaked in formalin for several days. Come on, I saved you a spot, they said, smiling. Their mouths stretched wide, almost reaching the back of their ears. Fong Jang felt numb all over, from his feet to his scalp. He could accept being in a bizarre situation, but he simply couldn't handle such an eerie sight. No more. Fong Jang turned and ran, wanting to leave this cursed place as quickly as possible. But when he turned to leave and pass through the door, he found himself back in the internet cafe, everything before him unchanged, countless pale eyes staring at him, sending chills down his spine. Fong Jang was so frightened that he took several steps back, and when he turned again, he realized he was back in the cafe. Was he stuck in a loop? Such a thing really existed. What to do? A child's urine? Sweat poured down Fong Jang's forehead. In this situation, the possibility of wetting himself was a bit higher. Fong Jang, come here quickly. The online class is about to start. One head after another turned to stare at Fong Jang. There was no emotion, just a constant repetition of the same phrase. Fong Jang vaguely felt a pair of extremely pale arms emerging behind him, pressing down on his shoulders, cold and stiff, like a specimen. The arms pushed him forward, seemingly wanting to pin him in that vacant spot. Everyone in the internet cafe turned to stare at Fong Jang, even ignoring the fact that their necks had twisted into grotesque shapes. This bizarre scene made Fong Jang sweat profusely. He was forcibly pressed in front of a seat by an invisible force. At that moment, the computer desktop began to flicker, flashing with distorted patterns like snowflakes, creating a very uncomfortable feeling. Class is starting. The person next to him mumbled, as if their mouth was stuffed with something. Fong Jang couldn't suppress his curiosity and glanced over. That person's mouth and nose were filled with a dark, thick liquid, like a viscous substance melted from glass at high temperatures, the black liquid continuously flowing out, pooling on the ground, almost covering the floor completely. It was bizarre to the extreme. In the internet cafe, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were searching around. Despite being a small cafe, under the light of a special flashlight, it was almost indistinguishable from daylight, but they discovered something very serious. No matter how they walked forward, they could never reach the end. There were still dilapidated booths ahead. The long corridor seemed endless. The blinding light couldn't even reach the walls of the cafe. This internet cafe has a huge problem. It's true, this is where the source is located. Chu Xiaoyuan whispered, the key is indeed with Fong Jang. We need him to find the real source. If they couldn't find the source, they could only let the rules collapse. That would be a huge trouble. But where is Fong Jang? Bai Ming had already noticed Fong Jang was missing, but he felt powerless. The closer they got to the source, the more incomprehensible things would happen. Chu Xiaoyuan closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. I can confirm that Fong Jang is still nearby. We just can't see him, as if he is in another parallel dimension. He may have already fallen. Should we save him first? Bai Ming asked. No rush. Chu Xiaoyuan slowly shook her head. If the source does nothing, it will be very difficult for us to truly locate it, but it has isolated us. Now, we can find it. Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes turned, her pupils shrinking like true eyes, a peculiar light gathering in her gaze, which seemed to shoot out like a solid beam. Her ability was a very ordinary transformation. The enhancement in combat was not significant. However, it allowed her to develop countless applications. As her gaze swept across, the surrounding dust seemed to freeze, the darkness before her shattered like a mirror, revealing the true face of the late-night internet cafe. Charred, silent, ruins were everywhere. The roof had collapsed by more than half. Even after a long time, the smell of charred remains still lingered in the air. Be careful, if you get your memory modified again, I will definitely kick you to death, Chu Xiaoyuan said. Bai Ming shook his head helplessly. Since it was like this, there was no other choice. He took off his trench coat. His muscles quickly swelled, his body towering like a human lion, his long hair transforming into a golden mane, his eyes cold, a fierce aura spreading recklessly. The source should be coming out now. I've been looking for you for so long, you should know that playing hide and seek is pointless. Bai Ming's voice had turned dull, like a war drum. His claws slowly scraped across the ground, leaving 2 deep grooves. After transforming, his resistance to the rules would significantly increase. Chu Xiaoyuan looked around, seeing no changes. Do you still want to hide? This is your birthplace. As long as you destroy this place, you have nowhere to hide. It would be better to come out directly and not waste our time. But the surroundings remained silent. No changes. Make a move, Chu Xiaoyuan ordered. Bai Ming roared and then leaped up, creating an astonishing shockwave that shattered the charred ceiling. Following that, he fell heavily from the air like a golden cannonball, his momentum incredible, directly smashing the foundation of the ruins. His claws, sharp as blades, whipped up a fierce wind, tearing through the walls. In an instant, the already dilapidated ruins were completely wrecked, turning into a ground of broken bricks, shattered tiles, and glass shards. Refreshing, Bai Ming grinned. This feeling of wanton destruction was still fantastic. Now it was time to get down to business. He scanned the area, suddenly stunned. Why hadn't he appeared yet? It didn't make sense. Captain, what's going on? Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes were filled with confusion. Strange, he should be here. Otherwise, how could this burned-down internet cafe have the ability to affect our perception? Could it be? Bai Ming was puzzled. Could it be what? I told you, Fong Jang is actually with us, he's just trapped in another space. The source is in another space? What do? Either we find a way to break in, or we wait for Fong Jang to break out. But the problem is, both of us are transformation types, and we're not very good at dealing with such flashy abilities. Bai Ming's expression darkened. I know what you're going to say. Chu Xiaoyuan rarely admitted fault. I was wrong. Next time, I'll definitely bring everyone before setting out. Because there were no casualties among those who had contact with the external rules event, the assessment team rated this incident as not very serious. They thought it would be easy. Who knew it would be so troublesome this time? So what do we do now? We can only wait for Fong Jang. That space is ultimately created by the power of the rules. If Fong Jang dies, his body will eventually return here, and that will be our best chance to enter that space. We can only wait for him to die? I actually have high hopes for that kid. Since you have high hopes for him, just rely on him to break through the space and escape. Sigh, that seems pretty tough. The whispers of the two drifted in the empty street, soon fading away. In the damp, bone-chilling internet cafe, it was clearly packed to capacity, yet it was deathly silent. Every person's face was pale, staring at the flickering computer screens filled with static, their eyes hollow, as if some force was pulling them. Fong Jang was pressed down in his seat by an invisible hand. He could clearly feel the cold palms pressing on his shoulders, a chilling wind blowing at the back of his neck, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling. It felt like a ghost was lying on his back, refusing to get off. Fong Jang felt as if his blood had turned cold. He wanted to struggle, but his body gradually stiffened, as if he had been thrown into a locked freezer, his bones and flesh frozen together. His clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, while the chilling air continued to blow. He felt like he was standing on the street in the dead of winter, exposed to the wind. He would die. This would really lead to death. Fong Jang struggled painfully, trying to stand up. No noise, someone beside him spoke, expressionless, as if everyone was wearing a thick white mask. Roll call is about to start. The emotionless voice echoed in Fong Jang's ears. He swallowed hard, shivering from the cold. Who was taking attendance? Unfortunately, no one answered. But there was no need for an answer. In online classes, who else could take attendance? Of course, it was the teacher on the other end of the computer. But there was no internet at all. The network icon at the bottom of the computer screen remained in an offline state. Suddenly, the snow-filled computer screen stabilized, and a strange pop-up appeared, accompanied by a heart-stopping eerie sound of ding-ding-ding. Fong Jang instinctively looked at the computer screen. It was a pale frame, but there was nothing inside. Only a vague white shadow floated there. If one glanced casually, they might think it was just a white curtain, but upon staring for too long, the black ink spots above that white shadow began to resemble a weathered human face more and more. Here! At that moment, people in the internet cafe began to call out in an orderly fashion. Row by row, starting from the second floor, the same voices echoed continuously. Gradually, it was Fong Jang's turn. The students in the front row completed their attendance one by one. Then it was Fong Jang's row. The calls of here came closer and closer, like a death knell, until the person next to Fong Jang also shouted here, and then the entire place fell into silence, with no follow-up. It's your turn. The people around him sat up straight, but their heads slowly turned to fixate on Fong Jang. Fong Jang's heart tightened. It's over. It's over. It's his turn for attendance. He didn't know what would happen, but what was about to occur was definitely not a good thing. No, I must leave. I must leave. At this moment, adrenaline surged through him, and Fong Jang gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but the pressure behind him felt like it was growing heavier, like a small mountain, as if it would crush him completely. What to do? What to do? Wait! Fong Jang remembered something and used all his strength to pull out 3 strands of golden hair from his pocket, which Bai Ming had given him, containing a small part of Bai Ming's power. Help! Fong Jang clutched the golden hair tightly, and it suddenly shone brightly, as if some power was pouring into his body. Ah! Fong Jang stood up abruptly. Waves of scorching warmth surged through him. At that moment, Fong Jang felt as strong as an athlete. Even a fierce tiger could be taken down in a single slide tackle. I can move! Fong Jang was overjoyed and rushed towards the internet cafe's door without hesitation, but at that moment, the lights in the cafe suddenly went out one by one, and at the same time, one student after another stood up abruptly. They stared at Fong Jang. Although their eyes were incredibly hollow, Fong Jang could clearly sense genuine anger. Anger? What anger? Get away! Fong Jang dashed out the door like a madman, but when he looked up, he was still in the internet cafe, and at that moment, he was facing all the classmates in the cafe. Those pale students, drenched and dripping like zombies. Don't go! Don't go! Don't go! Everyone mechanically opened their mouths, but the voices came from their lower abdomens, eerie and muffled, like murky sounds made underwater, exuding an incredibly suffocating feeling. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were waiting in a desolate open-air ruin. Both felt a sense of anxiety looming over them. If it dragged on too long, the rules of the event would enter the third phase. The situation would become serious. Captain, have you ever dealt with a third phase rule event? Bai Ming couldn't help but ask. Chu Xiaoyuan glanced at him. Of course, if you haven't dealt with the third phase, you can't become a captain. Didn't you know? Of course I know. I'm just curious about what the third phase is like. You'd better pray not to encounter the third phase. The dangers within it are indescribable, and many people will die. Do you know about the incident 4 years ago, codenamed the Presidential Palace Stampede? The Presidential Palace, a building left over from the Republic of China era, has now become a tourist attraction. 4 years ago, a large-scale stampede occurred, and almost no one knows exactly how many people died. All that is known is that the entire presidential office was sealed off afterward and has never been reopened. I know. Bai Ming hurriedly nodded. Chu Xiaoyuan said, that incident reached the third stage, with rules in utter chaos. At that time, the headquarters dispatched 37 awakened, and in the end, only 3 survived. It was only then that the source was finally sealed. Bai Ming gasped. Only 3 awakened were left alive. If even the awakened suffered such heavy casualties, how many ordinary people must have died? A hint of admiration flashed in Bai Ming's eyes. Captain, you actually participated in handling the rule incident 3 years ago. How old were you then? 6? The headquarters really isn't human, sending a child to do that. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Chu Xiaoyuan retorted. Bai Ming was about to say something else when he suddenly froze. He sensed a familiar aura. It's my hair. I left 3 strands with Fong Jang, and he activated the power within them, Bai Ming said solemnly. He must be in danger. I don't know if he can handle it. Chu Xiaoyuan shook her head. It's difficult. After this is over, we should find a way to contact his parents and offer sufficient compensation. Fong Jang's death is our responsibility. She appeared very calm. She had encountered such things too many times. Isn't that a bit cold-blooded? Bai Ming asked. Chu Xiaoyuan replied, this world is just like this. Life and death are beyond our control, but those who survive must continue to live well. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted above them. The two looked up in unison and saw a crack opening in the ceiling. They saw a dead silent internet cafe, filled with pale figures resembling vengeful spirits, and at the center surrounded by these figures was Fong Jang. At that moment, Fong Jang's chest split open, and 7 or 8 strange tentacles emerged, sweeping away all the surrounding figures and even shattering the structure of the internet cafe. Fong Jang? He's not dead, and he broke free from the constraints of the rule space by himself. Chu Xiaoyuan was shocked. This was far beyond her expectations. Is this his awakened ability? How strange. I've never seen anything like it. No, it's not, Bai Ming said, his expression one of disbelief. This is the loophole that attacked Fong Jang in the cafeteria. How did he manage to use the power of the loophole for himself? Fong Jang felt terrible, surrounded by a group of beings that resembled vengeful spirits, as if he could collapse at any moment in this cold internet cafe. He didn't want to die. Ah! Fong Jang roared, seemingly seeing a pitch-black space filled with writhing, strange tentacles. These tentacles looked familiar, with sharp teeth and eerie eyes. The loophole that attacked him in the cafeteria looked just like this. Later, he heard Bai Ming say that he had resolved the loophole himself. Fong Jang had never understood what had happened, but at this moment, he understood. He had imprisoned the loophole. This was his ability. In this emergency, Fong Jang no longer hesitated, it was as if it were instinct. He released the tentacles he had imprisoned within himself. Suddenly, his chest split open, and a series of slimy tentacles emerged from who knows where, swinging heavily and sweeping away all the damp figures before him. Then the tentacles flew around uncontrollably, smashing the entire internet cafe to pieces, with debris flying everywhere. Thus, the space created by the rules collapsed. Xu Xiaoyuan also understood at this moment, so this is the type of ability he has. No wonder it couldn't be triggered no matter how much he was provoked. He can capture others' powers and seal them within himself. What level of ability is this? Bai Ming asked. It's a level ability, detention, a very rare ability. There are only 2 precedents in the headquarters files. No way, such an ability is rated so high? If he were alone, this ability would naturally be quite weak, but if there are high-level ability users to assist him, then his power could play a significant role. It could even serve as a substitute for a high-level ability user. Bai Ming instantly understood. High-level ability users are indeed rare, scarcely more than 10 across all of Asia, and Fong Jang's ability, if used properly, could allow him to temporarily possess the strength of a high-level ability user. Just this point alone was enough to warrant a high-level rating, or even a pseudo-high-level one. What a talent! If we bring this guy back to headquarters, we will definitely be rewarded. Bai Ming rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement. Boom! The space shattered completely at that moment. Fong Jang fell into a pile of ruins. I escaped? Fong Jang let out a long breath. This memory was nothing short of a nightmare. He saw Bai Ming and Xu Xiaoyuan, overwhelmed with excitement. A savior had arrived. At that moment, the surrounding darkness faded like a bleached canvas, slowly retreating, and the internet cafe that Bai Ming had nearly destroyed reappeared, though the tables, chairs, and computers had all vanished, leaving only an empty hall. In the center of the hall, a person sat on the ground, facing away from the 3. He seemed to be charred, exuding a strong smell of burnt flesh, and water dripped continuously from him, quickly forming a thick layer on the ground. The source, you finally appeared. Bai Ming rubbed his hands in anticipation. Fong Jang cautiously hid behind Bai Ming, unable to resist peeking out. This was the source? It felt not much different from a ghost. Huang Zhengxin? Fong Jang tried to call out. The person in the center of the hall remained motionless. It's useless, he is no longer the roommate you knew. Becoming the source means his mind has collapsed, and he can no longer communicate normally. Bai Ming strode forward. The figure in the hall twisted and changed. Suddenly, layers of light appeared. The late-night internet cafe seemed to be returning to its original state. Now that you've revealed your true form, there's no need for such tricks. Bai Ming sneered, letting out a low roar that spread like a shockwave, shattering the layers of illusion. His voice was like a lion's roar, intimidating the evil spirits. As long as the source showed up, it was time for him to unleash his power. The source slowly turned around. His face was indistinguishable, only marked by heavy burn scars. Thick, black, viscous liquid flowed from his body. Has it collapsed to this extent? If this isn't resolved, we might really enter the 3rd stage. Bai Ming shot out like a cannonball, exuding tremendous power. His lion-like claws slashed down heavily, capable of tearing through steel chains. But such a powerful attack, when it landed on the source, seemed to sink into a swamp, completely engulfed. In just a few seconds, one of Bai Ming's arms was entirely trapped within the source's body. Hey, there's something, but it's useless to me. Bai Ming sneered, his other arm burning hot, as if his blood was boiling, his claws gleaming with a terrifying sheen, and then he struck down heavily. The frail figure was sliced in 2. Bai Ming's hand was naturally freed. However, the severed body, like slime, continued to writhe and then reattached, restoring itself to its original form. It can still recover? Bai Ming turned his head. Fong Jang, this source's strength is quite average, it just takes some effort to kill. Do you want to try your new ability? It's a rare opportunity. It was clear that Bai Ming completely underestimated the source before him. The new ability needed repeated honing to be mastered better. Fong Jang tried it out, feeling quite troubled. It seems I've lost my ability again. Don't be so pessimistic, Xu Xiaoyuan said. Your ability is to detain, absorb, and release others' attacks, but it should be a one-time use, so you can only use it once. When you absorb someone else's power next time, you can use your own ability. I see. Fong Jang seemed to understand but not fully. What a pity, Bai Ming said with a smirk, then I'll do it myself. He grabbed the source in front of him as if he were catching a chick, then tore it apart with force. The sticky humanoid creature was instantly ripped apart, its connection severed, and thick black liquid dripped continuously. This liquid seemed to have some toxicity, but it couldn't invade Bai Ming's body at all. With the enhancement of his abilities, Bai Ming possessed a powerful physique. Even ordinary bullets couldn't break through his defenses, let alone this minor corrosiveness. He kept tearing apart the source, which kept reorganizing. Finally, the source's speed began to slow down. In the end, the source could no longer take shape, let alone maintain a human form, and could only struggle to writhe. Bai Ming pulled out a long, rope-like object from his belt. This item suddenly inflated, transforming into something resembling a small tent, but with a deep, dark metallic sheen, as if it could absorb light. The moment it appeared, the surroundings darkened significantly. Fong Jang asked, "What is this?" "A portable sealing container, coated with a special custom paint that can greatly limit the power of the rule's origin. This paint is extremely expensive, made with precious rare elements. Just this small container costs over 500,000. We will seal the origin and take it back to headquarters for processing." Saying this, Bai Ming stuffed the sticky liquid creature into the container. "Done." As expected of me, Bai Ming clapped his hands in satisfaction. The origin was sealed. The rule event was over. The three returned to school. Everything returned to normal. The previously missing students had all come back, and the entire school regained its vitality. They seemed unaware of what had happened, simply living their lives as usual. The campus was once again full of life. They did not know that they had lost 2 years of time. Surprisingly, there were no casualties. Although it was just a level event, it's still quite rare, Bai Ming said with a smile. "We really made a great contribution this time. Headquarters should reward us well." "Fong Jang, come with us, let's take you to headquarters to see the world." Fong Jang asked, "Do we really have to go? Now that you've awakened a special ability, you can no longer live a normal life as a student. After the assessment, you should also join the Special Operations team. Can I get an internship certificate?" Bai Ming replied irritably, "This is a government job. What do you need an internship certificate for? Your school departure procedures will be handled by headquarters, and your parents and relatives will receive protection and preferential treatment from headquarters, enjoying the benefits of cadre families." "That's great. Do we have 5 insurances in one fund? Look at you, so naive. Just the basic salary is enough to make you a millionaire. What do you need 5 insurances and one fund for? Just taking on a side job can let you buy a courtyard house in the capital." Fong Jang was astonished. "You can take side jobs in your line of work?" "Shoo," Bai Ming whispered, "don't spread this around, everyone knows the unspoken rules. For special talents like us, headquarters certainly won't be too strict. It's quite normal to take on side jobs during the holidays, as long as it doesn't interfere with regular work." Fong Jang's eyes sparkled. It seemed like a really good job. This was too good to be true. Thus, Fong Jang followed Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan out of the school, of course, taking along Jang Ying, who had broken her leg. The follow-up matters regarding the school would be handled by another department. The four quickly took a plane to Kyoto, and with the joint introduction of Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan, Fong Jang successfully joined headquarters. Due to his special ability, he directly entered the Special Talent Department. Bai Ming did not lie. The treatment for special talents was unquestionable, with arrangements for a villa area, well-decorated suites, high salaries, high commissions, and various other benefits. The living conditions were much more comfortable than those of an average small boss. Not only that, but thanks to Fong Jang's connections, his parents also transferred to the most leisurely jobs in their unit, and their salaries increased several times. Fong Jang's abilities were highly valued. He only needed to occasionally go on missions, and those were for key protected individuals. So no matter how dangerous the tasks were, he experienced them without much turbulence. Over the next few decades, Fong Jang witnessed the dramatic changes in the international situation, as well as the prosperity of the country. The incidents governed by rules had been well controlled and did not have a significant impact on the lives of ordinary people. With the continuous development of technology, many researchers eventually found the true origin of the rule incidents. After a major event that would go down in history, the rule incidents finally ceased to occur. The existing rule incidents became fewer and fewer, and the newly awakened individuals also dwindled. Eventually, the Special Operations Department responsible for handling rule incidents was disbanded. Most of the awakened chose to retreat into the city. As for the original 4, Bai Ming heroically sacrificed himself, becoming a martyr, buried in the martyrs' cemetery, where his grave is filled with flowers every year. Chu Xiaoyuan chose to go abroad, helping to handle rule incidents in small countries that were powerless against them, gaining considerable prestige internationally and being included in textbooks by many nations. Jang Ying established an education center for disabled children, becoming a respected educator, beloved by many. As for Fong Jang, he married, had children, and lived an ordinary life. After retirement, he bought a house in the countryside, finding joy in gardening and growing flowers. His happiest days were spent in a rocking chair, telling his grandchildren stories from his past, those thrilling adventures that no one could experience anymore. Fong Jang, with a head full of white hair and a face full of happy smiles, was approached by his granddaughter. Grandpa, you're so amazing. What was the most thrilling experience you ever had? She asked innocently, resting her chin on her hand. Fong Jang chuckled, in my life, I haven't encountered many dangers. The most thrilling had to be the time right after I became awakened. One night in an internet cafe, I was trapped inside, surrounded by people who looked like corpses. Luckily, I discovered how to use my abilities, which turned the danger into safety. You don't know, that source ability is incredibly powerful. It can alter people's memories. I encountered it several times and almost fell victim to it. Wow! His grandchildren exclaimed in excitement. Fong Jang reminisced for a moment, smiling as he was about to continue, but suddenly his expression froze. Altering memories. This was the most powerful ability of the source, but he hadn't used it. How could it not be used? Even loopholes that borrowed the power of the rules could modify their own memories. The source, when it was about to be destroyed, only exhibited the characteristic of being difficult to completely eliminate. It was unreasonable. Too unreasonable. Fong Jang's heart skipped a beat. He began to reflect on his past life. It had been smooth sailing, without any setbacks. Although those rule incidents were filled with fantastical elements, not much had occurred that was beyond his expectations. People cannot imagine things beyond their cognition, Fong Jang murmured to himself. A chill suddenly coursed through his body. No, don't. Fong Jang looked at his beloved granddaughter and grandson, feeling his mood plummet. Grandpa, what's wrong? His grandchildren asked, appearing very anxious, but their faces gradually blurred in front of Fong Jang, as if covered by a layer of strange black liquid. This feeling was too familiar. Fong Jang was reluctant to admit that his beautiful life was an illusion. Perhaps living a life in falsehood isn't such a bad thing. At least, everything is perfect, Fong Jang muttered to himself. But why did I have to discover it? Now that I have discovered it, how can I peacefully grow old and die? Source, give me back my life. Fong Jang roared in anger. His frail, aging body began to regain its youth. He reached for the gun at his waist. Bang, bang, bang. He fired all the bullets in the gun in one breath. A deafening sound erupted beside his ear, nearly shattering his eardrum. The sunny countryside courtyard around him began to fade, replaced by a heavy, charred darkness, cold and damp, filled with the remnants of a dilapidated internet cafe marked by blackened stains. He found himself wrapped in a thick, black, sticky substance, like a black cocoon. At the same time, two familiar figures lay beside him, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. They lay with their eyes closed, peacefully ensconced in the black goo, lost in their own world. Special operations team, huh? Not as good as an ordinary person, Fong Jang scoffed disdainfully. After all, they couldn't hear him now. He tried to wake them, but they were as tranquil as if they had taken a pound of sleeping pills. No amount of external force could rouse them. Looks like I can't count on them anymore, Fong Jang steeled himself. If he wanted to survive, it was up to him now. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The familiar sound of dripping water re-emerged. Fong Jang turned sharply, seeing a shadowy figure crouched in the corner of the darkened internet cafe, trembling as if in fear of something, appearing pitiful and helpless. The figure was damp, as if just pulled from a water tank. That silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. A deep, low voice began to resonate, seemingly in confession. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'm sorry. The person in the corner kept murmuring apologies, appearing in great pain. It seemed he had committed a grave mistake that he could not let go of. The voice sounded very young, like that of a student. Fong Jang felt a surge of vigilance. Hey, classmate, are you okay? But his greeting went unanswered. The person in the corner continued to tremble. Why did I sneak away from school? Why did I smoke that cigarette? I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please don't die. Don't die. He wept, his cries sharp and thin. Fong Jang's heart raced. This person, what was going on? Something was off. There was no mistake, this person was undoubtedly the source. At that moment, the crouching figure slowly turned his head, and the face was eerily familiar, yet utterly haggard, pale as a ghost, with eyes so red they seemed to glow. Huang Zhengxin. Fong Jang recognized the person before him. It was his roommate, Huang Zhengxin. He truly was the source. Huang Zhengxin looked lost and desolate, his voice chilling, each word accompanied by a gust of cold wind. Why did you all violate school rules? It would be so much better if no one broke the rules. If no one broke the rules, there wouldn't be so many problems. Whoa, he cried, sobbing softly as he whispered. Fong Jang's gaze turned icy. Is this why you locked everyone in the school? Violating school rules. Where did the missing students go? Huang Zhengxin did not answer. The water dripping from him increased. The heavy darkness continued to surge from him, as if alive, churning. This was the pain he had accumulated within, now erupting like a tangible substance. You all are guilty, guilty. Huang Jingxin laughed and cried, nearly going mad. You all must stay here to atone. Fong Jang vaguely guessed what Huang Jingxin had done when he secretly left school to surf the internet all night. It's you who must atone. Fong Jang's voice trembled slightly. Huang Jingxin's body shook more violently. Yes, it is I who must atone. He knelt in agony. It is I who must atone. Huang Jingxin wept bitterly, the black liquid flowing from him increasing, his entire being resembling a drain from a swimming pool, continuously spewing forth black goo. In an instant, the entire dilapidated internet cafe was engulfed. Fong Jang wanted to escape, but that was clearly impossible. The black liquid wrapped around his legs, rendering him immobile. The black liquid continued to crawl over Fong Jang, as if it wanted to completely claim him. The source not only possessed the ability to alter memories, this was his domain, and he could be considered a sovereign being here. Only, he was a sovereign with a disturbed mind. What to do? Cold sweat beaded on Fong Jang's forehead. At that moment, a weak voice whispered in his ear, the 3 major principles must be followed. In fact, there is another interpretation. Rules must be used to handle rules. Fong Jang turned his head and saw that Chu Xiaoyuan had already awakened, but she seemed dazed, as if she might fall asleep again at any moment. Captain, help! Fong Jang shouted. Chu Xiaoyuan struggled to open her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something more, but her eyes slowly closed again. She sensed something was wrong and forced herself to wake up, but perhaps due to the source's targeting, or other reasons, Chu Xiaoyuan could not fully awaken and fell back into a deep sleep. Captain, don't sleep, Fong Jang said helplessly. It seemed there was no one to rely on. Use rules to handle rules, Fong Jang muttered to himself, and he began to understand what it meant. Rule events required special task force members to handle them. Clearly, to truly resolve the core of the rule event, external forces would not suffice. No amount of firepower would work. Fong Jang took a deep breath. Please, my ability. Work for me, I beg you. Fong Jang held his breath and bent down, actively plunging his hands into the viscous black liquid. In the next moment, his hands seemed to generate a terrifying suction. The black liquid rapidly disappeared, vanishing from the bottom of the internet cafe. I did it! Fong Jang exclaimed joyfully. At the same time, he felt his hands burning hot. Although he was absorbing the liquid, it felt as if he had trapped a mass of blackness within his body. In an instant, all the black liquid flowing from the source's body was absorbed by Fong Jang, and vaguely, it seemed that many special things were mixed with the black liquid, forcibly drawn from Huang Jingxin. The madness and crimson in Huang Jingxin's eyes slowly faded away. Yet, in Fong Jang's mind, a scene seemed to be forcibly crammed in. It was a night at the end of winter. The cold wind howled. The internet cafe was packed, but not for gaming. Due to some special reasons, students were forced to gather in the cafe for online class makeup sessions. A male college student with his hands in his pockets cursed as he walked out of the cafe. What bad luck! I came so early and there's still no seat. What a pointless online class. The thought of having to brave the cold wind and walk another 500 meters to reach the next cafe made him feel very gloomy. So, he lit a cigarette. After taking a few puffs, he felt much warmer, and casually flicked the cigarette butt away. But he completely failed to notice a gust of cold wind blowing in. It was winter. The air was dry. The late-night internet cafe was a converted ordinary house, with fire safety already inadequate, and the wiring severely aged. Most importantly, behind it was a patch of vegetable fields. In winter, a large pile of dry straw was stacked behind the cafe. Thus, a spark ignited into a raging fire. A sudden blaze spread rapidly, engulfing the entire cafe. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Although no one knew he was responsible, the overwhelming accusations and his inner guilt drove him to complete mental collapse, leading him to the ruins of the cafe to commit suicide as an apology. Yet, he did not truly die. Instead, his body transformed into a strange black dot, becoming the source. The rule event enveloped the entire school. The birth of a black dot. Everything stemmed from a small cigarette butt. Smoking is harmful to health. It really is true, Fong Jang thought silently. Was the Huang Jingxin in his memories detestable? Yes, very detestable. Smoking without extinguishing the cigarette led to a fire that killed hundreds of university students whose lives had just begun. Such a crime is truly hellish. But he is indeed a pitiful person. All of this can be considered an unintentional mistake, and in the end, unable to bear the guilt, he chose to commit suicide. Even in a state of mental breakdown, he has been sinking in pain and repentance. The rules that emerged also do not allow students to violate school regulations, which, although absurd, were originally intended to prevent everyone from making mistakes. Silly big guy, your father has come to save you. According to Buddhist teachings, perhaps it can be said to be a form of liberation? Fong Jang said slowly. At this moment, Huang Jingxin had lost most of his strength to Fong Jang and seemed much more normal, though his body was still ethereal, as if it could disperse at any moment, like a wandering soul. He looked at Fong Jang. Who are you? No way. You remember everything except for me? I remember. Huang Jingxin suddenly became agitated, and the entire internet cafe began to shake, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake was occurring. Loophole, you are the loophole. Ha! Fong Jang was confused. What was this silly big guy talking about? As his emotions surged, Huang Jingxin's already insubstantial form grew even dimmer, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Fong Jang did not expect his ability to be so powerful, instantly imprisoning most of the source's strength. The source, now devoid of the power to support it, was clearly showing signs of collapse. Fong Jang vaguely sensed something was wrong and anxiously said, "What do you mean? Be clear." But the next moment, a golden figure descended from the sky, radiating blinding golden light, shining like a savior. "Die! How dare you alter the memory of your master Bai?" Bai Ming shouted, his claws seemingly forged from gold, with an incredibly strong tearing force that directly ripped the ethereal shadow of Huang Jingxin into pieces. At this moment, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan woke up and broke free from the bindings of the black cocoon. Fong Jang was dumbfounded. "I haven't finished asking yet. I didn't expect to capsize in the gutter. The first seal was just a trick. I checked, and it was an innocent victim of aberration, probably a nearby student. This time, I was absolutely right. The rules almost collapsed to the third stage, but fortunately, I killed it in time," Bai Ming said with relief. If it had really developed to the third stage, very terrifying things would have happened. Fong Jang was angry and wanted to say something, but Bai Ming was acting to prevent danger, cutting through the chaos, which was certainly the most important thing and not a mistake. "Altering memories, this method is indeed a bit too unscrupulous," Chu Xiaoyuan said as she walked over slowly. "Fortunately, this source isn't too powerful, otherwise, we might have all died here." She looked at Fong Jang. "Luckily, you woke up in time and used your ability to restrain the source." Chu Xiaoyuan was very satisfied with Fong Jang's performance and her own decision. It was fortunate to have brought Fong Jang along. "Now, is it really over?" Fong Jang asked. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded seriously. "It's really over. You just awakened your ability and were able to detain the source of a level event, which is enough to show that your potential is very great. You just need to develop it well, and the future holds great promise. Finding the source is the most difficult part. Resolving the source is much simpler. If they encounter abilities that counter each other, it might not even take much effort." Fong Jang had many doubts in his heart. Why didn't Huang Jingxin recognize him? Why did he refer to himself as the source? The source was imprisoned, but his own memory seemed not to have recovered. But he didn't dare to ask. Being called a loophole by the source felt very strange. What if Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming took it too seriously and captured him for research? Fong Jang hadn't forgotten that his blood was black, so Fong Jang chose to remain silent. This time, Chu Xiaoyuan took out her portable sealing container and placed the shattered source inside, sealing it completely. The rules are difficult to destroy entirely. They might just reignite. The three of them walked out of the internet cafe. It was now a complete ruin, with not a trace of its former self remaining. At this moment, the sky had brightened. A hazy mist enveloped the school, but it was clearly dissipating. Nothing had been confirmed yet, but Fong Jang felt a sense of relief. It was quite strange. Bai Ming pulled out a satellite phone that looked like a brick. "It's done, we can arrange for the follow-up issues now." He hung up the phone and saw Fong Jang smiling in confusion, so he explained, "This is a satellite phone bound to an identity, using a dedicated line. Its functions are simple, but the signal is very strong. Even if I were on Mount Everest, I could still communicate. If you join the headquarters, you'll get one too." The three of them quickly returned to the school. At this moment, the school was in complete chaos. Many of the missing people had returned. Those whose memories had been altered were slowly starting to recall what had happened. This naturally caused immense panic, with terrified screams echoing everywhere. Most of the returned missing persons were emaciated and weak, almost unrecognizable, but fortunately, they were still alive. Thankfully, Bai Ming had already notified the headquarters, and the military was now on the scene maintaining order, properly settling these survivors, and arranging for psychologists to provide therapy. Experiencing such bizarre events can easily lead to psychological issues. This was very important. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man, clearly dressed like an officer, ran over and saluted Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. "Greetings, sir." Fong Jang was taken aback. The special operations team's status seemed quite high, even the soldiers had to salute. Bai Ming nodded. "What's the situation?" "The head count has been completed. Most of the missing people have returned, but there are still some who remain missing, approximately around 1,200, the officer said in a deep voice. Chu Xiaoyuan said, "They probably won't come back, archive them." "Understood." the officer left. Fong Jang couldn't help but ask, what does probably won't come back mean? In rule events, there are many cases of missing persons that cannot be retrieved. It can be said to be common. Those who cannot return now will almost certainly not appear again, basically considered dead. Chu Xiaoyuan said slowly. A rule event, 1,200 people dead. That's too many. Is this casualty rate considered high? Fong Jang couldn't help but ask. Bai Ming replied, this is just a level event. The answer was self-evident. Such casualties, for a rule event, perhaps didn't count for much at all. Soon, a military jeep drove up in front of the three of them. Bai Ming, with a cigar in his mouth, was the first to get in the car. Let's go, we need to report back to headquarters. Having completed a mission, I now have at least 10 days of annual leave to enjoy. Chu Xiaoyuan also unceremoniously took the passenger seat. Fong Jang hesitated. What about Jang Ying? He had a deep memory of the girl who committed suicide by jumping off a building. Even without discussing the special feelings in the dream, just the fact that this girl had the courage to jump and could endure immense pain in silence was already impressive. It was a pity she had died. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to take her to the best hospital nearby. If she's lucky, she should survive. Someone from headquarters will come to assess her later, Chu Xiaoyuan said. Jang Ying was suspected to be an awakener as well. The headquarters would certainly not let her go. Fong Jang felt relieved now. What are you standing there for? Let's go together. Are you planning to stay here for school? With the situation at your school, a year of closure is the least of it. Bai Ming said with a smile. Besides, the country is about to give you a stable job, so why go to school? Fong Jang said seriously, your awareness of thought isn't high enough. Why do we study? It's for the rise of China, to enhance our inner cultivation, to broaden our horizons, to seek a refuge for our souls, and to acquire the most advantageous spiritual weapons to cope with life. So are you coming or not? I'm coming. As long as I have a material foundation, I don't need spiritual cultivation. Fong Jang chuckled. Wait for me 3 minutes, I'll go pack my things. After saying that, he quickly ran towards the dormitory. This kid, Bai Ming chuckled. Surviving the rules event and still able to laugh after experiencing so many bizarre things is quite impressive. One could say his inner strength is considerable. Such a person is very suitable to be a qualified awakener. Although some have gained abilities, being timid and cowardly, they still dare not face the rules event, which is not uncommon. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyuan glanced at Bai Ming. Bai Ming's smile gradually faded, and he took out a satellite phone again. Help me check on someone, a student named Fong Jang from the school I came to this time. Find out all his information. Fong Jang returned to the dormitory. He didn't have much to pack, just some change of clothes, a notebook, a charger, and the like. The dormitory building was quiet. All the students had been escorted away by the military, as after the rules event, some bizarre phenomena might still occur. This was the residual power at work, and to protect the public, they needed to evacuate quickly. Fong Jang packed his things but didn't rush to leave. Instead, he calmed his mind. He wanted to study his awakening ability. Chu Xiaoyuan had said that abilities are like instincts, naturally usable without needing others to teach. Yet he always felt that his abilities seemed to extend beyond that. Just as he pondered, he felt his consciousness entering a special space, where black liquid spread like a vast pool, and in the center of the pool stood a familiar figure. Well, finally decided to come see your father? Huang Jingxin grinned with malicious delight, especially when he saw Fong Jang's shocked expression. He laughed so hard he doubled over, clutching his stomach. Fong Jang was astonished. How are you here? You brought me here, and you're asking how I'm here? I'm curious about why you can keep me here. Moreover, I feel that I can't have absolute control over this rule power. It seems to have been taken over by you. Facing Huang Jingxin's question, Fong Jang keenly sensed that this Huang Jingxin was somewhat different from the one he had seen in the internet cafe. Why was that? Are you really Huang Jingxin? Fong Jang pondered for a long time before asking this question. Huang Jingxin casually sat down. I shouldn't be considered him anymore. The real him is dead. I can only be regarded as a fragment of consciousness, an awareness that exists relying on you. Without you, I would have vanished. Why? Don't you know anything? What should I know? Which dormitory are you in? 501. I don't know if you've seen the school's records, but there is only one person in dormitory 501. Fong Jang recalled what Bai Ming had said and became more vigilant. Yes, so what exactly are you, and what have you modified? Me? You modified my memory, more or less. Huang Jingxin laughed so hard he doubled over again. You better understand that I am the only student in 501, and you are the one who appeared later. I want to ask you, what exactly are you? Fong Jang's heart trembled. I was the one who appeared later? How is that possible? This is nonsense. Just as Fong Jang was about to scold him, he suddenly stopped. This was his space. He could control everything and discern truth from falsehood. A sense of absurdity spread in his heart. What is going on with my memory? Fong Jang struggled to calm down. So, tell me, what is the situation? Fong Jang said in a deep voice. Huang Jingxin finally stopped smiling. Huang Jingxin is dead, and a special power has been born, so the entire school has been sealed off, and no one can violate the school rules. He believes that as long as this is the case, human tragedies will never occur again. Fong Jang commented, he's gone mad. Yes, he has gone mad, Huang Jingxin replied nonchalantly at that moment. But one day, you suddenly appeared, took his place, lived in the school, and no one found anything wrong, as if you were always a part of the school. A void memory was born, replacing the real, existing in your mind and also in mine. Huang Jingxin pointed to his head. Because of your existence, the rules are constantly collapsing, leading to the rules being unable to function normally. Students who violate school rules have all disappeared, and you have played a significant role in this. Fong Jing's body trembled slightly. Then what am I? Didn't he tell you? Huang Jingxin laughed mockingly. You are the biggest loophole in this rule incident. Ding ding. On the military jeep, the satellite phone rang. Hello. Bai Ming answered the phone. A deep male voice came from the other end. It was one of the 3 deputy ministers at headquarters, named Zhang Guoqing. He was of ordinary fame but had an extraordinary background. He held considerable power and even had the title of Major General. In necessary moments, he could directly command the military to enter the city for military tasks without reporting to anyone. Bai Ming was surprised. Deputy Minister Zhang? What a rare guest. Why are you calling me? Stop the pleasantries. The investigation results you asked for have come out, and the situation is very special, the deputy minister said slowly. Bai Ming immediately became serious, sitting up straight. After a long while, the deputy minister finally finished speaking. In any case, bring the person back. After all, he is an awakened one and cannot be left wandering outside. Zhang Guoqing said the last sentence and then hung up the phone. Chu Xiaoyuan noticed the seriousness in Bai Ming's eyes and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? You asked me to check Fong Jang's file, and now the results are out, Bai Ming said. What's wrong? Is there something off? There's nothing off because it doesn't exist at all. The people at headquarters searched the entire country based on the university records and couldn't find any files on Fong Jang. He has never attended high school, middle school, or elementary school, and he doesn't even have a birth certificate. So someone carefully reviewed Fong Jang's university records and found them to be fake. All the information belonged to that already disappeared student. Huang Jingxin? Exactly. Fong Jang left the dormitory, filled with thoughts. At that moment, a soldier approached him. You must be Fong Jang. Colonel Bai asked me to escort you. Colonel Bai? That should be Bai Ming. Fong Jang was silent for a moment, patting the soldier's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. The soldier clearly raised an eyebrow, dissatisfied with Fong Jang's action. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly lost their luster, standing there like a puppet. Forget my name, Fong Jang commanded. After a moment of confusion, the soldier regained his awareness and looked at Fong Jang. Classmate, yes, it's you. Colonel Bai asked me to escort you. He appeared somewhat confused. Strange, how could he suddenly forget this kid's name? Alright, thank you. Fong Jang exhaled a breath of stale air. He could indeed use its ability. Modify memories. Could this ability help him leave here? Fong Jang's gaze swept across the school. The school was filled with soldiers. Trying to leave quietly would probably not be an easy task. Forget it. One step at a time. Fong Jang returned to the side of the jeep. Where's your luggage? Bai Ming was smoking a cigar, exhaling a puff of white smoke. Fong Jang felt as if he had just woken from a dream, only to realize he had even forgotten to take his luggage. I thought about it. Since I'm about to have a stable job with the government, what do I need those old things for? That makes sense. You can buy new ones with money later. Get in the car, I'll take you to the headquarters, Bai Ming said with a smile. Fong Jang chose to get in the car. He sat in the back seat. The car started moving, and the scenery on both sides rushed by. He saw many students with anxious and panicked faces, not knowing what had happened, their eyes filled with fear of the unknown. Fong Jang couldn't help but think of himself. What was the difference? He knew a little more than they did, but there was so much he didn't know. Fong Jang, shouldn't you inform your parents before we go to the headquarters? Bai Ming asked casually, puffing on a cigar while driving. Fong Jang laughed. No need, they are busy with their business and usually don't pay attention to me. Even if I call, most of the time no one answers. I see. The jeep left the school, heading towards the airport. The teaching area could be considered suburban. It was very close to the airport, only about half an hour's drive. Bai Ming exhaled a cloud of smoke. We're taking a plane to Kyoto. Did you bring your ID? Hand it to me, I'll buy you a first-class ticket. Don't worry, it's reimbursable, and you can use the special channel. I lost my ID. You can just give me your ID number. My mind has been a bit foggy lately, I can't remember it. Bai Ming glanced at Fong Jang. Alright then, I'll find someone to help you get a ticket. Just remember to get a new ID later. Even if you join the special operations team, you still need an ID. Okay. Fong Jang felt a tightness in his chest and quickly agreed. At this moment, he was already calculating how to extricate himself. After Huang Jingxin's reminder, he realized something hard to accept. He couldn't recall anything from his high school, middle school, or elementary school days. All memories before college were non-existent. The most critical part was that he couldn't remember who his parents were. So Fong Jang had begun to believe it. He might really be a loophole created by the rules. He just didn't know why. He had gained self-awareness and the ability to act, becoming similar to an ordinary person. But he thought of himself as just like everyone else. The headquarters Bai Ming mentioned probably wouldn't think so. A living loophole. What great research material. Wouldn't some research institution want to capture him for study? The jeep drove along a narrow path, flanked by straight white birch trees. I need to use the restroom, can we stop for a moment? Fong Jang asked cautiously. Bai Ming replied, we'll be at the airport soon, there are restrooms there, but I can't hold it much longer. Here's a water bottle, make do with it. Do you have a bigger one? This is too small. I do. Fong Jang looked at the empty bottle of sports drink Bai Ming handed him, his mouth twitching. How could he even have this? There are girls here, isn't that inappropriate? Fong Jang glanced at Chu Xiaoyuan in the passenger seat. Chu Xiaoyuan said calmly, I can sit through the dissection course set up by the headquarters without batting an eye. Don't worry about your little issue, I really don't care. I need to go number 2. Hold it in, stop being so fussy. Bai Ming tossed a cork to Fong Jang. Plug it up for now, this shouldn't be too small, right? Fong Jang scratched his head in frustration. Why did he have everything? The car kept moving forward. Since this was a narrow path, there were hardly any people around, only dilapidated old houses and the faint outline of abandoned factories in the distance, making it feel very empty and quiet. Clearly, a wide national road was not far away. Yet, that easily reachable road seemed completely out of reach. Meanwhile, the sky seemed to be gradually darkening. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Fong Jang looked up at the sky, but there weren't many dark clouds. It didn't seem like rain was coming. Bai Ming took a deep puff of his cigar and then extinguished it. Captain, something's not right. Closing her eyes to rest, Chu Xiaoyuan opened them at this moment, a hint of seriousness appearing on her adorable round face. Stop the car, we can't get out no matter how we drive. Are we caught in a rule event again? No, it doesn't seem like it. Chu Xiaoyuan rolled down the car window and surprisingly jumped out, grabbing the edge of the roof and flipping onto the top of the jeep. The strong wind did not cause her figure to waver at all. Who dares to block our car? Special operations team is on a case, so get lost if you know what's good for you. Interfering with law enforcement, do you want to die? Chu Xiaoyuan said coldly. Fong Jang couldn't help but marvel. That slogan sounded really impressive. The surroundings darkened completely. The jeep came to a stop. In the distance, where Chu Xiaoyuan was looking, a figure slowly emerged, a young man in a purple hoodie and jeans, looking very casual, not at all like a villain. However, awakening abilities have little to do with age or appearance. You can't judge a person by their looks. This is an absolutely correct saying in the awakening community. The witch Chu Xiaoyuan, as the name suggests, has quickly pinpointed my location, the young man said with a grin. Bai Ming leaned out of the window. Captain, he's provoking you. No need for you to say that, Chu Xiaoyuan snorted. Knowing my name and still daring to come, you really have some guts. Who are you? If you have the ability, state your name. The young man shook his head. How could I dare to state my name? You are people supported by the state, with too much power. If you accuse me of treason, I would be finished, and I'd have to flee overseas to be a refugee. I prefer to stay in our country. Beast King Bai Ming, which Chu Xiaoyuan, both of you are outstanding among transformation-type awakeners. This mission is quite challenging, he remarked. Clearly, his roadblock was planned. Fong Jang, curious, whispered to Bai Ming, what is transformation type? Awakening abilities are generally divided into 3 types, transformation type, strong thought type, and mysterious type, each with different characteristics. The transformation type mainly enhances the physical body, while the strong thought type enhances mental power, and the rest, which are difficult to categorize, are classified as mysterious type. Therefore, the mysterious type has the most abilities, varied and diverse. Some are very powerful, while others are quite weak, depending on personal development and utilization, Bai Ming quickly explained. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyuan's expression grew colder. Coward, you dare to come to kill us but don't dare to report your name. Kill you? The young man shook his head. No, there's a misunderstanding. My target is not you, but the student you took away. He smiled maliciously. Please hand him over. Your enemy? Bai Ming turned to ask. Fong Jang was somewhat angry. Where would I have an enemy? That's true. Bai Ming's expression turned somewhat grim. Logically speaking, Fong Jang shouldn't have any enemies. So how did this person come about? The answer was obvious. Fong Jang asked, "Are there bad people in the team?" "Don't worry, I will handle this matter well. No one can take you away from us. If I can't protect you, I, Bai Ming, will write my name backward. You stay in the car," Bai Ming said as he opened the car door and got out. It hadn't been long since he communicated with headquarters. Now, an unknown awakener had come to block their way. Clearly, someone had leaked information. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan would never do such a thing. This meant that someone in headquarters had betrayed national information for personal gain. How could this be tolerated? Chu Xiaoyuan also realized this at this moment, her tone growing increasingly fierce. "You dare to take on such a mission? You rogue elements who refuse to be governed by the state are getting a bit too arrogant. Do you really think the state can't control you?" "Gotta make a living," the young man said nonchalantly, still smiling. Awakeners are like very unstable time bombs. Once they lose control, the consequences can be very serious. The country tries to recruit awakened individuals for its own use, but there are still many who refuse to be constrained. Naturally, the state cannot push too hard, so there are only relatively loose restrictions on these awakened ones. However, Chu Xiaoyuan did not expect that these lone individuals would be audacious enough to come before the special operations team to snatch people. "Then let's see how capable you are," Bai Ming shouted. He took off his trench coat. His muscles bulged, his body grew nearly 3 meters tall, and he charged out like a golden cannonball, shattering the ground beneath him. But the next moment, the smiling young man actually vanished from sight. Bang! Bai Ming seemed to crash into an invisible wall, the air vibrating and creating violent ripples, accompanied by a deafening collision sound, and he was heavily bounced back. Dazed and seeing stars. What the hell is this? It's like crashing into an iron mountain. Bai Ming shook his head. Although the impact was severe, he had very few injuries, just a bit of pain. The young man appeared from another direction, smiling. "Beast King Bai Ming, indeed a tough one. An ordinary person would probably be shattered from such a collision." Chu Xiaoyuan seemed to sense something. She leaped down from the top of the car. Her speed was so fast that she was almost just a shadow. Behind her, a long black tail, resembling a whip, sprouted, measuring 4 to 5 meters long, with a poisonous hook at the end, like a scorpion's tail, stabbing straight towards the young man. Clearly still a distance away, the long tail seemed to ignore space, and in an instant, it pierced right in front of the young man, heading straight for his brow. "What the?" The young man was startled. Too fast. Too fast. He couldn't react at all. But unexpectedly, just as the long tail was about to pierce between his brows, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier and was directly deflected. The young man was unharmed. Phew, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. That was scary, really scary. Such speed, such an unexpected attack method. No wonder the name Demonis strikes fear into people's hearts. Fong Jang watched everything clearly from the car. He was surprised. At school, Chu Xiaoyuan had hardly shown much ability. Turns out she was this powerful. No wonder she could be Bai Ming's captain. And the suddenly appearing young man was even more formidable. He could actually block such an offensive, and it was completely incomprehensible how he did it, as he hadn't made any movements at all. "This is my ability, absolute defense. How about it? Not bad, right?" The young man said with a grin. "It's effective against transformation-type awakened ones. You might as well surrender. I'm just here to capture people. I don't want to kill you." This was also the reason he was sent. This kind of ability is a natural counter to transformation-type awakened ones. An invisible defensive wall, huh? Bai Ming punched at the air, a strong airflow rushing out with a sound of breaking air, leaving clear turbulent traces. But after the airflow surged 10 meters, it suddenly hit a wall and dissipated. 10 meters, Bai Ming said. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. It didn't just appear suddenly. With this person's ability, he couldn't possibly react to my attack, so it's not that he controls the invisible wall. Rather, we have entered a space formed by an invisible wall, which should have been set up in advance. Bai Ming, the defense is strong, but it lacks autonomous attack capability. It's possible the wall will shrink. Chu Xiaoyuan, this kind of ability should belong to the mysterious type. The mysterious type, while troublesome, mostly requires preconditions to function. He moves mysteriously, as if inducing us to do something to meet those conditions. Movement, speech, emotional fluctuations? Bai Ming proposed 3 hypotheses in one breath. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. The invisible barrier doesn't fear strong external attacks, but it might be afraid of other things. Fire? Liquid nitrogen? Aqua regia? Let's try extracting gasoline from the car and see if we can burn him. The young man was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? The two of them analyzed him, each taking turns, almost completely deciphering his abilities. He usually acted with great success because his abilities were incredibly reliable. Today, however, he sensed something was off. "Impressive," Fong Jang exclaimed, "you guys are amazing." Bai Ming raised his eyebrows proudly. "Joining the special operations team requires a series of training and assessments. We all have specialized courses. These lone wolves think we are just backed by the authorities and that our abilities are no different from theirs. Little do they know, in other aspects, they have already been left far behind. The success rate for resolving rule-related incidents is only 30% for these lone wolves, but when the authorities intervene, it's at least over 50%. Fong Jang deeply understood what it meant to be part of a regular army. Wild Awakeners truly couldn't compare, so joining the headquarters is definitely worth it, kid. Aside from some restrictions, there are no other downsides, Bai Ming said. We also have our most powerful move. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you right now. Fong Jang eagerly nodded. I want to learn. Bai Ming shouted, Captain, show this kid a trick. Xu Xiaoyuan glanced at the two and then pulled out a large satellite phone that resembled a brick from behind her. Hello, is this the intelligence department? Help me look up a person. Has a mysterious awakening ability. Can create invisible barrier spaces, with very strong defensive capabilities, claims to have absolute defense, probably in their early 20s, should have joined some civilian organization, not a complete lone wolf. Yes, this person is obstructing official duties. Please issue a warrant as soon as you find them. Investigate the civilian organization behind them thoroughly. Also check this person's parents and relatives, one by one, and notify the police to arrest them all. Damn, you guys are playing this game? It can be played this way too. The young man was dumbfounded. This was his first encounter with someone from the authorities. He originally thought there was no difference. Now it seemed he was completely mistaken. Fong Jang was in awe, feeling deeply impressed. Incredible, incredible. The authorities were indeed impressive. Joining the authorities was truly a broad road. But thinking of his own identity, Fong Jang's astonishment slowly faded. Could he really join the authorities? If he made the wrong choice, he might step into the abyss. Do you realize your mistake? Get lost if you know what's good for you, Bai Ming sneered. The young man's expression fluctuated. The reward for this mission was substantial, 300 million. Once he got it, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. At worst, he could really run abroad. With that money, he could be a big shot anywhere. The young man took a deep breath. You forced me. I never intended to kill you, just to trap you. You cutting off my escape route is cutting off your own life. Oh, so arrogant. Who do you think you are? Bai Ming scoffed. The young man gritted his teeth, and in the next moment, his eyes turned bloodshot, an astonishing aura erupting from him. The surrounding invisible space began to push inward. Waves of oppressive wind continuously pressed toward Xu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming. As expected, he can shrink the space, otherwise, without offensive capabilities, he's basically no threat, Xu Xiaoyuan said. Bai Ming stepped forward. Let me see how powerful it is. He was incredibly tall, with a golden mane shining brilliantly, looking almost like a perfect ancient Greek sculpture. He collided with the invisible force, and the air emitted a dull, vibrating hum. Bai Ming's body was uncontrollably pushed backward, his feet digging deep grooves into the ground. It seemed he was struggling to hold on. The young man's arm trembled slightly, but he sneered, You can't stop this. Even a ball of iron weighing dozens of tons, I can easily crush into sheets, let alone you. Is that so? Bai Ming's eyes flashed with fierce light, his amber pupils growing increasingly cold, like a beast. Roar! He threw his head back and roared, producing a sound indistinguishable from that of a wild animal. His figure seemed to swell even more, becoming increasingly terrifying, like a walking monster. His palms pressed against an invisible barrier, and his form gradually came to a halt, firmly blocking everything. Did it really hold it back? The young man furrowed his brows. What a troublesome guy. Fortunately, my abilities greatly restrain transformation-type awakeners. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing this, Fong Jang couldn't help but want to help, but he had no idea how. At such a distance, how could he use his abilities? It felt utterly useless. Xu Xiaoyuan said that mysterious type abilities often require triggering conditions. What is my triggering condition? Fong Jang scratched his head, unable to think of a solution. When he modified the memories of soldiers, it seemed there were no conditions. Contact? That might be too difficult. If contact was really needed, wouldn't any transformation-type awakener be able to take advantage of it and directly eliminate me? Suddenly, he had an epiphany. He raised his right hand, and black liquid appeared in his palm, both scorching and cold, taking on a fiery form, continuously burning, looking extremely bizarre. Oh, Fong Jang was surprised. This was the black liquid flowing from Huang Jingxin. He could actually control it. Soon, Fong Jang sensed a trace of his own mental power within the flames. Perhaps, bang! A strange flame shot out, flowing like black liquid, crashing against the invisible barrier, moving up and down in a way that defied the laws of physics, continuously spreading, seemingly weaving into a black fire net. Ah, it burned me, Bai Ming complained. Fong Jang hurriedly shouted, sorry. The young man glanced at Fong Jang. Another awakener? The mission details didn't mention this. There was actually concealment. I must demand 50 million more. The young man sneered, kid, you just awakened your ability not long ago, and although it looks bizarre, at most it's just an entity flame derived from mental power. It can't break my absolute defense. Fong Jang ignored him, silently contemplating the situation at that moment. He realized that his power hadn't disappeared. Logically, his ability was to detain, so the sealed power should decrease with each use. But at this moment, he felt that this power would continuously recover. It was as if it had always belonged to him. At this moment, Bai Ming had blocked the invisible barrier, and then he began to swing his fists heavily, the powerful force smashing against the invisible barrier, causing visible ripples in the air. However, this didn't seem to solve anything. Don't waste your effort, the young man mocked. Even if you block it, you can't do anything. His smile now appeared somewhat sinister, and blood began to flow from his nose, bright red and glaring. He hurriedly wiped away the blood. It was time to settle this quickly. His abilities seemed to have been overexerted. Pressure is mutual. Bai Ming's dominance brought him considerable stress. Press down for me, the young man shouted. Invisible barriers began to push in from all directions. A tremendous pressure instantly enveloped Fong Jang and the other two. Not good. Bai Ming looked at Chu Xiaoyuan. Captain, I'm not very good at dealing with this. Chu Xiaoyuan frowned. She should be considered an agile type ability user, and the invisible barrier restrained her far more than Bai Ming. It was the thing she hated facing the most. Bai Ming said, do you remember when we first met? You were just a level ability, yet you dared to say your future was infinitely bright, so confident, radiant, and beautiful. At that time, I thought to myself, I must follow you to see how you get expelled from headquarters later. I thought, what are you pretending for? Just a level ability, and you act like you're something special? But you really turned out to be impressive. You kept rising and even became the captain, while I, the Beast King, ended up being suppressed by you. I give up. I really give up on you. So now it's your time to show off. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Xu Xiaoyuan appeared very irritated, her face showing impatience. Got it. You're really useless. The young man listened to these words with a strange expression and immediately mocked. Want to show off? Did you get my permission? A mere transformation ability user, I can suppress you without fail. Level? Xu Xiaoyuan sneered, short-sighted. Any ability rated at level is an existence that defies the heavens. Even if the ability is restrained, killing you would be just a casual matter. What did you say? Then let me show you what you're missing. Xu Xiaoyuan tossed her hair confidently, and an astonishing light burst forth from her body, her figure visibly growing taller. The young man scoffed. It's just a slight increase in power from transformation. So what? Even if it's increased tenfold or 100-fold, it's still nothing. This kind of transformation was the most common ability among transformation users. Nothing surprising, but soon, he felt something was off. This little girl was growing a bit exaggerated. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, how was she still getting bigger? Soon, a terrifying figure over 50 meters tall emerged, a woman with disheveled hair, a pale face, hollow eyes, and a mouth filled with shark-like layers of sharp teeth. Her arms nearly dragged on the ground, and her nails were like sharp claws. Just her ghastly appearance was enough to scare some people with weak mental fortitude to death. I hate looking like this, the giantess whispered. Her voice was piercing, as if countless vengeful spirits were howling in her ears. This was the origin of the nickname witch, meaning, a woman created by demons. Why you? The young man felt as if his neck was being grabbed, gasping for words. His eyes were filled with terror. A monster! A monster! What kind of monster was this? Even just a glance seemed to unleash an uncontrollable wave of fear from within. Bai Ming had already chosen to lie down and cover his eyes. It's too scary. I don't want to see it a second time, Bai Ming muttered to himself. Ever since he witnessed the captain's ultimate form, he no longer dared to defy the captain. Although he would occasionally overstep, as soon as the captain got serious, he completely cowered. Being a little brother was pretty good. At least he would never have to face such a monster. Absolute defense? The 50-meter giantess slowly spoke, extending her nearly 40-meter-long airy arm, pale and withered. But when she reached the point where the invisible barrier should be, she was only momentarily blocked. Then came a violent roar. The invisible barrier collapsed. Help! The young man screamed, clutching his head. Blood poured from his nose, staining his entire outfit red. This had nothing to do with fear, it was just backlash from his ability being broken. The young man ran away in a panic. He absolutely did not want to stay here. This was hell. Hell. Help! Don't even mention 300 million. Even if offered 3 billion, he wouldn't take it again. It was too terrifying. He ran fast, almost exceeding the limits of an ordinary person, suddenly disappearing into the countryside's mountains and forests. Although this form of Chu Xiaoyuan was powerful, her speed seemed very slow because she had completely sacrificed her speed. That terrifying hand could not catch the young man. The battle was over. The witch gradually shrank back, returning to her original appearance. As for why her clothes hadn't changed, what was so difficult about our awakened user with transformation ability conjuring a set of clothes? Fong Jang was also in great pain at this moment, unable to forget that terrifying scene. The trauma from his ignorant youth would take a lifetime to heal. Who would have thought that such a cute, youthful girl could transform into such a monstrous figure? Bai Ming lay on the ground, covering his eyes. Captain, have you transformed back? Chu Xiaoyuan replied irritably, I'm back. Only then did Bai Ming stand up with an embarrassed smile. That guy escaped? He can't escape. If he dares to show his true form and expose his ability against public officials, he won't need us to act. The headquarters will handle it, Chu Xiaoyuan said nonchalantly. Clearly, she was quite experienced with such matters. The two returned to the car. Chu Xiaoyuan asked, You two aren't hurt, are you? Fong Jang shook his head. Of course he isn't hurt, but I'm definitely injured, Bai Ming said, rubbing his shoulder. I think it's a bone fracture. This counts as a work injury, right? I want to apply for a month of paid leave to recover properly. Fong Jang was surprised. Is that even possible? A month of paid leave? Does that really exist? Of course it does. Are you questioning the value of a stable job? How about it? Aren't you tempted? Bai Ming raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. This was more than just a stable job. It was practically a golden opportunity. As long as he held onto that stable job, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. However, Fong Jang still struggled internally, hesitating. What's wrong? You look so gloomy. Are you not happy about it? Bai Ming asked, puzzled. Fong Jang gritted his teeth. I feel like I still can't leave with you. After everything that had happened, he no longer had any illusions. There was something wrong with him, otherwise, why would someone specifically target him? For his own safety, he absolutely couldn't go to headquarters. Why? What are your concerns? Chu Xiaoyuan frowned, her tone unfriendly. Do you think we're trying to deceive you? No, it's not like that. Chu Xiaoyuan said coldly, I need a sufficiently strong reason. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to use force. The deputy minister had already given the order. Fong Jang had to be brought back. She wasn't some caring big sister. She had to be responsible for solving psychological issues. I have a very good reason. Fong Jang reached out and grabbed Chu Xiaoyuan's arm. She could easily avoid it, but she didn't think Fong Jang would pose any threat to her, so she just wanted to see what he was up to. Soon, she sensed something was off. What are you doing? Chu Xiaoyuan's gaze sharpened, her tone icy. She noticed that a strange flame was gathering in Fong Jang's palm, burning her skin. Bai Ming was shocked. Fong Jang, what are you doing? Let go. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The captain could be terrifying when serious. He had just shown that. How dare this guy be so reckless? I'm sorry, Fong Jang whispered. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyuan's angry expression slowly faded, her eyes losing focus, frozen in place. Captain! Bai Ming immediately jumped out of the car, leaping back at least 7 or 8 meters to create distance, then shouted angrily, Fong Jang, what do you want? Why are you attacking us? I can't go with you. Fong Jang shook his head. What are you talking about? Fong Jang replied calmly, I know I have problems. If I really go to headquarters with you, there's no way I would receive fair treatment. To live normally, I can only do this. Bai Ming's expression fluctuated. He knew what Fong Jang said could really happen. Headquarters might not do anything to you, they just want to conduct some research, Bai Ming said in a deep voice. Fong Jang replied, maybe, but I can't take that risk. No matter what you want to do, stop right now. I can overlook this. If you return to headquarters, I can guarantee I'll stay with you the whole time. If headquarters treats you unfairly, I'll help you. I have a suggestion. Why not just let me go and report to headquarters that you made a mistake with the files? No way, Bai Ming shook his head. Headquarters specifically ordered you to be brought back. Fong Jang took a deep breath. Then I'm sorry, but I can't go with you. In that case, I have nothing more to say. Bai Ming's eyes gradually turned cold, his body starting to change. How much of the power you captured can you still use? You got lucky that the captain was ambushed by you. I won't make the same mistake again. Your ability should require contact to use, right? As long as you don't get that chance, you can't control me. You should just give up. Bai Ming clenched his fist, the sound of bones cracking echoing with an oppressive force. Even if it's just the wind from my punch, from 10 meters away, it can shatter the internal organs of an ordinary person. Fong Jang nodded. Yes, the premise of my ability is contact. But how to define contact is not up to you to decide. At that moment, Bai Ming felt a wave of heat on his back. Oh no, he remembered something. Just now, when he blocked the invisible barrier, Fong Jang had thrown a strange black flame at him. That cold yet searing power had accidentally injured him. Such a minor injury didn't concern him at all. But I'm sorry, Bai Ming. Before Bai Ming lost consciousness, he vaguely heard Fong Jang say this. After a series of experiments, Fong Jang confirmed his ability. The source of power was sealed within him, allowing him to unleash these powers without reservation, essentially equivalent to his own abilities. Even if he exhausted them, he could recover through rest. His abilities were of two kinds. One was a peculiar black liquid flame, exhibiting both burning and cold characteristics, like the slime left after a flame is extinguished. The other was memory modification. Modifying memories required a prerequisite, contact. The strange flame contained Fong Jang's mental power, and once it hit, it was considered contact. So, as long as he hit his enemies with the flame, he could modify their memories. This was the most insidious aspect. Fong Jang felt that his ability seemed somewhat different from what Chu Xiaoyuan had described, indicating that he should not be a level of awakened ability detention. However, this was not the time to ponder that. Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming were currently in a daze. With their abilities, they could recover at any moment. Time was of the essence. When you took Fong Jang away, you encountered a strange awakener with absolute defense who blocked your vehicle. Although you easily drove them off, who would have thought they had a backup plan? An masked person appeared to abduct Fong Jang. You have tried hard to search, but still lost track of Fong Jang. Fong Jang directly modified the memories of the two. There were limitations to memory modification. Fabricated memories could not contradict basic logic. For example, you cannot make someone believe they are a dog. That would completely negate their entire self. It also couldn't conflict too much with other memories. For instance, creating a father for someone who has no memory of a dad would naturally be impossible. The best approach was to introduce a slight false deviation based on real memories, harmless and not affecting self-perception, and certainly not violating factual logic. At that time, Fong Jang's memory was modified, plunging him into nothingness. It was because he detected the loophole in the memory that he successfully escaped. So the key was not to let the modified memory holder perceive any irrationality. I'm sorry, both of you. Fong Jang still felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming, he might have remained trapped in the school, living a muddled life until the rules collapsed and he died. But for the sake of his own life and freedom, he had no choice. After doing all this, Fong Jang immediately hid in the woods beside the path. Time was too short. There wasn't much time to escape. About 10 seconds later, Fong Jang heard the sound of fists smashing against the car. Damn, these people are so despicable. They actually had a backup plan. Fong Jang was captured. Bai Ming cursed angrily. Chu Xiaoyuan appeared much calmer. They can't run far. Contact headquarters immediately. Seal off the entire city. No planes are to take off. Set up defenses at every intersection. We must find Fong Jang. Yes, that's right. It should be done this way. Bai Ming immediately contacted headquarters. Next, the two drove away in a jeep. Fong Jang waited for a full half hour before emerging from the forest. He looked around. Fortunately, this was a rural path. There were no surveillance cameras. Otherwise, he would have been found immediately. Fong Jang felt a sense of urgency. I need to find a way to leave as soon as possible, or I will be found sooner or later. Where should I go? It's really giving me a headache. Fong Jang cautiously left. He rummaged through his pockets and found he didn't have a single cent. He opened his phone, but there was no money there either, not even on any of the social media or payment apps, and he didn't have real name authentication set up. This is bad. I can't move an inch until I figure out my situation. It seems I need to find a way to earn some money. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach let out an embarrassing sound. He hadn't eaten in a long time. Fong Jang followed a small path and walked for about 10 minutes until he arrived at a small village called Songqiao Village. With the current economic development, even the small villages in the south have been built up quite nicely. It wasn't desolate or dilapidated. Instead, there were quite a few small shops, breakfast stalls, supermarkets, fruit stands, and mobile phone stores. You could say that although the village was small, it had everything. Fong Jang observed the surroundings. Fortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the village. At that moment, he noticed something happening at the village entrance. Exiting the village, there was a county road. There weren't many traffic lights on the county road. Reckless tricycles and old man cars changed lanes and drove against traffic without a care. Fong Jang had only been lingering at the village entrance for 7 or 8 minutes when 3 accidents occurred. One tricycle skidded out of control and flipped over, landing directly in a pile of dirt beside the county road. An elderly woman riding it fell and was dazed, pointing at a passerby and wailing, "How could you hit someone? He hit me! He hit me!" The frightened passerby turned and ran. There were 2 more incidents, both involving unlicensed old man cars, which wobbled halfway down the road and then seemingly lost their brakes, crashing into a nearby utility pole. 2 elderly men by the roadside were heartbroken. Fixing a car was more painful than losing their lives. The utility pole was battered and bruised, covered in marks from accidents. Isn't it a bit too frequent for accidents to happen? Is the road too slippery? Fong Jang wondered. Soon, a crowd of onlookers gathered at the village entrance. Another crash. We have at least 50 accidents every day. I say these old folks shouldn't be on the road. They're all reckless old man cars, no licenses at all. Yeah, my grandson was almost hit by one last year. That old man was so arrogant, he didn't even stop, just drove off. With so many accidents, why is no one managing it? Why isn't anyone managing it? Several groups have come to survey the area, checking the road, but they can't find anything. It's really strange. I think it's because they're hitting something unclean. We should hurry to the temple and light some incense for safety. I'll go too. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Fong Jang was deep in thought. 50 accidents a day. That's certainly abnormal. He asked some villagers and found that all these accidents had one common characteristic. The vehicles involved had all committed violations, no licenses, speeding, reckless lane changes, honking maliciously, and so on. Moreover, innocent vehicles were never affected. Even if a vehicle skidded, it wouldn't crash into other vehicles that were driving normally. They mostly crashed into the unfortunate utility poles. Rule-based incidents? Fong Jang pondered. The situation isn't too serious, violations only lead to collisions, and there are basically no injuries. Right now, he had no money and no legal identity. He didn't want to use his abilities for illegal activities. To break the deadlock, he could only find some wild paths. Fong Jang walked along the county road, continuously inquiring, and indeed, not just at the entrance of Songqiao village, but many intersections nearby frequently had accidents. Soon, Fong Jang noticed a large factory built in the countryside. The factory covered a vast area, with 5 huge chimneys emitting thick black smoke. The factory was named Fujian Electronics Technology Company, Ltd. It had a nice name, but it was clearly an assembly line factory. Fong Jang took out his phone to search for the factory's background. It had over 5,000 workers, making it one of the foundational industries in the area, highly valued by the local government. On the county road at the factory entrance, there are many signs of car accidents. Various shards of glass and car parts have not been cleared away. At the guard booth by the main gate, there are numerous job advertisements posted. 3,000 a month, 6 days on, 1 day off. There are commissions and overtime pay, with no upper limit. The elderly security guard is sitting in the booth, drinking tea and reading the newspaper. "Sir," Fong Jang knocked on the window. The old guard opened the window. "What do you want? Are you hiring here?" Not hiring, but it clearly says you're hiring at the entrance." The old man waved his hand. Not hiring. Fong Jang felt something was off and continued to ask, and the old guard got annoyed. "You young ones don't know what's good for you. If we say you can't come, why do you insist on coming? Let me tell you, the factory is haunted, and all the workers have fled. For a bit of salary, why risk your life? If you want a job, go look elsewhere." The old man is actually quite nice. Unfortunately, Fong Jang came specifically for this matter. Haunted? That's exactly right. "Sir, is it really haunted?" Fong Jang pretended to be curious. The old guard seemed to open up. "Of course. There are accidents here every day, hundreds of times a day. Workers ride their electric bikes home after work, and as soon as they hit the road, they crash. It's terrible. Several have even broken bones. We hired a special engineering team to check, and the road is fine. We also checked for food poisoning, to see if people were getting dizzy from it, but that turned out fine too. What could be going on then? It must be haunted. That black-hearted boss is getting his comeuppance." Once he started talking about this, the old guard couldn't stop, and Fong Jang could only listen patiently. Finally, the old guard took a sip from his thermos and said, "I heard that today they went to find a feng shui master to check the feng shui. The factory hasn't been operational for over half a month, and the boss is so anxious he's almost going bald." Fong Jang couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. In such a situation of labor shortage, they only offer 3,000 a month. Truly a black-hearted boss. Spending a bit more money is like pulling teeth. With a generous reward, there would surely be brave men. If they were willing to pay a bit more, it would never reach the point of shutting down. "Sir, besides the car accidents, have any other strange things happened?" Fong Jang asked curiously. The old guard shook his head. I don't know about that. He was only responsible for watching the gate. What was really going on in the factory, he certainly didn't know. Just then, a black Mercedes drove over from a distance, stopping suddenly about 300 or 400 meters from the factory, and then 4 or 5 people got out and walked toward the factory. The boss is back, said the old guard. The factory owner, Tian Chihua, is a middle-aged man with a big belly, holding a briefcase and a keychain at his waist, slightly balding. Beside him is a man in a yellow robe, about 30, holding a compass and sporting a goatee, looking very serious. This is the feng shui master he specifically hired. 2 young assistants followed behind him. Master Yen, thank you for walking over. I really didn't dare to drive past my factory. Every time I drive, I crash. I've already damaged 2 of my cars, Tian Chihua said, nodding and bowing. He had gone through a lot of connections to hire this relatively inexpensive feng shui master with the help of acquaintances. Understood, Master Yen replied. Tian Chihua rubbed his hands together and said, Master, I don't know if my friend has mentioned the fee to you. Master Yen looked displeased. I know, 200,000. To be honest, for such a small amount, if it weren't for your friend's sake, I wouldn't have come at all. Although he sensed the master's displeasure, Tian Chihua still smiled broadly. Thank you for your hard work, master. This master comes from a very high-end circle. The clients he usually receives are either rich or noble. Ordinary small celebrities don't even qualify to meet him. Being able to take a photo with the master is already the greatest blessing. The appearance fee is at least 500,000, and the subsequent guidance and protective talismans are even more expensive. He can hire a master from that circle for 200,000, which is quite a bargain. 200,000? What a miser. The owner of a big factory is actually so stingy, one of the master's followers said disdainfully. Do you know that our master usually charges at least 700,000 or 800,000 for a single appearance? Master Yen clearly did not stop this behavior. Tian Chihua smiled awkwardly, pretending not to hear. Saving so much money, what's the harm in being mocked a bit? The group arrived at the factory entrance. Master, this is the place. Tian Chihua quickly noticed Fong Jang at the gate. Confused, he asked, what are you doing here? I don't remember hiring new security. Fong Jang thought to himself, of course. In such a large factory, they could only afford to hire an old man as security. Boss, I'm here to apply for a job. Fong Jang pointed to the job advertisement on the gate. Tian Chihua was overjoyed. Great, great. You come in with me, and I'll help you register. The factory is currently shut down. No one dares to come. Now that a worker has voluntarily come to the net, he is naturally thrilled. Today is truly a good day. Boss, don't hire anyone else, and this kid might not even be of age, the old security guard said kindly, unable to hold back. Tian Chihua looked at Fong Jang. Are you of age? I'm of age. Let me see your ID. I forgot to bring it. No ID won't do. How do we know if you're of age? You might even be an illegal resident. Tian Chihua frowned. If that's the case, I can only offer you 2,000 a month, and overtime pay will be halved. Fong Jang gritted his teeth. Fine, I agree. This heartless boss. But anyway, he wasn't really here to work. Agreeing doesn't matter. Just wait until I find the source, then you'll be crying. The biggest problem now is this feng shui master. What if my business gets disrupted? Tian Chihua was all smiles. Let's go in together. With that, the group entered the factory, leaving only the old security guard shaking his head helplessly. This kid, so confused. At this age, why not do something better? Coming to work on the assembly line like a beast of burden. The group entered the factory. It was quiet at the moment, all the large machinery had stopped, and only some operational positions in certain departments were still running. Mr. Tian, you're back, a woman in her 40s greeted warmly. Tian Chihua nodded. This is my secretary, Ali. Quickly serve tea to the guests. Oh, this kid isn't a guest, he's here to apply for a job. Sister Lee looked at Fong Jang strangely. It's rare to see someone willing to come to their factory. Master Yen looked speechless. Boss Tian, your taste is really unique. I've seen many bosses with young and beautiful secretaries, but your secretary is so old. I value personal ability more, Tian Chihua said awkwardly. Master Yen clearly lost interest in drinking tea. Let's get started. All right, thank you, Master. Please take a look at what feng shui problems my factory has. Why have so many strange things been happening lately? Tian Chihua was eager, nodding repeatedly. At this moment, he naturally didn't care about Fong Jang. It just happened to fulfill Fong Jang's wish. He could listen in from the side. Master Yen tugged at his yellow robe, making it look a bit neater, but no matter how you looked at it, the robe seemed somewhat poorly made, clearly indicating he wasn't a real Taoist. He took out a compass, pretended to examine the needle, then turned east and west, his expression appearing somewhat serious. Master, how's it going? Tian Chihua asked nervously. No rush, I need to take a closer look. The group followed Master Yen to the rooftop on the 5th floor, where he performed hand gestures with one hand while holding the compass with the other, looking down carefully at the location of the factory. He furrowed his brows the entire time, looking very troubled. This made Tian Chihua extremely anxious. Just when Tian Chihua was about to burst, Master Yen finally sighed. Indeed, it's quite tricky. Your choice of location is problematic. It's a classic insight, no wonder it's haunted. Right now, it's just a minor accident, but if the situation worsens, every person leaving the factory might meet an untimely death. Tian Chihua panicked. What should we do? Close the factory as soon as possible, don't keep it open. No, master, please, think of a way. Tian Chihua was almost ready to kneel. This factory couldn't be closed. If it shut down, he would be left to fend for himself. Since you insist on continuing operations, I can only try to think of a solution. In your case, a simple feng shui arrangement won't suffice. You need 4 sufficiently powerful restraining spiritual objects to subdue these malevolent spirits, Master Yin said. But where can I find such spiritual objects? Consider yourself lucky. I happen to have 4. Disciple, bring out the spiritual objects I have treasured. However, these 4 items were hard to come by, and I specifically used spells to eliminate the malevolent energy within them, which consumes a lot of spiritual power. Generally, they cost at least 200,000 each, but seeing your situation is so urgent, I'll sell them to you for 100,000 each. The attendant behind him immediately took out 4 items, which were the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. Each was about the size of half a palm, made of ceramic, and designed in a cute style, with each little divine beast having round, big black eyes. Put. Fong Jang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is a restraining spiritual object? Isn't this a child's toy? 100,000 each? You could probably get 3 for $10 at the Iwu small commodity market. What are you laughing at? Master Yan's attendant glared at Fong Jang. Fong Jang looked innocent. You guys are scamming so carelessly, and I can't laugh? Now he was sure. This master was definitely a fraud. But despite such an obvious scam, Tian Chihua was clearly flustered, his entire face scrunched up. 100,000 for 1, 400,000 for 4. Master, can I buy 1 first? If it works, I will definitely buy the other 3. The 4 items are a set, a single one can't stand alone and will only provoke the evil spirits. If you like it, I don't mind, Master Yin said irritably. No, I don't like it. Tian Chihua looked distressed and gritted his teeth to buy all 4 restraining spiritual objects, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. Fong Jang stroked his chin. So this is how easy it is to make money from the wealthy. He was still too young. He initially thought he could earn a few tens of thousands. Now it seemed he had been too kind-hearted. He remained silent, watching with an expression of amusement, curious to see what other tricks this feng shui master had up his sleeve. After receiving the money, Master Yan's expression clearly improved a bit. I will instruct my disciples to help you set up the feng shui arrangement later. The most critical issue now must be addressed at the source. Have there been any deaths in your factory recently? Upon hearing the word source, Fong Jang's eyes flickered. Could it be that this feng shui master really knew something? Tian Chihua's expression changed slightly, stammering, we are a legitimate factory. How could there be any deaths? Master Yin pretended to leave. If you don't speak, I can't guarantee that the haunting will be completely resolved. Only then did Tian Chihua hurriedly say, yes, there have indeed been deaths. A few months ago, a worker had his hand crushed by a machine. He insisted on making a scene and demanded compensation. I refused, and he jumped off the building. Fong Jang couldn't help but interject, if a worker is injured in the factory, that's considered a work-related injury. Why didn't you compensate him? What does it have to do with you? Tian Chihua, having lost so much money, was in a bad mood, his face full of anger. He did it on purpose, trying to extort me. Why should I pay? If every worker did this, would I still be able to run this factory? You know how important this factory is to the local area. If my factory closes down, the local economy will regress by 10 years. Damn it, vampire. Fong Jang saw through the nature of the factory owner. Master Yen clearly didn't care about that. The source lies here. You must compensate his family, then kneel at the place where he died and beg for forgiveness. Only then can you reduce the malevolent energy of the vengeful spirit, Master Yen said. Tian Chihua dared not refute and nodded repeatedly. Soon, the group returned to the place on the factory's first floor where someone had died. Master Yen decided to perform a ritual. His assistant quickly set up the altar, laying out yellow cloth, incense burners, copper cups, white candles, and ritual flags. Everything was in place. The ritual began shortly after. Master Yen held a peachwood sword, muttering incantations. The atmosphere was fervent, but it all felt a bit like charlatanry. Fong Jang, of course, had no interest in watching this. He quietly left the place. After all, there was no one in the factory. He could wander freely. Fong Jang walked into a production workshop where the assembly line machines had already stopped working. Rows of machines were covered with waterproof cloth, and the entire workshop was silent, dimly lit, giving off a somewhat chilly feeling. Employee photos and attendance sheets were still posted on the walls. Fong Jang glanced at them and quickly noticed something was off. The security guard said the factory hadn't operated for more than half a month, but the attendance sheet for this month showed that no one had signed in. Last month, only 3 workers had clocked in for the entire workshop. This indicated that the shutdown should have lasted at least over a month. Fong Jang flipped through the records and found that the workshop hadn't operated much at all this year. Since January of the year before last, workers had been taking leave one after another. From 300 people in the workshop, by the end of last year, only a dozen remained. This year, they had all completely vanished. The haunting was definitely not something that had happened in the past few months, and it wasn't that simple. At that moment, Fong Jang faintly smelled a metallic scent of blood. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately turned to leave the workshop, but the door wouldn't budge no matter how hard he pulled. It opened easily when I came in, but now it won't open? Fong Jang leaned against the door, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. He saw the waterproof cloth covering the machines begin to bulge, as if something was about to surge out. There was clearly no wind in the workshop. Suddenly, blood began to spurt out from the seams of the waterproof cloth, making the dim workshop even more eerie. Blood splattered everywhere, on the walls, the glass, the ceiling, leaving shocking traces. The entire workshop seemed to have turned into a hellish scene. Inside the workshop, Fong Jang stared at the bizarre and terrifying sight before him. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had seen scarier things before. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand it at this moment. A cold wind blew in from somewhere, sending chills down his spine. It's all fake. Fong Jang took a deep breath, holding his breath and focusing. He cleared his mind of distractions, continuously murmuring to himself. The first of the 3 major principles: follow the rules. I am not one of your factory's people, so I do not need to follow the factory's rules. If I haven't violated anything, then you cannot harm me. When he opened his eyes again, all the strangeness had vanished. The workshop was as quiet as ever. The blood that had surged earlier seemed to be an illusion. That's right, Fong Jang smiled and easily pulled open the workshop's door. But the next moment, the smell of blood hit him hard. In the corridor outside the workshop, there was blood and twisted chunks of flesh everywhere. At the end of the corridor, a crowd of heads was gathered. It seemed like a group of people were crammed into a small box, slowly walking towards him step by step, some missing arms, others missing legs, only able to crawl on their hands, and some even without heads. Fong Jang's heart raced. He realized that these figures were all squeezed together, their hands and feet writhing like tentacles, a massive entity forcing its way down the corridor towards where Fong Jang stood. He might not have been so scared of ghosts, but this kind of thing, it seemed scarier than a ghost. After about half an hour, Master Yen finally finished the ritual, looking exhausted. His assistant hurriedly said, "Master, you've consumed too much energy. We need to buy some reishi and ginseng for nourishment. According to the rules, this will cost 200,000. Boss Tian, is that alright? Can't we just have some old hen soup?" Tian Chihua asked softly. The assistant was furious. "Dare you insult my master? My master is kind-hearted and won't hold it against you, but I know a bit about poison techniques. Boss Tian, don't go too far." Tian Chihua shivered in fear and could only obediently pay. So far, he had already spent 800,000. It's really expensive. This is still a relatively cheap master. If those top masters had come, it would probably be in the 7 figures. Tian Chihua wiped the sweat from his forehead. At that moment, Fong Jang walked in from outside, looking weak and even more exhausted than Master Yen. Everyone couldn't help but glance at him. "What have you been doing to look so worn out?" Boss Tian's heart skipped a beat when he noticed something on Fong Jang's shoes that seemed to be stained with something. Upon closer inspection, it was shockingly bright red. Blood. His expression clearly changed. "Finished?" Fong Jang asked curiously. "So soon?" The assistant glared. "My master is a renowned feng shui master, skilled in exorcising ghosts and setting up formations. Do you dare to question him?" Seeing this, Tian Chihua quickly shouted at Fong Jang, "What are you doing? Daring to disrespect the master?" At this point, Fong Jang clearly had lost interest in the show and bluntly said, "Isn't this just a pure scam? I can't even be bothered to say anything. What feng shui master? You give me 100,000, and I can bring you a ton of those talismans." Master Yan's face immediately darkened. "Boss Tian, this is one of your factory's people." I understand. Tian Chihua nodded and bowed, then angrily scolded Fong Jang, get out, leave our factory, you're fired." "I don't even care," Fong Jang sneered. Where's the security? Security, someone get him out. Forget the security, there's only an old man at the entrance, and he can barely walk here. How can he have the strength to chase someone away? Tian Chihua was almost fainting with anger. This is my factory. You get out right now, or I'll call the police. You said it. What's wrong with what I said? Nothing. I just wanted to let you know that the haunting situation in the factory seems to have escalated. I originally had a way to solve it, but since you, the boss, said that, I'll leave. You can solve it? Tian Chihua looked Fong Jang up and down, clearly filled with doubt. Master Yin sneered, you little brat, so naive. You think you can solve a haunting? Did you watch some movie and start dreaming? Let me tell you, this world is far beyond your imagination. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Fong Jang waved his hand. Bye. After saying that, Fong Jang turned and left the factory. At the security booth at the factory entrance, the old security guard curiously opened the window. Young man, not working anymore? This factory is about to close down. There's no work left, Fong Jang replied with a smile. I haven't even received my salary for this month. The boss is about to disappear. Where's the salary going to come from? The old security guard was shocked. No way, is it that serious? Didn't they invite a feng shui master to take a look? I heard the person who came is very powerful and has cooperation with the state. Don't mention it, a scammer. This feng shui master can't even protect himself, and soon he'll probably be asking for help. The old security guard looked at Fong Jang with skepticism. What he said sounded too mystical. Of course, he didn't really believe it. What bad luck, running into a madman. The master's assistant couldn't help but complain. Usually, when they went out, they basked in the master's glory, always surrounded by banquets and beautiful women. This time, not only did they come to a remote countryside, but they also had to endure this. Tian Chihua hurriedly apologized and promised to take them to the best restaurant in the area for a meal, which made the two followers' expressions improve a bit. Alright, that's enough. Master Yen, looking like a wise man, put away his peachwood sword. I've done what I needed to do. Tomorrow, I'll come to help you set up the Great Formation. As for whether it can truly suppress the evil spirits, that depends on your sincerity. Master, what else should I do? Do more good deeds. I understand. I will definitely do more good deeds. I've always donated to various foundations. I have hundreds of certificates. Tian Chihua hurriedly said. Good, as long as you know. After saying that, the group prepared to leave. Tian Chihua immediately called to reserve the banquet and then led Master Yen to leave the factory. 5 minutes later, as they walked, they unexpectedly found themselves back in the office where the ritual was being performed. Master Yan's follower was slightly annoyed. Boss Tian, did you get lost in your own factory? Tian Chihua also looked a bit confused. Strange. They had clearly been walking towards the exit. How could they have come back? I'm sorry, I must have spaced out. Tian Chihua quickly apologized and then let everyone out again. 5 minutes later, the four of them returned to the ritual office once more. Looking at the familiar altar, all four of them clearly felt something was off. They distinctly remembered that they had been walking straight ahead, only turning once. There was no way they could have returned to the starting point. Tian Chihua was in a panic. He rarely came to the factory. There had always been some scary legends circulating, such as workers going missing during late-night shifts, blood being splattered in the office for unknown reasons, or workers who shouted in the workshop turning mute the next day. However, he never really believed them, thinking they were just excuses made by workers to slack off. It wasn't until he had 2 car accidents and a large number of workers resigned that he realized something was wrong. Master Yen, are we encountering something evil? Tian Chihua said in fear. Master Yen snorted, what are you afraid of? What evil spirit dares to confront me? After saying that, he ordered his 2 disciples. The 2 young followers, full of vigor, shouted evil spirits, retreat, with loud voices, and their momentum was indeed different. Boss Tian immediately felt reassured. This was so comforting. No wonder they were the master's disciples. However, 5 minutes later, the 4 of them found themselves back in the same office again. Tian Chihua felt a chill run down his spine. Master. He turned to see that Master Yan's expression was also not good, with cold sweat seemingly beading on his forehead. Disciple, let's try again. This time, shout even louder and bring out your masculinity. Master Yen said anxiously. The 2 followers hoarsely replied, Master, we can't shout anymore. After 5 minutes of shouting, it was no surprise that they couldn't handle it without professional training. Their throats were now burning with pain. Useless. Master Yen kicked the 2 in frustration. They were fine with eating, drinking, and having fun, but fell short at a critical moment. He turned to ask, Boss Tian, is there another way out? Yes, there's a way to exit through the back door. Alright, quickly, Take us out of here. Master, we are encountering this kind of evil situation. Shouldn't you be the one to resolve it? You are a professional feng shui master. Master Yen gritted his teeth. You don't understand, this ghostly thing is very powerful. I need to leave quickly. I can only deal with it outside. Just take me out quickly, and I won't charge you extra this time. Upon hearing that there would be no extra charge, Tian Shihua didn't bother with his confusion and hurriedly led the three towards the back door. But the four of them felt increasingly uneasy as they walked. Why was the exit of the corridor getting smaller? The entire corridor was growing darker, and there weren't even any emergency lights. The further they walked, the more anxious they became. The most deadly thing was that, at some point, many splattered bloodstains appeared on the walls, and they kept increasing, filling the entire corridor. Master, something's not right. The two followers were so scared they were frozen, huddled at the back, afraid to move. Tian Shihua was completely paralyzed with fear, standing there in shock. What was happening? It's haunted, indeed a fierce ghost. We should go back and think this through. Master Yen tried to stay calm, but his legs were already trembling uncontrollably. The four turned around, only to find the path they had come from was now even more sinister and eerie. Blood was continuously dripping from the ceiling, as if a blood rain was falling. The ground was covered with a thick layer of pink flesh, rising and falling like a heartbeat. That long corridor seemed to have become the intestines of a vengeful spirit, filled with a nauseating smell of blood. Help! The two followers screamed. They had never seen anything so terrifying. Usually, even if they encountered something strange, they could just run away. But this time was different. Tian Shihua was trembling all over, nearly losing control, clutching Master Yan's hand and wailing, Master, Master, think of a way. There's a ghost, a ghost. I damn well know there's a ghost. Master Yen was equally terrified, his legs giving way as he sat down on the ground. Don't pull me, don't pull me. Master, you have to think of something. What can I do? I'm not really a master. I just came to make some money. Who would have thought there really is a ghost? Master Yen covered his head, his face full of anguish. You're really haunted. Instead of calling the police when you encounter a ghost, you come looking for a feng shui master. Are you crazy? You've really messed me up. Boss Tian was dumbfounded. What good would calling the police do? But he was more concerned about another matter. You can't catch ghosts, yet you dare to charge me so much money. I'll fight you. Tian Shihua wished he could strangle Master Yen. However, Master Yen, only in his 30s, easily kicked away the overweight Boss Tian, who was gasping for breath after just a few steps. Thud, 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 thud. Heavy, chaotic footsteps began to echo. The dim corridor exit revealed one eerie figure after another. They had no physical form, only dark shadows, as if countless shadows were entangled, and faintly, sharp howls could be heard. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing. They're coming. The ghosts are coming. Boss Tian was so scared he lost control. The two followers were no better. They were nearly fainting from fear but were jolted awake. Master Yen was the calmest among the four. Although he couldn't really catch ghosts, he knew a high-end master and understood many things that ordinary people did not. That's why he dared to take on this business. Calm down. Calm down. Don't be afraid. Damn it, I said don't be afraid, don't grab my thigh. You didn't do anything illegal after entering the factory, right? The two followers quickly shook their heads. Boss Tian, your factory shouldn't have any strange regulations, right? Master Yen asked. At that moment, Tian Shihua didn't dare to lose his temper, grasping at the last straw of hope. No, you're not factory workers, so there shouldn't be any for you. What do you mean? There are many strange regulations for workers. I'm not too sure, there might be, Tian Shihua said, looking guilty. Master Yen didn't want to say much more, simply stating, as long as we haven't violated any rules, we'll be absolutely safe. From now on, don't say anything, don't do anything, we just need to get through this. The other three didn't dare to ask anything more, just huddled together against the wall. Time slowly passed. None of them dared to look up, all keeping their heads down like ostriches. A cold, eerie air blew past them continuously. The footsteps were clearer than ever. They could feel as if something was watching them, constantly lurking around them, even feeling the hairs on their bodies brush against something, as if it could fall upon them at any moment. Every second was torture. They didn't know how long it had been. One of the followers, trembling with fear, dared to look up and was overjoyed. It's back to normal. At that moment, the corridor had returned to its original state. What they had seen not long ago seemed to be an illusion. The other three let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, Master, you were right, it really won't happen, the follower exclaimed excitedly, but the next moment, a strange shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The face was indistinct, only a profound darkness. The eerie shadow reached out and slowly pressed its hand on his head. It was as if lifting a paper lantern, light and effortless. A living head was lifted into the air. The body and head separated. Bang! The headless corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud. Run, run fast. The three were so frightened that they dared not linger, getting up and running. Soon they burst into the nearest office and hurriedly blocked the door. But a chilling air continued to seep in through the crack. It's over, it's over. Tian Chihua collapsed on the ground, his clothes completely soaked with cold sweat. Master Yin trembled as he spoke. Quick, call the police. The country will send someone to save us. We must believe in the country. At that moment, blood was already seeping in through the crack in the door. This terrified the three of them again. Master Yin understood that this calamity was probably unavoidable. Wait, right, that kid from your factory just said he had a way to deal with the haunting. Where is he now? Hurry, get him over here, Master Yin said anxiously. That kid, Boss Tian also remembered. The young man who was recruiting said the haunting in the factory had escalated. At the time, he didn't believe it. Now thinking back, could it really be true? Did that kid really know how to catch ghosts? Tian Chihua was almost in tears. I don't know where he is. Think of a way, Master Yin roared, or we'll all die. Tian Chihua fumbled for his phone, searching through the contacts for a long time, finally finding a number and dialing it eagerly. At that moment, outside the factory, in the security booth, the security guard was surprised to answer the phone. Mr. Tian? Why would the boss suddenly call him? Old Chen, is that you? Tian Chihua said impatiently. Good thing I saved your number. That young man who was recruiting, hurry and stop him. Don't let him leave. Why? Don't ask, just stop him. I'll raise your salary. 1,000 a month is fine. Under the threat of death, Boss Tian finally couldn't be stingy anymore. The security guard looked at Fong Jang beside him with a strange expression. Fong Jang had not left. The security guard didn't chase him away but instead invited him in for a cup of tea. Could it really be a ghost? The security guard muttered quietly, handing the phone to Fong Jang. Young man, our boss is looking for you. Fong Jang leisurely picked up the phone. Hello, Boss Tian, what's the matter? Little brother, help, come save us. The sound of screams came from the other end of the line. This reaction was expected. Fong Jang had already discovered that the rule-related incidents in this factory were quite serious, and he didn't know how long they had been going on, but they had already entered the second phase, with various loopholes starting to appear. That's why even the nearby villages were affected to some extent. Haunting was very normal. No matter what happened, anything was possible. In this situation, even following the rules might not be safe. Hearing the boss's screams, the security guard looked at Fong Jang in surprise. This young man really wasn't talking nonsense. Boss Tian is joking. Don't you have a powerful master beside you? Just let him handle it, Fong Jang said. Tian Chihua cried out. What kind of master is he? Just a fraud. Little brother, I misjudged you. Please come and save me. The blood is about to flow in. Fong Jang replied. But I'm not very good at catching ghosts. Let's let that master put in some effort. At that moment, Master Yan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Little brother, I was wrong. I have no eyes to recognize a true expert. You are the real master. Please, I beg you, save us. Master Yan's voice trembled. Not very interested, Fong Jang said slowly. Besides, I need to find a new job. Tian Chihua hurriedly said, Little brother, as long as you are willing to save us, I can offer you a job. Weekends off, 10,000 a month. How does that sound? Are you sending a beggar my way? Fong Jang cursed and hung up the phone. You casually give a fraud 800,000. You offer me 10,000 a month, and I still have to work for you? Forget it. You might as well die quickly. If you don't die, it would be a disservice to society. 10 seconds after hanging up, the phone rang again. Fong Jang answered, his tone unfriendly. What is it? Little brother, I was wrong. I'll give you 1 million. Please save me. Tian Chihua screamed. Well, that's barely acceptable. How much is that Master Yen willing to pay for his life? Master Yen hurriedly said, 1 million, I'll give you 1 million too. You scam people out of hundreds of thousands a day, and you only give me 1 million? No, little brother, I don't get to keep all that money. I have to pay tribute. I'm just a nominal feng shui master. The big bucks have to be handed over. There are real experts in our circle. I can only keep 50,000 at most. 1 million is all my savings. Really? If I go in and find your balance exceeds 1 million, I'll just turn around and leave. No. Little brother, I actually have a little private stash, but combined it's at most 180,000. I really don't have more. Alright, then let's go with that. Fong Jang hung up the phone. This left the security guard beside him dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Is there something wrong with my ears? This is over 2 million, and it just fell into my hands? Fong Jang smiled as he returned the phone to the security guard. Sir, it seems your boss will be fine, and you can continue working. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. With that, Fong Jang quickly walked towards the factory, leaving the security guard in a daze. Fong Jang entered the factory. Dealing with the loopholes wasn't difficult. Most loopholes weren't as formidable as imagined. The factory's rule violations could probably barely be classified, but they had gone unaddressed for so long that the situation had gradually worsened. It was likely that they were worried about not being able to operate, which is why the factory had been suppressing the news. Since the workers were only injured and not many had died, it hadn't escalated. If too many people had died, the authorities would have intervened long ago. A factory owner couldn't suppress that. Fong Jang followed the corridor and soon caught a whiff of blood. Ever since becoming an awakened, Fong Jang felt his senses had sharpened significantly. Found it. Fong Jang followed the scent of blood. Soon, he arrived at a bizarre hallway, littered with severed limbs and blood, with shadows on the walls twisting and struggling, crawling as if they might burst through the walls at any moment. It was indeed frightening. However, Fong Jang's expression didn't change much. The first time was fear. The second time was panic. The third time, he was almost used to it. Alright, get out of the way, don't block the path. Fong Jang ignited a strange black flame in his palm and then threw it directly at the shadow on the wall. The black flame clung to the wall like a fluid, continuously flowing down. The shadow writhed in pain, and after a moment, it split apart and vanished. Ordinary means couldn't kill the loophole, but rules could handle rules. With his awakened abilities, he could injure or even kill it. As the shadow disappeared, everything in the corridor returned to normal. In fact, most of it was just an illusion. It wasn't real. If one's will was strong enough, even without special abilities, it was absolutely possible to escape from the attack of the loopholes. In the narrow office, Boss Tian and Master Yen were in a state of panic. Why haven't they come yet? Hurry up and make another call to check. Master Yen urged. Boss Tian exclaimed, do you think I haven't tried? The security said he has already come in, who knows when he will arrive. The assistant by the door was gasping. I can barely hold on. The three stared at each other wide-eyed. At that moment, more and more blood flowed in through the crack of the door, completely covering the office. Their shoes were soaked in blood, and it looked like it would soon submerge their ankles. The feeling was terrible. It was simply maddening. Blood. It's pouring in. Help! The three couldn't help but scream. The most critical part was that there was a rapid knocking sound coming from outside the office. It was like the whisper of a malevolent spirit. The three were so scared they were almost in tears, hurriedly blocking the door with all their strength. But the knocking grew louder and more forceful. The door trembled continuously, seeming like it would shatter under the pressure at any moment. The three were in despair. Why was the noise so loud this time? Finally, a voice came from outside. Why don't you open the door? Wasn't I supposed to come to save you? How can I save you if you don't open the door? Upon hearing this, the three's mood shot from hell to heaven. A savior had arrived. They cautiously opened a crack in the door, 3 pairs of eyes nervously peering outside. Everything in the corridor looked normal, with no strange phenomena, just a young man standing at the door. Master, you finally came. Tian Chihua nearly collapsed from relief. Master Yen asked cautiously, where's the ghost? I took care of it. Are we safe now? Not necessarily, such a large factory might not have just one ghost. Explaining too much was troublesome, so Fong Jang simply communicated using the term ghost. Master Yen couldn't help but feel tense, but thinking of how the person in front of him had easily dealt with the ghost, he felt a bit more at ease. Expert, may I ask which organization you belong to? Anyway, it has nothing to do with your fraudulent organization. Master Yan's face turned red. Although I don't have much ability, I have seen quite a few real experts. It's just that I haven't qualified to join a real organization. I can only be considered an external member. Boss Tian was furious upon hearing this. An external member? Damn fraud. He had wanted a true master, and after so much effort and consuming so many favors, he ended up with a mere external member. Oh, Fong Jang said nonchalantly. No matter what organization it was, allowing people under them to scam money surely wasn't a legitimate organization. He certainly had no interest in that. Alright, enough small talk, pay up. Fong Jang hadn't forgotten his ultimate goal. He was here to make money. Earning this sum would mean he had stable capital. Tian Chihua asked, Master, what is your bank account number? Fong Jang suddenly remembered a terrible thing. He had no legitimate identity, of course, and no bank account either. This was troublesome. Fong Jang replied, cash. Ah, Tian Chihua was taken aback. Who still used cash these days? He looked quite troubled. Master, I really don't have that much cash on me. Once you finish dealing with the ghost, I will definitely present you with 1 million in full. Fong Jang understood. Then how much do you have now? Tian Chihua took out his wallet and pulled out all the cash, only 2,000. Alright, just give it to me for now. Fong Jang accepted it with disappointment. How does such a big boss only have this little cash on him? It's too shabby. Tian Chihua felt embarrassed. He secretly resolved to carry more cash in the future. Fong Jang looked at Master Yen. It's your turn. Expert, I also don't have cash on me, Master Yen said uneasily. Not a single cent? Haven't carried cash in a long time. Really useless. Where's your lackey? He doesn't have one either. Forget it, let's talk after it's over. After saying this, Fong Jang checked Master Yan's phone, going through various online banking and payment apps, and indeed found only 1,800,000. He took it all without any guilt. When dealing with scammers, one should be ruthless. As for the other capitalist vampire, Fong Jang had other punishments in mind. Alright, let's go, I'll take you out of here, Fong Jang said. The three followed him out of the office. Fong Jang walked alone at the front, very calm. This made the three feel much more at ease. Fong Jang asked, why are you missing one? I had a disciple who was killed by a ghost, Master Yen said, trembling with fear. His head was just taken off, it was too terrifying. Has indiscriminate killing already begun? The situation seems a bit serious. Should I do something? But soon, Fong Jang dismissed this thought. He was struggling to protect himself. He couldn't care about these trivial matters. Master, shouldn't you do something? This ghost is too brutal, Tian Chihua said. Fong Jang replied, 1 million is just the price to get you out. Are you sure you want me to help you deal with the ghost problem? Tian Chihua's face showed difficulty. It costs 1 million just to save someone. What would it cost to catch a ghost? He couldn't bear to pay. Under Fong Jang's lead, the four of them cautiously made their way to the factory entrance, surprisingly encountering little trouble. It seemed those loopholes dared not attack anymore. Soon, they arrived at the factory hall. Safe, finally safe. Master Yen and his disciple rushed out of the hall door, feeling a sense of relief after a disaster. Boss Tian also hurriedly rushed outside. A strange scene occurred. Boss Tian seemed to be pulled by some strange force, unable to escape. What's going on? Boss Tian was terrified, his scalp tingling. Fong Jang was confused. He tried a few times and found he could come and go freely. Among the four, only Boss Tian couldn't. Master, save me. Boss Tian's face turned pale. Fong Jang felt it was a bit tricky. After all, he had taken a deposit. He couldn't just leave Boss Tian behind. Expert, I'll go get the money for you right now. You wait here, 1,800,000. I'll bring it immediately. Seeing this, Master Yen hurriedly pulled his little lackey and rushed out, the two disappearing in an instant. Fong Jang wanted to chase after them but was firmly held back by Boss Tian, who cried out, Master, you can't just leave me behind. If Fong Jang left, he felt he would definitely be doomed. Of course, he wouldn't let go of this lifeline. As a result, Fong Jang could only watch helplessly as Master Yen left. What are you pulling for? I said I would save you, of course, I will save you. Fong Jang glared at him angrily. Now look, my 1,800,000 has run away, you owe me. Boss Tian immediately became obedient. When it came to money, he wilted. Fong Jang carefully checked Boss Tian's condition and found nothing unusual. This situation was indeed strange. Suddenly, Fong Jang seemed to remember something. What time does your factory close? 6 in the afternoon. Are there any strict rules about leaving early? Boss Tian was silent for a moment. Unexcused absences are fined 1,000. Leaving early and taking leave are the same, fined 500. Taking leave is fined 500? You bastard. Fong Jang scolded. Isn't it that no workers would dare to take leave? Basically none. No wonder. This had become an implicit rule. This only applied to the factory workers. Others in the factory could leave freely, but this boss had to be forced to stay. However, this also seemed to indicate something. The rules had begun to become chaotic. Fong Jang looked at the greasy, overweight middle-aged man in front of him, his gaze growing increasingly unfriendly. He was simply a vampire. Why not just hang him from a streetlight? Forget about that million. Killing such a person would be a contribution to society. Boss Tian shivered. He vaguely sensed Fong Jang's intentions, and in a panic, he shouted, Master, as long as you are willing to save me, I am willing to pay an extra million. But then again, making money was the priority. He really needed the money right now. This is what you want to give, I didn't force you, Fong Jang said. Boss Tian wore a worried expression. But at this moment, he couldn't care about that. Preserving his life was the most important thing. Boss Tian nervously swallowed repeatedly, Master, what should we do now? Are there others in the factory? Fong Jang asked. There are more than 10 people in the operations office. Then go find them. Will we be able to escape if we find them? How could that be possible? Fong Jang replied, now that your factory is experiencing an escalation of ghostly occurrences, there is a high likelihood of casualties, so it's safer to take everyone out. You wouldn't want to see your factory filled with dead bodies, would you? Boss Tian was initially a bit disappointed, but upon hearing Fong Jang say this, he hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. The two quickly arrived at the office. Boss. The operations department office had more than 10 desks, and when the staff saw Boss Tian arrive, they all stood up to greet him. Apart from the secretary, Sister Lee, who was in her 40s, the others looked to be in their 20s. Boss Tian asked in confusion, "Why are you all so calm?" The crowd was puzzled. What was there to be nervous about? Boss, what's wrong? Secretary Lee asked. Boss Tian stammered for a moment. It's nothing, nothing. He didn't dare to say anything. The ghostly occurrences had already scared away so many frontline workers. If the employees in the operations department also ran away, then there would be no work left to do. Most importantly, these people's wages were very low. If they missed out, it would be hard to find employees willing to accept such low pay in the future. Fong Jang glanced at Boss Tian. There are ghosts in this place, and the situation is very serious. You are likely trapped in the factory now, and we need your cooperation to escape. The crowd was taken aback. One young man slammed the table and said, Our Boss Tian hasn't even spoken yet. Who are you to come here spreading alarmist nonsense? Do you believe we can throw you out? Fong Jang frowned. Boss Tian was terrified. This was a lifeline. He hurriedly scolded the young man loudly. Guzhenjong, shut up. How dare you speak to the master like that? Quickly apologize to the master. Everyone in the office was stunned. What was wrong with the boss today? The young man named Guzhenjong looked aggrieved. Uncle, are you joking? Apologize to him? I'm not joking. Boss Tian stepped forward and, with determination, slapped him hard. This is someone we can't afford to offend. If you don't want to die, hurry up and apologize. Then he put on a flattering smile. Master, this is my nephew. He hasn't seen much of the world and has offended you. So it was a connection. No wonder he was so arrogant. I'm sorry, Guzhenjong reluctantly apologized. Fong Jang couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter further. You should have heard about the ghostly occurrences in the factory. The more than 10 employees in the office nodded. They had indeed heard about it. They had heard that frontline workers often encountered strange things, but since they worked in the office, they had never experienced anything themselves, so they didn't take it seriously, thinking the workshop workers were just making excuses to slack off. I want to know if anything significant happened in your factory 2 years ago or even earlier, Fong Jang asked. The young employees shook their heads. They had not been working there long and were naturally not very clear about events from 2 years ago. Boss Tian was puzzled. Master, why 2 years ago? The ghostly occurrences in your factory have existed for at least 2 years, Fong Jang said. Is that so? You don't know anything about it at all? Boss Tian felt awkward. Although he often spent time in the factory, he mostly drank tea in the office and only learned about the ghostly occurrences a month ago. He found it strange. Why would Fong Jang know these things? Sister Lee pondered for a moment and said, About 2 years ago, I seem to remember something. More than 2 years ago, a worker's mother fell seriously ill and needed 100,000 for medical expenses. He heard that work-related injuries could be compensated with a lot of money, and somehow, he got the wrong idea and bought a watermelon knife, cutting off his own hand in the workshop, then went to the finance department with his severed hand to demand money. Fong Jang asked, what happened next? Of course, in such a situation, there was no compensation. He had intentionally harmed himself, and it wasn't an injury from work. No one paid him any attention, no matter how much he made a fuss. In anger, he threw away his severed hand and left. It seems he planned to cause a scene at the police station, but because he was missing a hand, he couldn't control his electric bike and ended up in a traffic accident, getting thrown off completely. He was fully responsible, and his family only received a small amount of humanitarian compensation. Fong Jang sighed. He was indeed a pitiful person. However, this person died outside the factory, so it shouldn't have much to do with him. The traffic accident seemed to have some connection to the factory. Boss Tian said, I have some impression of this matter. I remember later we went to visit his family and gave them some assistance. We did our best. This, Sister Lee said softly, was a proposal I put forward, but you rejected it later. You said he was extorting money and that leaving early violated factory regulations, so he should be fired. Why should we give him assistance? Is that so? Boss Tian's heart sank. This did sound like something he would say. He turned to look at Fong Jang cautiously. Seeing Fong Jang's increasingly displeased expression, he couldn't help but panic. Are there any other major issues? Fong Jang asked again. Sister Lee mentioned a few more incidents, mostly involving worker injuries or fights, which had a significant impact on the factory. But it was clearly not enough to create a rule event. Soon, it was time to get off work. The workers finished at 6 o'clock, while those of them in the office could leave at 5:30. However, the boss hadn't left. Naturally, no one dared to leave either, except for a certain well-connected individual. Gushinjong impatiently said, "Uncle, can we leave now? We've been here accompanying this kid for half a day, and I've already given you enough face. I have a date with a beautiful girl to watch a movie, so I need to go." You brat. What do you mean by giving me face? Boss Tian was furious. "Anyway, I can't stay any longer. I'm outta here." Gu Xinzhong clocked out and quickly ran out of the office. Before leaving, he shot a furious glare at Fong Jang. "Playing tricks, I don't have time to deal with you. You can fool the old man, but I advise you to be honest. If you dare to cheat me out of a single penny, I'll make sure to have someone take care of you." Boss Tian was terrified. This brat has gone mad. You're really going to get someone killed. Inside the office, the employees exchanged glances. Gu Xinzhong had left. Could they leave too? Boss Tian was anxious as master. "Please don't mind this brat. I will definitely teach him a good lesson later. But can we leave now?" The latter part was what he cared about the most. Right now, he only cared about whether he could leave this place. "Who knows?" Fong Jang casually said, "If you want to leave, you can follow him." As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the office began to stir. Who wants to work unpaid overtime? If they could leave, they would want to go immediately. Only Secretary Lee was very serious. "President Tian is busy with factory matters and hasn't left yet. How can we leave casually?" The others in the office helplessly sat back down. At a time like this, if they left, wouldn't they attract the boss's attention? They were not well-connected individuals. Naturally, they didn't want to take that risk. Boss Tian's expression flickered. He wanted to leave so badly, but he was also worried about angering Fong Jang. Who knows if Fong Jang was speaking in reverse? Just then, a trembling figure walked back into the office. It was Gu Xinzhong. He looked pale, as if he had suffered some tremendous shock, breathing rapidly, his hands cold, and his legs shaking violently. "Why yes, I'm sorry, master, I just spoke a bit harshly." "Not going to the movies anymore?" Fong Jang glanced over. "And no, I'm not going, not for the rest of my life." Gu Xinzhong's voice trembled. "Master, you must save us and get us out of here. I'm willing to be your servant." The people in the office were dumbfounded. What had happened? The unruly connection had suddenly caved in. "What's wrong, Brother Zhong?" a young employee in the office asked. Gu Xinzhong's expression was grim. "Ghosts, it's really haunted. As soon as I went out, I saw some things that are hard to describe. Anyway, it's scarier than watching a horror movie. If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves." As soon as he said this, no one dared to leave, all huddling together. Fong Jang couldn't find many clues for the moment, so he asked Boss Tian, "I remember that Master Yan had a follower who died in your factory?" "Yes, he died." "Take me to see." "Ah, me? Who else? I don't know where it is." Boss Tian had a bitter face and could only reluctantly get up. Fong Jang said, "By the way, you all come along." "Ha, we have to go too?" "If you're not afraid that after I leave, the ghost will come looking for you, you can stay." Everyone was scared silly, quickly getting up to hide beside Fong Jang. A group of them marched out of the office. Perhaps because there were so many people, they didn't encounter any strange occurrences along the way, which calmed everyone down a bit. They began to speculate whether Gu Xinzhong had seen it wrong. But just then, in the distance down the corridor, a solitary head was rolling helplessly on the ground. This scene was very eerie. Several female employees screamed in fright. "Help! Help!" a hoarse voice cried out. Fong Jang said irritably, "If you're afraid of attracting ghosts, then keep shouting." But the cries for help persisted, tinged with a hint of hysteria. "Who's still calling?" Fong Jang turned around displeased, but the people behind him all covered their mouths and shook their heads desperately. Gu Xinzhong pointed with a sobbing tone, "Master, it seems like he's the one calling." Fong Jang focused his gaze. The head rolled laboriously, then righted itself, and it was indeed alive, eyes wide open, mouth struggling to open and close, and it cried out for help, help, help. Even though Fong Jang had seen many strange scenes, this was still a bit too bizarre. He could barely accept it, but the people behind him had already collapsed to the ground, almost unable to move. "Master Yan's follower?" Fong Jang shouted. The head cried out in excitement, it's me, save me. "You're not dead?" I don't know, help." All right, stop shouting." Fong Jang stepped forward, grabbing the hair of the head and lifting it up, causing the head to grimace in pain, but it dared not express any dissatisfaction. Fong Jang asked, "Where's your body?" "I was so scared I fainted, and when I woke up, I couldn't find my body." The follower croaked. This was indeed troublesome. They couldn't just ignore it. But carrying a living head was somewhat beyond what a normal person could handle. But why was only this follower attacked? What about the other three who were unharmed? Was it just a coincidence? What were you doing at that time? Fong Jang inquired. The follower quickly recounted what had happened. Fong Jang pondered for a moment. Boss Tian, there were 4 of you at the time, did you do anything strange? Something that might violate factory regulations? Boss Tian shook his head hurriedly. They were all scared out of their wits, how could they dare to do anything? Sister Lee whispered, 4 people? I remember there's a rule that to prevent workers from causing trouble, no more than 3 people are allowed to whisper in the workshop corridor, and if caught, they will be fined. And at this moment, they were indeed in the corridor outside the workshop. As soon as the words fell, the corridor suddenly darkened. The exit in the distance seemed to grow further away, as if it could never be reached. Strange black shadows floated on the walls, as if they were about to emerge at any moment. It's coming again, Boss Tian exclaimed excitedly. It was just like that at the time. Fong Jang said sternly, spread out, everyone spread out, don't huddle together. The people behind him were terrified and lost their wits. Ghost, there really is a ghost. Everyone was so frightened that they lost their senses. Although they heard Fong Jang's words and hurriedly tried to disperse, the more nervous they became, the more chaotic it got, and coupled with their fear, they instinctively wanted to crowd closer to others. As a result, they couldn't truly disperse. Meanwhile, from the walls, one by one, the black shadows slowly emerged. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these shadows were incomplete. Some were missing hands, some were missing feet, and some were missing heads, but due to their distortion, they were not clearly visible. This made the already panicked crowd feel even more shattered inside. What a broken rule, Fong Jang cursed angrily, and then a strange flame rose in his hand, flowing like black liquid, exuding a chilling yet scorching aura, very mysterious and unpredictable. Without hesitation, Fong Jang pressed both hands against the wall. The eerie flame defied gravity, quickly spreading along the wall, and when the shadows inside the wall came into contact with the flame, they wailed and screamed, then shattered, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The lights in the corridor lit up again. Everything strange vanished without a trace. We're saved! The crowd cried tears of joy, embracing each other. Fong Jang said irritably, I told you to spread out, and you still dare to hug together? The crowd hurriedly dispersed, no longer daring to gather together. At this moment, their gazes towards Fong Jang changed. Without witnessing it firsthand, there would naturally be no real sense of feeling. This master looked young, but he truly had formidable skills. He had easily vanquished the ghost. Fortunately, they had followed him out. If the master hadn't been there, they couldn't even bear to think about the consequences of encountering such a thing. Thank you, master, for saving our lives. Everyone hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Among them, a young female employee couldn't help but flirt. Master, can 2 people stick together? Can I walk with you? I'm so scared. My legs are weak. The male employees cursed her shamelessness in their hearts but didn't dare to say much. Fong Jang looked indifferent. If your legs are weak, stay where you are. If you can't walk, then don't. The speaking female employee looked aggrieved, but she didn't dare to really stay behind. She could only follow closely behind the main group. Boss Tian looked terrified. Master, what should we do? Simple, find the source. I already have some clues. The current problem is, who among you knows where the severed hand that the worker cut off is? Fong Jang asked. Severed hand? The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that the severed hand was still in the factory? No way. Severed hand. Fong Jang could basically conclude that this was the source. The young people in the office looked confused. They had mostly not experienced the events from 2 years ago. What do we need that for? Boss Tian asked quietly. Fong Jang replied, what do you think? To save your life. Boss Tian hurriedly turned to ask Sister Lee, Ali, think quickly, where is that severed hand? This isn't something I handled, Sister Lee said anxiously. At that time, the factory was in chaos, and the workers in the workshop were causing a ruckus. No one paid attention to where the severed hand was. Fong Jang said, such things shouldn't be carelessly thrown away. After all, they're quite scary, and if handled properly, it might even be reattached. Sister Lee seemed to remember something and excitedly said, yes, I remember now. A worker took it away, saying he was going to the cafeteria to get ice to freeze it, so it could be reattached. The workers in the factory were naturally not unfamiliar with such matters, as working on the assembly line had its dangers. Then it's probably in the kitchen, Fong Jang said. A group of people hurriedly left the workshop corridor and headed towards the cafeteria on the first floor. The cafeteria was empty, with thousands of seats available. However, due to the work stoppage, the cafeteria staff had also been temporarily dismissed. The lights seemed to be broken, Go Jinjong said as he pressed a few buttons, only to find the cafeteria shrouded in darkness. Everyone had to turn on their phone flashlights to search for the freezer in the kitchen. The freezer was naturally not hard to find. Open all the freezers and see if the severed hand is hidden in some corner, Fong Jang said slowly. The group looked worried and cautiously opened the freezers. They were quite anxious. After all, a bloody severed hand appearing before them would be quite terrifying. Soon, they had searched all the freezers, but the result was somewhat unexpected. They found nothing. Master, what should we do if we can't find it? Boss Tian asked. Fong Jang frowned. Right. If it really became the source, the carrier of the dark spot, how could it be quietly lying in the freezer? This was indeed troublesome. Fong Jang lacked experience and didn't know how to handle this situation. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Boss Tian, deep in thought, and immediately asked the others, besides today, have any of you encountered any haunting incidents? Everyone nodded eagerly. Yes, never. I often wander around the factory out of boredom, but today is particularly ghostly, Gu Zhenzhong quickly replied, wanting to prove his worth. Fong Jang nodded. Boss Tian, how long has it been since you last came? Probably a few months, Boss Tian said. The last 2 times I came, the car broke down, so I had to deal with the repairs and didn't even enter the factory. That's it. Fong Jang smiled. He had found the problem. Master, do you have an idea now? Boss Tian asked, somewhat excited. Fong Jang replied with a smile, yes. In the next moment, Fong Jang instructed everyone to evacuate the cafeteria but left Boss Tian behind alone. No, Master, don't leave me here. Boss Tian cried out like a pig being slaughtered, desperately trying to follow. Fong Jang was displeased. Go up and hold him down. Upon hearing this, the employees became energized. Such a good opportunity was rare. They rushed forward, pinned Boss Tian down, and used kitchen ropes to tie him to a chair. Gu Zhenzhong was the most enthusiastic in this action, even showing a face full of excitement. You beast, I'm your uncle. Boss Tian wailed. Gu Zhenzhong looked innocent. This is the master's order. It has nothing to do with me. The only one who didn't take action was Secretary Lee. Soon, Boss Tian was securely tied up. The group retreated. At first, Boss Tian still had the strength to wail. The dim and silent cafeteria soon frightened him into silence. The cafeteria grew darker and darker. Gradually, a chaotic sound of footsteps, heavy like a muffled drum, began to echo, constantly pounding in Boss Tian's heart. Master? Please don't scare me, Boss Tian said, trying to widen his eyes. He seemed to see a huge figure approaching. The light was dim, and everything was blurry. He could only vaguely see some long shadows swaying. As the huge figure drew closer, Boss Tian was so scared that he felt cold all over, nearly fainting. Those swaying things were all hands. The huge figure was actually a mass of severed limbs and arms pressed together, bloody and nauseating to behold. Ah! The scream echoed throughout the cafeteria. Outside the cafeteria, everyone shuddered in fear, wondering what had happened. However, they didn't dare to look. The head of the follower in Fong Jang's hand widened its eyes, gritting its teeth. I saw it. My body, my form is inside. Seeing this scene, Fong Jang could basically confirm it. It was indeed Boss Tian's appearance that led to the haunting incident. This was strange. The rule event was actually targeting a specific person. Could it be that the source had its own will? Was this rule event out of control? The second of the 3 major principles: do not blindly trust any experience, not to mention Fong Jang's barren experience. So Fong Jang stopped thinking too much and stepped forward, his hands igniting with strange flames. Hey, that's enough. This is bait, not food prepared for you. In the next moment, 2 balls of black flames shot out instantly. The massive flesh and blood creature had nowhere to hide, and was struck immediately. The flames sprayed over it like tar, impossible to shake off, even burrowing deeper. It trembled in pain. Its severed hands and feet fell off with a clatter. Why are you stopping me? A scream echoed from within the monster. He deserves to die. That black-hearted boss, that vampire, he should die. Fong Jang felt a hint of surprise. Something was off. Was it not the source? But a loophole. Forget it. It had to be resolved no matter what. Fong Jang charged forward, and the flesh monster suddenly turned, its 2 mangled arms spreading wide, the blood holes in its palms resembling 2 bloody eyes. Why are you blocking me? The monster cried out in agony. Strange flames surged continuously from Fong Jang's palms, blocking the monster. I don't know if you can understand, but your existence has brought danger to many innocent people. I don't want this either. The monster's voice was unusually muffled. Then, a pale, feeble arm slowly rose from within the monster, faintly revealing some ice shards. The severed end of the arm opened and closed, making a sound. This scene could scare a person out of their wits. You made the mistake yourself. I just want to kill that black-hearted boss. Fong Jang fixed his gaze on the arm. This was it. The source. He found it. But this was completely different from what Bai Ming had said. A severed arm could actually become the source. The source should have been out of control. But this was clearly not the case. If faced with a mindless monster, Fong Jang could act without hesitation. But how should this be calculated? Boss Tian, at this moment, did not know where he found the courage, angrily said. Who says I'm a black-hearted boss? When have I ever treated you poorly? Why do you want to kill me? The monster's eyes fixed intently on Boss Tian. All these years, you have never raised our salaries. How can I raise them? Do you understand? Boss Tian shouted. Our factory is a model enterprise in the area. If we raise salaries, what about the other factories? They will also be forced to raise salaries, which will ruin those small factories. Fong Jang truly did not expect that someone could say such grandiose words. The monster clearly lacked the ability to handle such a complex issue. Its body trembled continuously, seemingly struggling. When it came to these matters, Boss Tian seemed to have lost much of his fear of the monster. He shouted, I donate tens of millions to various foundations every year. This money is used to help the truly poor. Would a black-hearted boss do such a thing? You only know how to raise salaries, but you don't know that I have been helping people poorer than you. The monster's body swayed, showing signs of collapse. The severed hand that bore the source was surprisingly fragile. At that moment, the secretary, Sister Lee, who had been too afraid to peek from outside the cafeteria, bravely stepped forward. That's right. Our boss is not as black-hearted and greedy as you think. You have all misunderstood. Boss Tian is a true people's entrepreneur. It was clear that she was genuinely loyal to Boss Tian. No wonder he had kept her by his side. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, the monster's body visibly solidified, letting out a deafening roar as it charged madly towards Sister Lee. What's happening? Boss Tian was confused. Fong Jang said, what else could it be? Scabs are more detestable than black-hearted bosses. Haven't you heard this reasoning? Boss Tian wanted to refute, but Fong Jang's next words made him break out in a cold sweat. He trembled uncontrollably. There's no need to say those grandiose words anymore, or else I'm afraid I really won't be able to help but throw you to the monster. Donations? It's fine to deceive a mindless monster, but donating to a foundation is just a way to evade taxes, Fong Jang said coldly. With that, he ran towards the monster. Although he held great disdain for Boss Tian, it was not a reason to turn a blind eye to the monster's evil. This incident was peculiar, situated on the boundary between the first and second phases. The monster was also on the brink of losing control. If left unchecked, many people would likely die. Fong Jang unleashed his ghostly fire once more, the flames spreading like liquid, entangling the flesh and blood monster, slowing it down significantly and causing its flesh to continuously fall away. Why are you stopping me? I haven't done anything wrong, the flesh and blood monster roared, its body inexplicably swelling violently. Those dismembered limbs began to writhe as if they were alive, rejoining its body. The monster became increasingly terrifying, even the shadow beneath it seemed to possess life. The severed limbs converged into a massive hand, crashing down towards Fong Jang. Not good. Fong Jang attempted to activate his memory-altering ability but failed. Clearly, his flames had not touched the true core. What to do? He jolted, seemingly returning to that pitch-black consciousness space. What's wrong, big boy? Encountering trouble? Huang Jingxin asked with a smile. The one trapped in the consciousness space was no longer the real him, but a memory relying on Fong Jing's consciousness. Thus, the Huang Jingxin before him could be seen as that person from Fong Jing's memory. Of course, the question of the memory's authenticity had no conclusion for now. Fong Jing replied irritably, I'm about to die, are you satisfied? If you die, I die too. What is there to be satisfied about? Huang Jingxin said innocently. Fong Jing retorted, your ability is useless, it can't deal with that monster. No ability is invincible. Can't you think a little more? Abilities need to be developed and utilized. A sword in a swordsman's hand can take on 10, but in your hand, it can't even touch anyone. Is it the sword's fault? Besides, have you forgotten what your true ability is? Fong Jing suddenly realized. Right, his true ability. By the way, since you are just a memory, am I really conversing with you, or am I talking to myself? Fong Jing posed a soul-searching question. Huang Jingxin grinned, I don't know. The massive hand came crashing down. Fong Jing raised his hands, generating a mysterious and unfathomable pulling force, causing the severed limbs it touched to visibly disappear, as if erased by some power. This was his true ability. Level ability, confinement. In the next moment, fierce ghostly fire surged in Fong Jing's palms, but this time it wasn't just thrown out. The black flames boiled and burned, transforming into two blades that clung to Fong Jing's arms. He moved forward, his arms swinging like dual swords, destroying everything in their path. The enormous flesh and blood monster was forcibly cut open, and Fong Jing clearly saw the severed limbs hidden within. In the next moment, the eerie flames condensed into substance, stabbing heavily at the severed limb. Memory alteration. The ability activated. You have already killed the black-hearted boss, everything is over. Fong Jing unhesitatingly altered the memory of the severed limb. The flesh and blood monster suddenly froze, and then its hands and feet fell weakly to the ground, its massive body collapsing with a thunderous crash, rapidly disintegrating. Thud, thud. Blood sprayed. Finally, the severed limb slowly fell to the ground, devoid of color. Gradually, it turned pale. A wisp of black mist emerged from the flesh, dissipating in the cafeteria. Was it really resolved just like that? So simple. Fong Jang thought carefully. In fact, it wasn't simple at all. For other awakened ones, completely breaking through external defenses was already a difficult task. Modifying memories can directly cause obsessions to dissipate. Only by combining the two can a relatively simple rule event be resolved so quickly. In the realm of consciousness, Huang Jingxin looked at the inexplicably appeared pile of severed hands and feet, his face turning pale with fright. What are you doing? Why bring such things in here? Get rid of them quickly. Help, in such a small space, do you want to suffocate me to death? Well, there's no helping it. You asked me to use my abilities, Fong Jang said with a smile. Consider this a gift for you. After all, it's too boring for you to be here alone. Bastard, what kind of gift is this? Get it away. What did you call me? Foster father? Is foster father okay? Hurry up and take it away. Alright then. With a thought, Fong Jang made the severed limbs gather together, piecing them into the shape of a scarecrow, silently standing in the corner as if on guard. In this form, Huang Jingxin could barely accept it. It wasn't that Fong Jang liked such creepy things, but he had discovered something. It seemed that by imprisoning these things, he had gained an additional ability. Since that was the case, of course, he couldn't just throw it away. At this moment, Boss Tian was sweating profusely but still forced a smile, flattering. Master, you really are amazing. Is the ghost completely dealt with now? Can you let me go first? The ghost is dealt with, but there's still one thing unresolved. What thing? You. Me? Fong Jang walked over to Boss Tian, grabbed his arm, and with a gentle tug, directly pulled the arm off. The monster is gone, but the vampire is still here. I'm considering whether to deal with it together. Boss Tian's pupils shrank sharply, terrified to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Master, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I promise I won't be a black-hearted boss anymore. I'll raise the workers' wages. I will definitely raise their wages. You don't really know you're wrong. You're just afraid of dying, Fong Jang said coldly. Fong Jang believed that his ability was definitely not as simple as mere imprisonment. If he had the chance, he would study his abilities thoroughly. But at this moment, Fong Jang was more concerned about how to deal with this black-hearted boss. Master, you can do whatever you want. Just don't kill me. Don't kill me, Boss Tian cried out in despair. I'll give you money. If 2 million isn't enough, I'll give you 5 million, no, 10 million. How can I use my abilities to extort at will? That would make me no different from someone like you, Fong Jang said, dissatisfied. He still had some principles, but Boss Tian was already in despair. Just extort him. It was fine. Go ahead and extort. Don't act like a righteous person. Watching Fong Jang casually pull off his own arm would likely become a long-term nightmare for Boss Tian. In his heart, Fong Jang's level of terror was already comparable to that of a fierce ghost. The other 10 or so employees who witnessed this scene were naturally dumbfounded. They even suspected that Fong Jang was possessed by a fierce ghost. Otherwise, how could he do such a terrifying thing? Don't hurt our Boss Tian, Sister Lee mustered her courage and said tremulously. He's had a hard time running such a large factory. Of course, he can't cover everything. We need to believe in Boss Tian. He can lead us to a better tomorrow. At this moment, Fong Jang understood why everyone hated traitors so much. Is that what you all think? Fong Jang looked at another group of people. The crowd exchanged glances. It was clear that this group of young people still had hope. Fong Jang flicked his fingers, and a small ball of ghost fire landed on Sister Lee. The ability activated. Memory modification. In order to save costs, your factory has laid off a large number of old employees, including you. Congratulations, you have been fired, Fong Jang said. Sister Lee stared blankly for a moment, then fixed her gaze on Boss Tian and cursed loudly. Tian, do you have no shame? I've followed you for 20 years, and now you're firing me. Boss Tian was dumbfounded. What are you going crazy about? Fong Jang waved his hand. Sister Lee cursed Boss Tian fiercely again, then left with gritted teeth. Before leaving, she told the other employees, you should escape as soon as possible. There's no hope here. This damn boss has done so many bad things. He will end up in jail sooner or later. Be careful not to get caught up in it. With that, Sister Lee left in anger. See, only when the knife falls on your own head will you know the pain. Fong Jang shook his head. No matter how nice the words sound, once it involves personal interests, it's all the same. A scab is just a petty person who only cares about immediate benefits. Advising others to be magnanimous is like asking for lightning to strike. Fong Jang then looked at Boss Tian. It's your turn. He didn't wait for Boss Tian to plead for mercy and activated his ability again. Memory modification. You were attacked by a monster and lost your arm. After this major incident, you finally understand how despicable and shameless you once were. The cycle of heaven's justice is unerring. From now on, you will reflect on your pain and decide to treat workers well, to genuinely use your money to do good, Fong Jang said. The fear on Boss Tian's face abruptly stopped, gradually shifting from confusion to clarity. He showed an expression of having survived a disaster, looking as if he had turned over a new leaf. Master, thank you for saving me. After this incident, I finally understand that money is worthless. There are so many things more important than money. As long as you understand, please give me more money. He nodded earnestly. No problem, money in your hands can help more people. The remaining employees were stunned. This master is truly extraordinary. His methods are incredible. Unbelievable. Master, you've worked hard. I'll arrange a banquet and sauna for you right away, so you can have a good rest. Gu Xinzhong hurriedly stepped forward to show concern. Do you need a follower? I can do anything. Fong Jang shook his head. No need. You must have someone to assist you, otherwise doing everything yourself is too exhausting. I may not be good at other things, but my ability to get things done is absolutely top-notch. Just look at how proactive I was when I tied up my uncle. Fong Jang was too lazy to argue and simply activated his ability, erasing the memory of his own abilities from the other person's mind. At the same time, he modified the memories of the other 10 or so employees as well. Speaking of followers, Fong Jang glanced at the head boss. Tian was in a great mood. Paying out 2 million didn't seem to hurt him much anymore. He arrived at the entrance and saw the security guard. Old Chen, is your work tough? Boss Tian, the security guard quickly stood up to salute. No need to be polite, no need to be polite. It's too hard for you to stand guard alone. I've decided to hire a few more people to share the pressure. This way, we can better protect the factory's safety. What do you think? The security guard was taken aback. Boss Tian, you're not planning to fire me, are you? How could that be? I still have to keep my promise. From now on, you'll be the captain of the security team, with a salary of 10,000 a month. If you all perform well, there will be additional rewards. Work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly. Boss Tian smiled as he left. Even his plump body seemed a bit lighter. The security guard looked at Boss Tian's retreating figure in confusion. Has he changed? Why such a big transformation? In a high-end residential area, the streetlights were bright. Master Yen was using the latest threefold phone, his expression serious. Third brother, I encountered a young man who seems to be an awakened, yes, possessing special abilities, just like the big shots in the organization. I forgot his specific name, but he looks very young, probably around 18 or 19. Looks like a rookie. He actually tried to compete with me for business. He might have just awakened not long ago and definitely doesn't have any organization yet. Third brother, if I report this news, will it count as a merit? A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. If it's confirmed that he is a wild awakened, then you will definitely have credit. Once you accumulate enough merit, I will apply to help you awaken your abilities, and you can join the organization. This made Master Yen grin from ear to ear. Alright, thank you, third brother. After hanging up, Master Yen felt elated. The third brother he spoke to was from a mysterious organization, one that consisted of either wealthy elites or awakened individuals with incredible powers. Being able to join would provide him with connections enough for a lifetime of wealth and honor. Of course, what excited him the most was the ability to awaken. As a fake feng shui master, he envied those with extraordinary abilities. So he had been working for the organization, hoping that one day he could accumulate enough merit to be accepted and become an awakened. Master, how did it go? Asked a follower. Master Yen nodded. It's done. If I join the organization, I will find a way to help you get in too. The follower was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Alright, you can go back and rest now. Yes. After sending off the follower, Master Yen entered the residential area and returned to his home, a villa of over 200 square meters, worth more than 8 million in market price, not to mention the renovations. This was after he had contributed most of his earnings to the organization. It was evident how much money this fake feng shui master was making. Why is it so dark? Where did everyone go? Master Yen muttered in dissatisfaction, then fumbled to press the switch. He had a female college student living with him. Logically, she should be home at this time. Click. He pressed the switch. The lights in the room did not turn on. Power outage? Impossible. Master Yen angrily took out his phone, preparing to call the property management. Suddenly, he felt a chill coming from behind him. His heart trembled. What's going on? I closed the door. He struggled to turn around, and in the pitch-black room, a solitary head appeared, its outline somewhat familiar. Master, I died so miserably. The head let out a chilling low wail. Master Yen was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Why did you leave me? I'm just a head now, so miserable. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Master Yen hurriedly knelt and knocked his head on the ground, looking as pathetic as could be. At that moment, with a click, the lights in the room turned on. The lackey stood there unharmed, simply wearing a pure black coat, appearing to have only a head in the darkness. Beside him, a man wearing a hat and a mask sat leisurely on the sofa. "All right, have you vented enough?" "That's enough, thank you, master." The lackey looked grateful. He held a deep resentment towards Master Yen for abandoning him and running away. Now, he finally felt calm. You didn't die?" Master Yen was shocked. He clearly saw the lackey's head had fallen off. The lackey snorted, "Thanks to this master saving me, otherwise I would have died while counting your money." "All right, you should leave now." Yes, the lackey laughed. Master Yen stared at Fong Jang in utter shock. Can even the dead be brought back to life? This is incredible. "Master Yen, the money you owe me, it's time to pay up," Fong Jang said, removing his mask and speaking. Master Yen jolted. "Of course, I came back to get the money. I didn't expect you to come in person." Fong Jang scoffed. He had come over so late. The other party had no intention of taking money. Master Yen hurriedly ran into the room, opened the safe, and took out a large sum of cash and 4 or 5 gold bars. Master, these gold bars and cash definitely exceed 180,000, all belong to you." "Oh, I remember you had quite a bit of money left in your balance," Fong Jang said coldly. "At that time, you said your savings were only 1 million, what did I say?" Master Yan's heart sank. Oh no, he had forgotten about this. Fong Jang continued, "Not only did you deceive me, but you also planned to renege on my debt, even leaked my whereabouts over the phone. If you were me, what would you do?" Master Yen was drenched in cold sweat. "It's over. This kid looks young, but his aggressive aura is truly frightening." Just then, the front door of the house suddenly opened, and a man in his 30s walked in, with a square face and thick eyebrows, but his face clearly showed some hostility. "Kid, you dare to touch my people?" the man said in a deep voice. Master Yen was overjoyed. "Third brother, you're here." This man was his third brother from the phone, named Zhao San. "I happened to be nearby and wanted to talk to you about the new awakened ones. Didn't expect to run into you like this." Zhao San looked Fong Jang up and down. "Indeed young, kid, you just awakened your ability not long ago, right?" While he was sizing up Fong Jang was also observing him. This man had a similar aura to Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. No doubt, he was also an awakened one. But what ability did he have? Fong Jang said calmly, "So what?" "So that's right," Zhao San grinned maliciously. "Let me teach you something today. Don't think that just because you got some luck and gained extraordinary abilities, you can look down on others and think highly of yourself. In the eyes of others, you might just be a tasty little lamb." In the next moment, third brother pulled out a small dagger from his waist. The dagger gleamed, flashing a cold light. Master Yen was extremely excited. "Here it comes." Whoosh! Zhao San's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, as if a gust of wind had blown by. Fong Jang felt a pain in his chest. A wound had appeared on his chest, his clothes torn, skin and flesh turned outward, blood flowing continuously. However, the blood was thick and black, looking very strange. Zhao San reappeared, the dagger stained with black blood. "Poisoned? Why is the blood black?" Zhao San was somewhat puzzled, but it didn't matter. Fong Jang stared at Zhao San. "Such speed. Is his ability speed?" Zhao San looked at Fong Jang with a cold smile. "I have the ability, extreme speed. Now you understand, killing you is very simple, just a thought away." Fong Jang frowned. "I have no enmity with you, why do you want to kill me?" "Indeed, just a rookie." Zhao San looked down on him with disdain. "All awakened ones have powers belonging to the rules within them. This power can be devoured, and it can even promote the advancement of abilities." This matter had never been brought up by Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. Fong Jang naturally didn't know either. He couldn't help but feel alarmed. To devour the powers of other awakened ones could promote one's own ability advancement? Wouldn't that mean that all awakened ones are in a predator-prey relationship? There exists a potential hunting relationship among all awakened ones. Without constraints, it would likely descend into chaos. This would fall into the Dark Forest law. Even if you have no intention to harm, you must guard against everyone, as you can never be sure someone won't want to harm you. Enhancing one's awakening ability, Fong Jang understood this well. Such a thing is too tempting. "So, you want to eat me?" Fong Jang's expression darkened. Zhao San replied indifferently, "Rest assured, I won't kill you right away. The ability to devour rule powers has its limitations. Your ability and mine are clearly not of the same type. But that's fine, you're still quite valuable. I can use you to exchange for a suitable prey for myself." Because of this hunting relationship among awakened ones, for the sake of their own safety, they often choose to join an awakened organization. A wild, newly awakened individual is very valuable because they have weak resistance and no background, so there's no worry about attracting any trouble. Fong Jang furrowed his brows, and he immediately understood his own value. Isn't this just like Tang Seng's meat? He realized he still knew too little about the world of awakened ones. I advise you to surrender honestly, it will get bloody everywhere, and cleaning it up will be very troublesome, plus you'll suffer a lot of unnecessary pain. Zhao San said ominously. The last awakened one who resisted had his hands and feet chopped off before he became obedient, and he died after being a human stick for 3 days. You can imagine how painful that was. Fong Jang's gaze turned cold. This person had done many such things. He was truly a beast. Isn't this just a human trafficker? You deserve to die. Fong Jang couldn't help but scold. Zhao San was unfazed. It seems you still don't understand your situation. In the next moment, he vanished again. A sharp cold light flashed past Fong Jang. He couldn't react at all. Fong Jang's right arm was cut open by a dagger, blood flowed, the wound was very deep, almost exposing the bone, and the intense pain made Fong Jang gasp. It was truly impossible to defend against. As long as he moved, his right arm would start to hurt violently. It was almost rendered useless. Fong Jang was alarmed. This kind of ability, if there was no effective countermeasure, was almost unsolvable. Aren't you going to use your own ability? If you die, there will be no chance, Zhao San said, looking at Fong Jang like a hamster running around in a cage, with a mocking expression, as if the person before him was already a turtle in a jar. Fong Jang didn't dare to be careless and immediately used his ability. Strange flames ignited from his left hand and quickly shot out. Fool, how could you hit me with that? Zhao San's figure flickered and easily dodged. The strange black fire landed on the wall, spreading like flowing water, not stopping for a long time. Strange flames, it seems to be a strong thought-based ability, a special attack formed by the condensation of mental power. Unfortunately, it's not suitable for me, but this is quite valuable. Zhao San revealed a joyful smile. His figure vanished again and rushed towards Fong Jang. All that could be seen was a blurry shadow. Seeing this, Fong Jang didn't hesitate to ignite flames in his palm, then slapped the ground, causing the black flames to spread rapidly around him, hot yet chilling. In an instant, flames filled the area within 3 meters. Damn! Zhao San hurriedly stopped and retreated a few steps in fright. He didn't dare to casually touch something beyond his understanding. It might be extremely powerful. Although he possessed incredible speed, his physical body was actually quite fragile, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Very clever, knowing to use this method to force me away, Zhao San clapped, somewhat appreciating it. This kind of utilization is not bad, it's a good start. Fong Jang was engulfed in black flames, as if they had coalesced into a bizarre armor. The liquid flames continuously spilled outward, writhing and crawling as if alive, spreading outwards. At that moment, he resembled a monster resurrected from the realm of the dead. The sight was quite astonishing. Get away, Fong Jang coldly commanded. Zhao San's smile faded, and he replied indifferently, do you think you're invincible like this? How dare you speak to me like that? A newly awakened ability user? You can unleash your power so recklessly, but how long can you last? I bet no more than 10 seconds. The more experienced awakeners understood how to allocate their stamina. They also employed various methods to enhance themselves. Even with the same ability, the power exhibited by different awakeners could vary drastically. Fong Jang frowned. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, he began to feel fatigued. The energy consumption was immense, but he could hold on a little longer. Zhao San stared at Fong Jang, silently counting to 10 in his mind. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. How was it not over yet? Could this kid be some seasoned awakener? That was impossible. He looked just like a rookie. Fong Jang also realized that continuing like this was not wise, and he immediately turned to escape. But Zhao San would not let such a tempting target slip away, and he pursued without hesitation. In the upscale community, a massive, strange black fire was burning and rolling, drawing many people to open their windows and take a look. What is that? Is there a monster? Where's the property management? Where's the security? Someone come and handle this. What are we paying all this property fee for? Quick, take a picture. Maybe it can make the headlines. Some were frightened, but more were curious, grabbing their phones and snapping pictures. In times of peace, anything strange would attract attention. Of course, they could only capture a mass of bizarre black flames, unable to see what was within the flames, nor could they catch sight of Zhao San moving at high speed. Fong Jang did not want to be seen, so he dashed straight into the underground parking garage. Fool, escaping here is cutting off your retreat. Where else can you run to? Zhao San leisurely followed behind, mocking him mercilessly. However, he was also somewhat alarmed. This kid had been unleashing flames at full strength for almost a minute. Such stamina. Or perhaps it was because this person's ability level was very high, and his ordinary performance was already astonishing? If that were the case, it would be serious. Could it be that he was already at level A upon awakening, or even level S? If he truly reached level S, it would be incredible. Such awakeners had to be registered with the state, and any significant actions had to be reported. If discovered intentionally evading the state's scrutiny, the situation could be considered treason. If he really is level S, then in Blackstone, he is priceless. I must capture him alive. Zhao San was excited. Fortunately, he's just a fledgling, otherwise, I might not be able to handle him. He then began to toy with Fong Jang like a cat playing with a mouse, enticing him to unleash his abilities. Minutes later, Fong Jang was clearly growing fatigued, the flames on his body gradually weakening, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Why you, get away from me, Fong Jang stumbled, his spirit waning. Zhao San tossed his dagger and caught it steadily. I can't bear to leave you, kid. Your flames are running out, and then you're finished. As Fong Jang's strength waned, Zhao San could no longer hold back and charged forward, targeting Fong Jang's other hand. As long as he disabled both hands, there would be no threat left. Thud! The dagger pierced Fong Jang's wrist, blood spraying. Just as Zhao San was about to repeat his trick and leave, Fong Jang suddenly twisted his wrist forcefully, jamming the dagger into his own wrist. The intense pain made Fong Jang's face contort involuntarily. Zhao San was taken aback, his movements slowing down. He had never encountered such a situation. The instinct of pain would only make a person tremble and flee. How could someone actively harm their own wound? Got you. Fong Jang followed the dagger, flipped his hand, and forcibly grabbed Zhao San, then pressed his whole body down on him. Zhao San was startled. He still had strength. Zhao San instinctively activated his ability, wanting to leave quickly, but suddenly, he stumbled, and a powerful, irresistible sense of weightlessness enveloped him. He fell heavily to the ground. What's going on? Zhao San looked down in terror. He saw that his right leg had inexplicably vanished. Ah! Zhao San shouted in fear. Although he had awakened for a long time, he rarely took the initiative to resolve rule events, so he hadn't encountered many strange occurrences, most of which involved dealing with other awakened ones. At this moment, a leg had suddenly disappeared, and there was no pain at all. It was simply too bizarre. It could even be described as horrifying. At this time, Fong Jang was covered in dark, murky blood. His wrist, pierced by the dagger, was bleeding profusely, which was quite shocking. The most shocking thing was that he was holding a leg in his hand. It had been forcibly plucked from Zhao San's body. Why aren't you running? Go on, run. Fong Jang's face was pale. The wound pained him so much that he frowned and gasped, but his eyes revealed a hint of mockery. This was the only way to capture the opponent. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Zhao San wanted to get up, but the sense of weightlessness was too difficult to adapt to, and he fell down with a flail. He stared at Fong Jang. Why you? How did you do it? It's impossible. You have a second ability. How can you have a second ability? An awakened one capable of awakening two abilities was extremely rare. It was said that some could use special methods to awaken a second ability again, but that was also very uncommon. In any case, Zhao San had never seen it. So, Zhao San certainly wouldn't guard against such a thing. You guessed right, but too bad there's no reward. Fong Jang walked over slowly. You said you hunted the last awakened one, cut off their hands and feet, and turned them into a human stick. Why not let you experience that feeling? Coincidentally, I really have that ability. Zhao San felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't stand up to fight. He couldn't activate his ability at all. Then, he watched helplessly as Fong Jang grabbed his other leg. It was easily plucked off, like picking a perfectly ripe apple. No, don't, you can't do this to me. Zhao San wailed, I'm from the 0 Point Club. There are many powerful awakened ones in the club. If you kill me, the club won't let you go. Club? Fong Jang shook his head, never heard of it. Then he removed one of Zhao San's hands. Zhao San was even more devastated. He forgot that the person in front of him was just a rookie. The club is an organization formed spontaneously by awakened ones. We benefit each other and do not allow internal killing. If someone hunts our club members, the club will retaliate. Zhao San shouted, you have no organizational protection. Once you touch me, you'll break the rules, and you'll be doomed. What kind of reasoning is that? I'm just defending myself, and that's not allowed? Fong Jang cursed. Zhao San struggled to say, it's not allowed. This is the unspoken rule between our clubs. This effectively forced wild awakened ones to join some organization. It was also beneficial for unity and management. The state tacitly allowed such matters. Otherwise, unrestrained awakened ones could cause great destruction. Fong Jang's movements involuntarily paused. This was indeed troublesome. It was already difficult to evade state investigations. If he also provoked a club full of awakened ones, it would likely be very dangerous. He pondered for a moment. I want to contact the big shots in your club. Zhao San breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his life was at least saved. He hurriedly took out his phone with his remaining hand and dialed. "This is our club president, N.I. Wentian." "Very good." Fong Jang directly took the phone away. "Hello." A deep, resonant voice came from the other end of the line. Fong Jang said, "Hello." In a high-end office building in River City, a tall, composed man in a suit answered the phone, glancing at the caller ID in confusion. "Who are you? Is Zhao San there?" "You don't need to know who I am. Zhao San has been hunting wild awakeners and has fallen into my hands. He wants to kill me, and I heard that according to your 0-Point Club's connections, if I kill him in self-defense, you must also kill me?" Fong Jang said. And I Wentian's tone was low. "That's right, no one can casually kill a member of my club." "So, he was hunting wild awakeners to trade in the black market, and you know about it?" And I Wentian certainly knew that some people in the club were secretly involved in illegal activities, but he was just the president. He couldn't monitor every little thing. If he imposed too strict controls, the club members would have jumped ship long ago. "If you let him go, I can guarantee that I won't hold you responsible," and I Wentian said. He decided not to follow the other party's lead in the conversation. Fong Jang laughed. "He put me in this situation, and you expect me to just let him go with a word? Isn't that a bit too high and mighty? Even if I don't let him go, what can you do? Kid, don't be too arrogant. The strength of our 0-Point Club ranks in the top 10 in the country. Finding you and killing you is not a difficult task," and I Wentian said coldly. As the president of the club, he was destined to protect his own. Otherwise, how could he manage his subordinates? Beep, a busy signal came through. The call was disconnected. And I Wentian was furious. How dared he hang up on me? He immediately redialed. "Hello?" Fong Jang asked. "You dared to hang up on me?" Beep, disconnected again. And I Wentian was exasperated. When he called back, he found the other party's phone was turned off. His face turned ashen, and he immediately dialed a secret number. "Find out where Zhao San has been recently." Soon, the information came through. "What? Han City?" "Recently, Han City has been under martial law for some unknown reason. All flying vehicles have been suspended." "Damn Zhao San. Why did he have to go to Han City? Just causing me trouble." And I Wentian's expression was grim. "Hello, 110? I know where the person you are looking for is. He was taken by someone from the 0-Point Club. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just report it up the chain. Your higher-ups will definitely know." Fong Jang then smashed his phone. After all, it wasn't his phone. He didn't care. Zhao San looked bewildered. How did the conversation suddenly fall apart? And what was with this person calling the police? I don't even understand what he said. I thought a club president could reason a bit, but it seems I was wrong. Not even mentioning compensation, just demanding I let him go. He really doesn't see me as a person. Fong Jang shook his head. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone him. After all, he was also an awakener. No matter how powerful the club was, as long as he hid well enough, they couldn't possibly send a whole bunch of awakeners to search for him everywhere. The country wouldn't allow that either. Fong Jang knew Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan must have been looking for him all along. This was just right. He could give the 0-Point Club some trouble. You need to calm down," Zhao San said, looking at Fong Jang, who was getting closer, his face full of terror. "I can pay a ransom for my life. How much do you want?" 500 million. "I'll pay 500 million. Tisk tsk, really rich," Fong Jang said without hesitation as he took Zhao San's head off. "Too bad you want to kill me. How could I let you go?" Zhao San was nearly scared to the point of fainting. With only one person left, he could still think normally. It was truly a test of one's psychological endurance. Master Yan's lackey had been scared into fainting several times before he barely accepted the situation. Fong Jang stared at the head in front of him. "You said awakeners can be sold on the black market, so aren't you quite valuable too?" Thinking of his tragic fate ahead, Zhao San fainted. Master Yan was left alone in his room. Many of his pieces of furniture were covered in a strange flame that refused to be extinguished. He brought in buckets of water, pouring them continuously, but the flames seemed completely unafraid of being doused. The boiling fire flowed like black liquid, exuding two entirely different auras of heat and chill, sending shivers down his spine. Master Yan couldn't help but shudder, helplessly watching as the furniture he had bought for hundreds of thousands turned to ash. If this thing were to fall upon flesh and blood, it would truly be terrifying. I wonder if Third Brother has dealt with that kid, Master Yan thought. In his view, when Third Brother took action, it was always a sure thing. The only question was how long Third Brother intended to play cat and mouse. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came from outside the door. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just in time. This time, I suppose it's my credit, Third Brother. Master Yan joyfully opened the door. Suddenly, a living head was thrown at him. The familiar face made Master Yen jump 3 feet high, an uncontrollable chill surging within him as he looked at the blood-soaked figure at the door, stammering, "Why you? This kid is still alive? Third brother was killed? How could that be?" He couldn't fathom how third brother had lost. "Master Yen jumps pretty high, didn't expect you had this potential," Fong Jang said with a smile, then tossed the dismembered Zhao San into Master Yen's home. Master Yen stared at the pile of third brother in shock. Killing him was one thing, but even dismembering him so thoroughly? This was too fast. A master. Master Yen knelt down on the spot, tears and snot flowing. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask." Fong Jang said, "Anything? Anything. Then first hide these bodies well. I think your safe looks pretty good." Hiding bodies in a safe? What kind of operation was this? In a couple of days, they would start to smell. Where could he hide them? Wouldn't the neighbors complain every day? But he didn't dare to argue, obediently emptied the safe, and then, suppressing his discomfort, tossed the limbs inside. However, it was strange. Why was there no blood? Just as he grabbed the head, it suddenly bared its teeth and said, "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much." Master Yen was once again struck by an internal blow. Third brother, you're not dead? Who told you he was dead?" Fong Jang said unhappily, "Quickly gag him, then throw him in the safe. If anyone finds out, you'll go in the safe with him." Master Yen dared not delay, hurriedly grabbing a stinky sock to stuff in Zhao San's mouth. Ignoring Zhao San's murderous glare, he tossed him into the safe. Finally, it was over. Master, do you have any other business?" Master Yen asked, trembling with fear. Fong Jang threatened, "You keep Zhao San safe. If anyone asks, you mustn't slip up, or you're finished." I understand. And you mustn't expose my whereabouts." "Yes. One more important thing," Fong Jang said, "do you know any private doctors?" Fong Jang's injuries were quite serious. He was in so much pain he was about to pass out. Both arms were nearly numb from blood loss. Seeking medical attention was urgent. Master Yen was puzzled. "Can't we go to a regular hospital? What do you think?" Master Yen secretly scolded himself for being foolish. Why did he have to ask such a stupid question? Who would avoid a regular hospital? Certainly not someone who could face the light of day. How had he gotten involved with such a character? I know a very skilled private doctor, with exceptional medical skills, usually only treating the wealthy and powerful. Of course, the fees are quite high," Master Yen hurriedly said. Fong Jang succinctly replied, "Take me there." Okay. Master Yen quickly led Fong Jang out, avoiding surveillance, and entered the garage through the fire escape. Then Master Yen drove his luxury car, taking Fong Jang with him. After about 10 minutes, the car entered a private villa. Master Yen, being an external member of the 0-Point Club, had some weight, so he was able to make an appointment with this private doctor. Upon entering the villa, a maid helped open the door. The villa had more than a dozen servants. The decor was luxurious and elegant, brightly lit. A well-maintained middle-aged man, dressed in silk pajamas and sipping whiskey, greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome, please come in." His name was Son Ziheo, a former top surgeon at a major hospital in Kyoto. He was reported for accepting bribes and demoted, so he angrily resigned and became a private doctor, treating the wealthy. The money he earned was hundreds of times what he made in the hospital. Knowing Master Yan's background, he showed no signs of neglect. "Dr. Son, I have a friend who got injured, could you help him?" Master Yan got straight to the point. Song Ziheo glanced at Fong Jang, his brow furrowing slightly. "The injury looks serious. This blood, could it be poisoning? If it's some special toxin, I can't treat it. The serum is all controlled, and it's hard for me to get my hands on it." Fong Jang shook his head. "I'm not poisoned. Just help me with the external injuries." "Alright, then follow me." Song Ziheo led the two through the villa's living room to the backyard, which had a lawn, a swimming pool, and a 5-story small building. The small building was filled with the smell of disinfectant and various surgical instruments and medications, resembling a small hospital. "Welcome to my private hospital," Song Ziheo said proudly. The three entered the small hospital. Song Ziheo took Fong Jang into a treatment room. "My fees are quite high. I need to tell you that in advance," Song Ziheo said. Fong Jang nodded. "How much for my injuries?" "About 300,000. Fong Jang's eyes widened. "So expensive." He had expected it to be costly, but this was too much. Dr. Song smiled. "People like you shouldn't care about money. This small amount is nothing for you. You chose to come here because you value the environment, privacy, and safety. Those are the most expensive." "Alright," Fong Jang said helplessly. Fortunately, he had earned some money. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford treatment. It was clear that Dr. Song had treated many awakened individuals. Many of them wouldn't go to regular hospitals when injured or ill, as their unusual circumstances would attract unwanted attention and trouble. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the next room. "Monster! Monster!" someone shouted, the voice filled with panic. Fong Jang became alert and jumped up from the operating table. The word monster always made people tense, especially since Fong Jang knew that monsters really existed. "Don't worry, it's another patient of mine, resting here," Dr. Song said. "He overused his abilities, is very weak, and has been greatly stimulated. His mental state is unstable. He probably just woke up from a nightmare." Fong Jang sighed in relief and lay back down. Dr. Song administered anesthesia to Fong Jang, then disinfected the wound, followed by a series of very professional and skilled sutures. Of course, it wasn't general anesthesia. He understood that these awakened individuals had little sense of security. Unless it was a life-threatening injury, they would never choose general anesthesia. During the process, Dr. Song shared about the patient in the next room with a smile. "That kid is covered in injuries, seems like he was scared out of his wits, running around in a panic. I heard he saw a witch over 50 meters tall. I even doubt if he's lost his mind. Where would you find such a monster?" Fong Jang looked astonished. A witch over 50 meters tall seemed familiar. Half an hour passed, and all of Fong Jang's wounds were stitched up and bandaged. "I really envy people like you, so resilient. You've lost so much blood and are still fine. An ordinary person would have died from blood loss by now." Dr. Song sighed, "Your blood is truly special. Do you mind if I keep a little for research?" Fong Jang's expression darkened. "No way." Dr. Song wasn't surprised. "Alright, you rest well. May I ask if you prefer card, scan code, or cash?" "Cash." Fong Jang reluctantly handed over 300,000 in cash. "Thank you for your patronage, boss." Dr. Song gave Fong Jang a business card. "I really like guests as generous as you. Just come to me directly next time." He was well aware that he needed to maintain a good cooperative relationship with the awakened ones. That way, he would be increasingly safe. "You can rest here, it's very safe. Many club presidents are my friends, and no one dares to intrude on my villa." With that, Dr. Song leisurely left with his wineglass. Fong Jang certainly wouldn't actually rest. He got up and went to the next room. Sure enough, he saw a familiar face. It was the guy who had once tried to rob him. His ability was quite special absolute defense, capable of creating a nearly indestructible space. Unfortunately, he had ultimately been forcibly broken through by Chu Xiaoyuan. "What a narrow path for enemies," Fong Jang said as he opened the door without hesitation. Ruan Yaowen was sleeping uneasily. As soon as he closed his eyes, the tall, eerie image of a witch appeared in his mind, leaving him mentally exhausted. In comparison, the injuries he sustained while escaping were nothing. Creak! The hospital room door opened. He thought it was Dr. Song coming to check on him and was about to say something when suddenly a hand pressed against his neck, threatening, "I advise you not to move, or I can kill you in an instant. Your absolute defense won't activate in time." Ruan Yaowen was taken aback. What was happening? When he finally saw the person in front of him, he was even more shocked. This person? Wasn't he the one he was supposed to capture? How did he end up here? Ruan Yaowen was baffled. Wasn't this guy supposed to be taken to the headquarters of the National Special Department? Why was he still in Han City, and at Dr. Song's place no less? "I advise you not to do anything. If you dare to act here, you will be hunted by many clubs," Ruan Yaowen said calmly. Fong Jang sneered. "Let's see you try. You dare to capture someone wanted by the state. I want to see which club would dare to back you up." Ruan Yaowen felt a headache coming on. It was indeed the case. If this matter escalated, these awakened clubs would have to remain silent. Otherwise, it would be seeking death. "It has nothing to do with me. Someone has a mission for me to capture you." Ruan Yaowen protested. "I'm just after a little bounty." Fong Jang asked, "Which club are you from?" Ruan Yaowen scoffed. "I'm not from any club. They're just a bunch of lambs huddling together for warmth." "Then who are you?" "I'm a lone tiger." "Ha, a tiger scared into having nightmares." Ruan Yaowen's face darkened. "I come from the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. People in the association don't know each other. We refer to each other by code names, mutually helping one another while also able to post and accept tasks to earn points. I don't know who wants to capture you, it's just a task from the association." After hearing this, Fong Jang realized that there were not only clubs but also such mutual aid associations. He just didn't know if it counted as a state-recognized civil organization. Don't know each other? Fong Jang felt a bit tempted. If that's the case, joining this mutual aid association might be a good choice. At least it would mean having an organization to learn more about the awakened ones, so he wouldn't be completely in the dark. "Is your mutual aid association powerful?" Fong Jang asked. Ruan Yaowen became proud. "Of course. Our Skynet Mutual Aid Association is not only well known domestically but also globally. definitely the number one in Asia. The requirements to join the Skynet Mutual Aid Association are very strict. You must independently resolve a significant incident to qualify as a new user. It did sound impressive. Fong Jang thought for a moment, is any task acceptable? If you can afford the price, anything can be done. Alright, you help me with a few things, and our grudge will be settled. Ruan Yaowen sneered, but thinking about how his neck was still in the other person's grip, he could only close his mouth in frustration. He asked, what do you want? Fong Jang said, I want a brand new legal identity, one that won't cause any trouble, a normal identity for living. Ruan Yaowen looked at Fong Jang in confusion, and then a look of realization gradually appeared in his eyes. You defected? Such words could explain why the other party was in this place, and also covered in injuries. Defect my ass, you help me get a new identity, and then help me join the Mutual Aid Society, and we'll be completely square. Fong Jang said. Ruan Yaowen muttered softly. The demands were quite a lot. Joining the Mutual Aid Society wasn't that simple, but now he was at the other's mercy and could only agree. Ruan Yaowen took out his phone, quickly logged into a dark website, and after facial recognition and password confirmation, entered a clean and simple-looking website. It was obvious that the members of the Tianwang Mutual Aid Society communicated through this site. He thought for a moment and asked, how much bounty are you planning to offer? 3 million, Fong Jang stated a number. The total amount he had earned was only 3,800,000. Leaving some money for emergencies should be enough. Fong Jang thought he was being quite generous, but to his surprise, Ruan Yaowen looked at him disdainfully. Is that all? You haven't even met the basic conditions for posting a task. Forget it, I'll cover you for now. He directly helped Fong Jang input 10 million. A full 7 zeros. Fong Jang gasped. He had thought he was wealthy, but it turned out he couldn't even meet the basic amount for posting a task. He was actually this poor. At that moment, Fong Jang truly understood how wealthy these awakened ones were. They were all big shots. Damn it, so envious. He wanted to become a big shot too. The task is posted. This small matter will be resolved quickly, Ruan Yaowen said. Fong Jang was puzzled. Is this kind of thing really that easy? This is equivalent to tampering with national records. The world is just a huge makeshift stage. For ordinary records, the people responsible for keeping them are just regular employees. What's so difficult about it? The most troublesome part is being reasonable and legal. Don't underestimate the power of these guys. Some top awakened ones can even negotiate directly with the state. So that's how it is. Fong Jang realized. It seemed he needed to quickly overturn his understanding. He couldn't think about these matters with the mindset of an ordinary person. Alright, I've done my part. Can you let go of me now? Ruan Yaowen said uncomfortably. Fong Jang replied, how do I know you won't backstab me? If you suddenly resist or call for help, what should I do? You were just planning to ambush me not long ago. It wasn't an ambush, it was to capture you, Ruan Yaowen corrected. I'm not interested in killing. I'm a person who loves peace. Really? I don't believe you. Faced with this shameless response, Ruan Yaowen felt a sense of helplessness rise. Then what do you want? I need to take something that can restrain you. I don't have anything on me. How about I transfer my savings to you? That should put your mind at ease, right? I know money means nothing to you, Fong Jang said, casually brushing against Ruan Yaowen and taking something off him, tossing it into a plastic bag. I believe that holding this vital point, you should behave. Ruan Yaowen looked confused. What was it? He didn't feel anything unusual. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and nervously touched himself. Damn, it's gone. He really did take the vital point. Give me back my vital point. Ruan Yaowen shouted in anguish, feeling like he was about to die. Fong Jang snorted, you think I want to keep it? I'll return it to you later. You better behave, or if you make even the slightest move, you can say goodbye to your vital point. With that, he walked out of the hospital room. Ruan Yaowen desperately wanted to rush out, but he remembered the last warning from Fong Jang, and he froze in place, his face pale with distress. You better keep your word, or I will definitely fight you. Ruan Yaowen cried out miserably. Got it, Fong Jang replied lazily, going back to sleep. That night, Ruan Yaowen was destined to be sleepless. But this time it was not because of the haunting image of the witch in his mind. It was because he had lost his most vital lifeline. Without this thing, what was the point of living? How could there be such power? In the dead of night, a wailing cry echoed through the hospital room. Yet Fong Jang slept soundly. He had been busy all day and had suffered such serious injuries. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Moreover, with Dr. Song here, he didn't have to worry about safety issues. Naturally, he slept until noon. Fong Jang groggily woke up, glanced at his phone, and was surprised to find it was already 12 o'clock. He had slept for over 10 hours and felt much more refreshed. Dr. Song had also come to check on Fong Jan's condition. No infections, nothing had happened. Everything was normal. "Brother, you're up," Ruan Yawen said flatteringly at the bedside, holding a small table filled with a sumptuous breakfast. "I didn't know what you liked, so I bought everything. There were buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, fried noodles, pancakes, and plain congee, everything one could wish for." Fong Jang stretched lazily. "No need to be so polite. Of course, you need to." Ruan Yawen placed the small table on the bed, very respectfully. It was evident that a man whose lifeline was in someone else's hands had no self-respect. Seeing this, Fong Jang also didn't hold back. Why be polite to this billionaire? He took a sip of the fragrant soy milk and bit into the fried dough sticks, feeling extremely refreshed, and couldn't help but sigh that the soy milk and fried dough sticks of the rich indeed tasted better. Then Ruan Yawen took out a package and handed it to Fong Jang. "Brother, your identity is sorted." "So fast?" Fong Jang was surprised. "Of course, I added 30 million and set it as an emergency task. A helicopter delivered it early this morning, without any delay. That's quite efficient." It was clear that Ruan Yawen was genuinely anxious. Fong Jang opened the package and took out the file bag, which contained a young man who bore a resemblance to him, about 50 to 60% similar, from a rural area in the western province, also named Fong Jang. It was unclear whether it was fabricated or if he actually existed. The file bag also contained a brand new ID card, a phone card, and a bank card, all legal and compliant, with complete procedures, and no matter how it was checked, there would be no issues. Now, Fong Jang finally had his own identity. His future life would no longer be so inconvenient. The heavy stone in Fong Jang's heart finally fell. "You really worked hard for this," Fong Jang said with a smile. Ruan Yawen looked at Fong Jang eagerly. "Brother, what about my matter? Don't rush. I still want to join your mutual aid association. I can't make that decision." "You don't need to make the decision. Just help me go through the normal process." Fong Jang thought for a moment. "Hanchang is under martial law now. Do you have a way to leave Hanchang?" Ruan Yawen shook his head. "If I could leave, I would have done so long ago, and I wouldn't be hiding here with Dr. Song. This is a national lockdown order. Trying to sneak out is not a simple matter." Even Ruan Yawen said so. Fong Jang had no choice but to give up the idea of escaping. Now that he had a legitimate identity, as long as he was careful, he should be fine. "Then help me join the Tianwang Mutual Aid Association first. I believe you will find a way," Fong Jang said. Ruan Yawen had no choice but to take out his phone, log into the Tianwang forum, and then dial a virtual number. This was the forum administrator's number, but the person answering the phone was not always the same, so it was likely that there was more than one administrator for the Tianwang forum, perhaps many. "I am the City Wall," Ruan Yawen reported his code name. The administrator replied coldly, "What is it?" "I have a friend who wants to join the Skynet forum, and his identity is very clean. I can be his recommender and guarantor." "What ability does your friend have?" "Level ability, Slaughter." Fong Jang couldn't help but glance at Ruan Yawen. Ruan Yawen smiled awkwardly. He couldn't sleep at night, so he simply browsed the forum to check on this ability, hoping to find a solution, but ultimately found the answer: there was none. Losing limbs and organs is not actually fatal, but to recover, one can only seek help from the ability user themselves, or find another awakened one with the same ability. In a short time, it would definitely be impossible to find another awakened one with the same ability. Soon, the forum administrator registered Fong Jang's identity information. Next, they needed to complete a level rule event. The administrator said, "Do you want to assign a task, or take a task on your own?" Ruan Yawen replied, "We'll take a task on our own." Before long, Ruan Yawen helped Fong Jang complete the process. "I finally found a level event in the forum's bounty area that doesn't seem too difficult. Let's go, we need to set off and help you solve this as soon as possible," Ruan Yawen urged. Clearly, he wanted to resolve his own issues sooner. Fong Jang said, "My injury isn't healed yet. Let's wait a few more days." Ruan Yawen looked pained. They had to wait. But under the eaves, one had to bow their head. He could only endure and wait. "You said you took the task to catch me, so who exactly issued the task? Was it someone from your mutual aid association?" Fong Jang asked. Ruan Yawen nodded. "Yes, his code name is Deepwell. After the task failed, I posted about him on the forum, but the information was incomplete and almost got me killed." The witch's strength was severely inconsistent with the information. However, he didn't respond at all, probably feeling guilty. "Is there any way to find him?" "No way, everyone's identity is encrypted." "Doesn't your mutual aid association have someone taking every task?" Ruan Yawen frowned. "For this kind of thing, the mutual aid association probably wouldn't allow it. Moreover, to investigate this matter, you'd likely have to breach the mutual aid association's forum server. How much bounty would you have to offer?" "I heard the black market sells awakened ones. you know about this too? Ruan Yawan said disdainfully, I despise those who hunt inexperienced awakened ones and then sell them. They're nothing but a bunch of thugs. Fong Jang shot him a glance. What's the difference between you catching me to exchange for money and their actions? Ruan Yawan was momentarily at a loss for words. I have an awakened one in my hands. He tried to catch me to sell me in the black market, but I killed him in self-defense. If you have connections, help me sell him, and I can give you a commission. There should be quite a bit of money in it. Fong Jang said. You caught an awakened one. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Ruan Yawan was extremely shocked. This kid had just awakened, right? He actually managed to kill a hunter who specialized in hunting novice awakened ones. Truly not simple. No wonder he had fallen into his hands. However, unfortunately, Ruan Yawan did not have connections in the black market. Posting a task would also cost a large sum of money. Fong Jang had no choice but to put that idea on hold. Fong Jang recuperated in the villa for 5 days. After 5 days, he finally regained his ability to move. They could set off. As expected of an awakened one, the recovery ability is several times that of an ordinary person. Dr. Song cheerfully handed over the bill. A hospitalization fee is 100,000 per day. Thank you for your patronage, and we welcome you next time. Fong Jang's eyes widened. What? There was still a hospitalization fee. However, Ruan Yawan readily paid the money, and Fong Jang could only grit his teeth and pay, feeling the pain in his wallet. Now he only had 300,000 left. This wouldn't do. He had to think of a way to sell Zhao San quickly. Otherwise, with this little money, he couldn't even afford medical treatment. Ruan Yawan drove his red convertible sports car, taking Fong Jang out of the villa, speeding along the way. Quite the spectacle. The rate of people turning their heads was off the charts, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Ah, I just love this feeling, Ruan Yawan laughed, slapping the steering wheel. Fong Jang asked, aren't you afraid of being targeted by the government? Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan are already investigating you, right? Let them investigate. The member information of the Tianwan Mutual Aid Association is encrypted. Even if the government wants to look into it, it's not that easy. Besides, I haven't really sabotaged the Special Operations Team's mission. Are they going to execute me? Ruan Yawan whistled at a beautiful woman by the roadside. Hey, beautiful, are you interested in going for a ride? The woman, seeing the flashy convertible sports car, clearly felt a bit tempted. Fong Jang sneered, do you still have the ability to flirt? Just thinking about this made Ruan Yawan's face darken, and without a word, he stepped on the gas and sped off. The beautiful woman left behind was a bit flustered. Could it be that this handsome guy driving the sports car was impotent? Soon, the two arrived at a large public hospital. Han City People's Hospital. Level incident, hospital theft case. Ruan Yawan took out a file and said, this hospital often has things go missing. At first, it was just small items like pens and keys, but then it escalated to money, cars, and even medical equipment. The police have come here dozens of times in a month, but they haven't found anything, and the surveillance footage shows nothing either. Any leads? Fong Jang asked. Ruan Yawan shook his head. If there were leads, it would have been resolved long ago. Finding the source is the hardest part. So far, there have been no casualties, so the danger level is low. The Special Operations Department has been very busy and can't spare the manpower to deal with such minor issues, so they usually hand them over to those civilian organizations. This is also one of the reasons the government can tolerate the existence of these civilian clubs. All right, the two got out of the car. Fong Jang glanced at the red sports car. Your car is not parked straight, it's over the line. What does it matter? I always park like this. You're over the line, making it hard for other cars to park. Ruan Yawan pouted. The parking spaces in these public areas are drawn too small. It's hard to park perfectly. Besides, my sports car is high-end and doesn't have a parking assist system. Fong Jang understood. Your parking skills are too poor, so you can't park well, and you blame your car for the problem. Ruan Yawan was speechless. Has anyone ever told you that your words are quite sharp? No. Let's go. We need to solve the problem quickly. The problem has already arisen. Where? You can see for yourself. Fong Jang pointed at the red convertible sports car. Ruan Yawan looked down and was shocked. Who the hell stole my tires? Stealing tires in broad daylight, how arrogant. I need to check the surveillance. At that moment, the flashy eye-catching sports car had its front two tires mysteriously vanished, causing the front bumper to crash heavily onto the ground. The expensive sports car had already started smoking. Don't check anymore. You definitely won't find anything. We just got out of the car, and we haven't even left. How could it be a thief? Clearly, it has already been affected by the rules incident, Fong Jang said. Ruan Yaowen immediately realized, the hospital theft case, you mean I violated the rules? But there's no such rule in the hospital. There isn't one in the hospital, but parking properly is a rule that all drivers should follow. Just because no one gets fined doesn't mean it can be ignored. You sound so serious, like a university student who has never experienced society, insisting on truth, goodness, and beauty. Why do I always feel like I've been scolded? Fong Jang snorted coldly. The three major principles for handling rule incidents. The first is to follow the rules. You'd better stick to truth, goodness, and beauty, otherwise, one day you'll run into big trouble for violating the rules. Ruan Yaowen stared blankly at Fong Jang, somewhat dazed. This guy had just awakened not long ago, yet he seemed more professional than himself. The three major principles were widely circulated in the circle, treated as common knowledge, and usually not taken to heart. Most of the time, resolving rule incidents still relied on experience and adaptability, as rich experience often solved most problems. And Fong Jang was a newcomer. He had also heard Chu Xiaoyuan mention the three major principles several times, so he took this very seriously. Let's go, Fong Jang said. Ruan Yaowen followed behind him, muttering softly, what a show-off. Just because your ability level is high enough to reach the level, it doesn't mean anything. The premise for your ability to take effect is contact. If you face me, you won't have a chance at all. I could easily take you out. This wasn't wrong. Abilities that require contact to take effect are often powerful, but they also have significant limitations. He possessed the ability to create a transparent defensive wall, making it impossible for Fong Jang to get close to him. However, the leverage was in the other person's hands now. Ruan Yaowen could only obediently lower his head and admit defeat. The two entered the hospital. This was the city hospital. Although it was a weekday, there was still a large flow of people, especially middle-aged and elderly individuals, most of whom wore masks and rarely smiled. Let's find some clues first, Fong Jang said. At that moment, Ruan Yaowen had already approached the consultation desk, displaying what he thought was his most charming smile. Hi, Angel in White. What can I help you with? The staff at the consultation desk looked completely unfazed, having to deal with all sorts of people throughout the day, their hearts as cold as if they had been gutting fish at a supermarket for 10 years. I want to ask if there have been any recent deaths in the hospital. The staff looked at Ruan Yaowen as if he were an idiot. Are you here to cause trouble? Hey, why is your attitude so bad? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Do you believe I'll call security to have you thrown out? You! Just as Ruan Yaowen was about to get angry, he was pushed away by Fong Jang, who smiled apologetically. Sorry, he's not all there. We're here to see the psychiatric department. Psychiatry is on the 8th floor. Don't let the mental patients run around. Got it. Fong Jang pulled Ruan Yaowen to a corner of the hospital. Have you lost your mind? What's wrong with me? The origin of things often relates to deaths. Asking about this might lead to some clues. That's true, but this is a hospital, and a major one in the city center at that. How many people must die here every day? What do you expect others to answer when you ask that? Ruan Yaowen was taken aback. Oh, right. No wonder that staff member had such a sour expression. Ugh. Then doesn't that mean we can't find any clues at all? Ruan Yaowen frowned. Fong Jang said, exactly. It's completely impossible to find clues. What were you thinking? Taking on a hospital task. Although the danger isn't high, the difficulty of solving it is off the charts. Ruan Yaowen slapped his forehead. No wonder no one was competing with me for this task. It turns out there's such a trap. I really can't believe you, you're a pig teammate. Ruan Yaowen obediently shut up, not daring to retort. This matter was indeed due to his poor handling. Now quickly use your resources and connections to investigate when the large-scale loss of items started. At least we can rule out some wrong answers. Fong Jang said impatiently. Got it. Ruan Yaowen, feeling guilty, went to the side to log into the Tianwan forum, starting to look for information. Fong Jang, meanwhile, wandered around the hospital out of boredom. The hospital was a microcosm of human life. Here, one could see the most vulnerable aspects of humanity. In the corridor, family members appeared dazed, as if they hadn't slept for days, especially at the entrance of the intensive care unit. Family members were crying and bowing to the doctors, praying to unknown deities, hoping someone would come to save their loved ones. A phrase popped into Fong Jang's mind, the walls of the hospital hear more devout prayers than those of a church. At that moment, a mother and daughter came down the escalator. The mother was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The daughter was in a school uniform, looking like she was in the first or second year of middle school, small and appearing very uneasy in the crowd. It was vaguely visible that there seemed to be blood scabs on her wrist. Had she attempted suicide by cutting her wrist? Fong Jang couldn't help but look at her a couple more times. The loud-voiced mother glared at her daughter. It's just a few extra tutoring classes. and you dare to protest by cutting your wrist? Why don't you just go die, huh? You might as well jump off a building and end it. The daughter lowered her head, afraid to say anything. Aren't I doing this for your own good? Why are you making up a depression to scare me? The mother pinched her daughter's arm hard. Do you think this means you don't have to study? The daughter winced in pain, her breath quickening, and mustered the courage to say, this is what the doctor diagnosed. The mother sneered, yeah, you're quite something, even fooled the doctor. Should I give you an award? I warn you, if you dare to cut your wrists again, do you believe I will beat you to death? The daughter's face turned pale. She kept her head down, no longer speaking. Alas, nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. At this moment, perhaps the daughter's heart truly was dead. Their conversation attracted the attention of many. People looked at the little girl with some sympathy, but those in the hospital were all in a hurry. No one had time to meddle in such trivial matters. What a coincidence, I have the time for this. Fong Jang casually picked a white lily at the door of the ward and walked towards the mother and daughter. The two were about to leave the hospital when Fong Jang stopped them. Hello, please wait. The mother asked in confusion, what do you want? Fong Jang, too lazy to say much, directly pressed down on the mother's shoulder and activated his ability. The daughter looked up at Fong Jang in confusion, but she was too timid to say anything. Fong Jang smiled gently and handed the lily to the little girl. It's okay, don't worry, I hope you recover soon. There are still people in this world who will love you. Hearing these warm words, the little girl felt a warmth she had never experienced before. He was clearly a stranger, yet she felt an infinite closeness. For someone who had never been loved, a single flower was enough to make her happy for a long time. Then, Fong Jang looked at the somewhat detestable mother in front of him. But after all, she was the little girl's mother. He couldn't just kill her. Fong Jang slowly spoke, you continue to do as you please, and one day, your daughter, unable to bear the burden, chooses to jump off a building to commit suicide. No matter how much you regret it, it won't change anything. Your husband abandons you, your relatives distance themselves from you, and you end up suffering from severe depression. Finally, you can empathize with your deceased daughter, realizing how terrifying that feeling is. Being abandoned by the whole world, living is worse than dying. In the end, you choose to commit suicide. You deeply regret that on the afternoon your daughter was diagnosed with depression, you didn't say a single caring word. If you had done that, perhaps everything could have changed. Suddenly, you wake up from your dream. It turns out it was just a fleeting dream, but that feeling is as clear as reality. Fong Jang finished speaking. The mother was in a daze for a long time, and suddenly tears streamed down her face. She knelt down and hugged her daughter, crying out in anguish, Mom was wrong, I won't force you to go to those tutoring classes anymore. From now on, you can read novels if you want, listen to music if you want, do whatever you like. Shanshan, please don't leave me. The daughter was taken aback by the sudden embrace. She felt lost, but that bond of blood made her instinctively hug her mother, and the heavy gloom in her heart seemed to dissipate a lot. The girl named Shanshan looked around, trying to find the figure of the big brother who had given her the flower. But the hospital was bustling with people. She couldn't find him anywhere. Fong Jang watched the mother and daughter leave. With this, the mother should no longer be so harsh on her daughter. He believed the mother loved her daughter. It's just that everyone has different ways of loving. Some people don't know how to love their children. Becoming a parent doesn't require any courses, nor does it require passing any exams, which is why many tragedies occur. This girl may not become someone very powerful or dazzling in the future, but she will definitely not jump from a high building. Fong Jang said to himself with a smile. There were so many patients in the hospital. Fong Jang didn't have the ability to cure them, but when faced with something within his capacity, he still felt he should do something. At that moment, Ruan Yawen walked over dejectedly. I can't find any clues. Items go missing frequently in the hospital, and large-scale losses have been happening almost since the hospital was established. Especially doctors' pens, they seem to disappear almost every day, and I can't pinpoint when this pattern started. It's okay, I've already found a clue, Fong Jang said with a smile. Ruan Yawen was surprised. Where did the clue come from? You don't need to worry about that. Let's go to the 8th floor, the psychiatry department. You can't be serious about sending me to psychiatry, right? Don't mess around, I'm not actually sick. Who cares if you're sick or not? If I'm not mistaken, the source might be in the psychiatry department. Why? Ruan Yawen wanted to dig deeper, but Fong Jang had already entered the elevator. He didn't have time to think further and hurriedly followed Fong Jang. When Fong Jang altered someone else's memory, the recent memories of that person would also surface in his mind. Of course, the amount of information wasn't large. Otherwise, cramming large chunks of a stranger's memories would probably overwhelm his brain. So at that time, he saw some strange things in that mother's mind. The mother and daughter had been in the hospital for 10 days, being treated for wrist-cutting injuries and depression. The mother would see a girl in white visiting her daughter every day, but every time the mother appeared, the girl would disappear. That person was neither a nurse nor a doctor. The strangest part was that the mother subconsciously forgot about it. It clearly existed, yet it was overlooked. Go check if your car tire is back, Fong Jang said to Ruan Yawen. Ruan Yawen looked confused. Can it really come back? You'll know if you go check. Why didn't you say so earlier? I already went up to the 8th floor with you, then I'll trouble you to go back down. Ruan Yawen had no choice but to take the elevator back to the 1st floor. On the 8th floor, Fong Jang quickly received a call from Ruan Yawen. His phone card was brand new, legal, and could make normal calls. Bro, my tire is still missing, Ruan Yawen said. Fong Jang replied, look again carefully. I looked, and it's not there. I told you to look again carefully. It's really not there. Look a little more. Even if I gouged out my eyes to look, if it's not there, it's not there. I'm not blind. Can't I tell if something is there or not? Ruan Yawen gritted his teeth, holding back his anger. Fong Jang insisted, I need you to confirm again, touch it with your hands, kick it with your feet, and then give me your final answer. Even if I kissed it, something that shouldn't exist doesn't exist. Can you make it appear? The sound of Ruan Yawen angrily kicking something came through the phone. Bang, bang. It was somewhat muffled. Suddenly, Ruan Yawen exclaimed, how is that possible? What happened? I see my tire. It was clear that those 2 kicks had landed on the tire. Fong Jang smiled and said, that's right. Your tire actually never went missing. There was just a special force making us overlook it. It's always been there. Special force? Ruan Yawen's tone turned serious. So the ability of this rule event has been confirmed? You could say that. So you have a clue now? Yes. Fong Jang hung up the phone. At first, he couldn't be sure, but now he could. The source of this incident had the power to make people overlook something. The manifestation of this power was making people feel like they had lost something. In fact, the item had not truly gone missing. However, this should only be the first phase. Once the rules began to collapse, this ability might cause significant effects. It needed to be resolved quickly. Fong Jang started wandering around the psychiatry ward, where many patients were waiting outside to see a doctor. The entire department had a sense of dead silence, and even when someone spoke, it was weak and lifeless. He approached the consultation desk. Hello, I'm looking for a girl, wearing a white hospital gown, with disheveled hair, who often visits other psychiatric patients. The nurse at the desk looked slightly confused. There is no one like that. Is that so? Fong Jang thought for a moment, secretly cursing himself for being an idiot. Since the source possesses an ability that can be easily overlooked, it would naturally allow others to overlook herself as well. Her current existence was almost like a ghost. No one could see her. Then how can I find her? Maybe I've already seen her but just overlooked her. Fong Jang felt it was a bit tricky. No wonder no one had been able to resolve the hospital's issues for so long. After some thought, he called Ruan Yawen. Help me order some flowers, just the kind needed for visiting patients. The more the better. I need to conduct an experiment. Soon, Ruan Yawen delivered the flowers. A whole truckload. It caused quite a stir among the hospital patients. Mom, look, so many flowers, a child exclaimed. The truckload of flowers included carnations, lilies, cornflowers, sunflowers, and violets, all suitable for visiting patients, vibrant and beautiful. Fong Jang casually handed some flowers to the surrounding excited children, who were all smiles and very happy. Then, Fong Jang entered the psychiatric ward with a large bunch of flowers. The rich colors seemed to add a lot of life to the stark white psychiatric ward. Many patients couldn't help but look at Fong Jang. Who wants flowers? Free to take. Fong Jang smiled. Many children couldn't resist coming forward to receive the flowers. With a smile, Fong Jang handed out flowers one by one, and the children who received them were very happy, gathering around the pile of flowers, joyfully shouting, "Thank you, brother." Of course, the psychiatric patients were not just children. Most were adults and the elderly. Although they didn't come forward to take the flowers, it was evident from the glimmer of expectation in their eyes. Patients with mental illnesses, aside from those who were born with it, mostly suffered from a lack of family care, depression, and so on. If someone sent them flowers, they would naturally be very happy. Fong Jang wouldn't be biased. He brought bouquet after bouquet into the ward, giving flowers to each psychiatric patient. He could clearly feel a spark of light in their eyes. This feeling was really nice. Even the doctors and nurses in the hospital looked at Fong Jang with approving eyes. Almost every ward received flowers. Then, Fong Jang opened his phone. The memo recorded the number of flowers sent out and the number of patients he visited. 720 bouquets sent out. The number I noted is 719 people. One extra bouquet. Fong Jang exhaled lightly. That's right. The source was in the psychiatric ward. Fong Jang called Ruan Yawen again. Bro, how's it going? Ruan Yawen asked. Fong Jang nodded. Found her. She's in the psychiatric ward, but the source's power makes me subconsciously overlook her, so no matter how I look, even if I really see her, I won't notice. What to do then? I need you to find a way to lure everyone in the psychiatric ward out. Ha, how am I supposed to do that? I don't care what method you use, just think of something. Fong Jang hung up the phone. Ruan Yaowen, at the bottom of the building, was exasperated. Damn it, you arrogant bastard. Do you believe I, Ruan Yaowen, will bite my teeth? Forget it. I must not act impulsively. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with a plan and immediately headed to the nearest bank. Hello, how can I help you? The bank clerk smiled. Ruan Yaowen threw out a black card, his tone serious. I want to withdraw money. The staff member stared in shock at the black card, which was a nationwide limited edition card with an overdraft limit of up to hundreds of millions. The person in front of him looked unremarkable, but the way he flaunted the card was so graceful, so charismatic. It was simply stunning. The office worker revealed the brightest smile of his life. May I ask how much you would like to withdraw? Ruan Yaowen coldly uttered two words, withdraw it all. Moments later, he walked out of the bank carrying two large briefcases. Beside him was the bank manager, sweating profusely as he followed. Sir, you have withdrawn too much money. According to the rules, you need to make an appointment in advance. This is already the limit for today. Limit? Ruan Yaowen sneered. Call your president. If my important matter is delayed because of this withdrawal issue, your president can forget about his job. Don't doubt my capabilities. With that, he strode away, leaving a group of bank employees exchanging glances. Ruan Yaowen returned to the hospital. He opened the briefcase, which was filled with bundles of bright red cash. Fong Jang, I'm coming for you. Ruan Yaowen jumped onto the car roof and shouted, then grabbed handfuls of cash and scattered it into the sky. Money rain, pick it up freely. Whoever catches it gets to keep it. The bright red bills fluttered like petals in the air. The scene was simply breathtaking. No festive fireworks could compare to what was happening before them. The entire hospital erupted in excitement. Amazing cheers burst forth from the buildings. Countless people poured out from the buildings and outside the hospital, frantically scrambling for the red bills. The scene was even more chaotic than a zombie apocalypse. There were even instances of trampling, with cries of distress echoing, while the security guards responsible for maintaining order, where were they? They were busy picking up money, too occupied to help. After Ruan Yaowen finished throwing money, he confidently made a phone call. Hello, bro, how's it going? Fong Jang replied with a frown. I'm on the 8th floor, the stairs are completely blocked, I can't get down at all. And you actually expect a bunch of people with depression, personality disorders, and autism to fight for money? You really are something. Failed? Of course. Ruan Yaowen's expression darkened. So what does it mean that I threw out a few million? It means you're a big spender. Fong Jang said, I think I hear the sound of police sirens? Oh no, they're coming to catch me. Outside the hospital, police cars buzzed as they received the news and arrived at the hospital entrance. However, traffic was paralyzed, and they couldn't get in. Several police officers quickly entered the hospital and shouted at Ruan Yaowen, who was standing on the car roof. The person on the roof, you are suspected of disturbing public order, causing a stampede. We will detain you according to the law. Damn it! Ruan Yaowen immediately jumped off the car and disappeared into the crowd. It wasn't that he was scared, it was just troublesome. Resisting would lead to a more intense pursuit, which was not an option, but being caught was also not acceptable. The police wanted to chase him, but the crowd blocked their way. Don't catch him, he's just a good person, it's all our fault. You don't catch so many bad people, yet you come to catch a generous person throwing money. You are suppressing the good atmosphere of society and standing against the people. Don't catch that big brother, you are all bad people. Regardless of age, everyone firmly chose to protect the hero of the people. Ruan Yaowen, hiding in the crowd, felt warm inside. If you care for the people, they will remember you. Great people do not deceive me. However, the most important issue was still unresolved. How to solve the matter of the hospital ward. Ruan Yaowen thought for a long time and ultimately decided to stick to his approach of solving problems with money. He sneaked out of the hospital and returned to the bank where he had withdrawn the money. The bank manager wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly approached. Mr. Ruan, I have urgently transferred a batch of cash from other banks. I hope you can give us a little more time. I promise to do my best to meet your needs. He had already called to consult the president. Upon hearing that it was a black card user, the president panicked on the spot, offending such a user. There's really no need to do that. The bank president immediately ordered all branches to cooperate fully. Very good, well done. Ruan Yaowen took out 10 million, grasping 4 huge briefcases, and walked out of the bank once more. The bank staff let out a long sigh of relief. They had finally endured this ordeal. Ruan Yaowen returned to the hospital. The order in the hospital had gradually been restored, and fortunately, there were no casualties. The crowd that had trampled was treated promptly. He then sneaked through the fire escape straight to the 8th floor of the inpatient department. Flowers for sale. Ruan Yawen dropped the 4 briefcases heavily and shouted grandly, "Patients who just received flowers can come to exchange for cash, 1 bouquet for 10,000 cash. By the way, to reward the hard work of doctors, nurses, caregivers, and cleaners, those with work IDs can also exchange for bonuses ranging from 3,000 to 10,000, first come, first served, no waiting." Limited to the psychiatric department. In an instant, the entire 8th floor was in an uproar. The people's hero had arrived again. Did a pie finally fall on my head? Numerous patients and doctors rushed over. You say you're sick? I'm just mentally ill, not physically impaired. Even if I really am impaired, I have family to support me. Don't underestimate the bond between me and my family. As long as you're willing to give money, allowing me to come every day to collect it, I'm more than willing. This day was probably the day with the most smiles in the psychiatric department. How to relieve worries? Only with cash. Especially those patients who usually felt depressed, at this moment, blossomed with smiles like never before. It was simply a medical miracle. This should be enough now. Ruan Yawen looked at the long line and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the psychiatric ward was already empty. Only a few patients who truly could not communicate with the outside world remained. Fong Jang walked past each ward. The corridor felt a bit chilly. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, there was still an unsettling coldness in the air. Finally, he stopped at the door of room 821. Knock knock. Fong Jang knocked on the door, looking at the empty ward. "Hello, may I come in?" Beside the bed, there was a bouquet of pure white lilies. The fragrance of the flowers was enchanting. The ward was silent. There was no sound at all. "Thank you for the invitation." Fong Jang smiled as he walked into the ward, then naturally opened the window, talking to himself. Patients need to breathe fresh air. Being cooped up is not good for their health. The bed was tidy. The quilt was folded perfectly. It looked as if the person who folded it had some sort of cleanliness obsession. Children with autism and depression are indeed very pitiful. Thank you for often visiting them. Fong Jang continued to talk to himself. Still, there was no response. However, Fong Jang was certain. There was something wrong with this ward. It was too clean. Moreover, that bouquet of lilies was sitting on the table, not taken away to exchange for money, which said a lot. You should be happy to receive this flower. After all, no one has ever really noticed you. Everyone subconsciously forgets you. I believe you are a kind-hearted person who doesn't want to hurt others. That little girl is very grateful for your visits. Without you, she might have tried to commit suicide again. Forgetting is a good thing for many, but chaotic forgetting can lead to panic. Fong Jang said softly, "In light of this bouquet, can you come out and talk to me? After all, you can also let me forget all of this." After a long pause, a figure slowly emerged from the chair in the ward. It was a girl with long hair, wearing a hospital gown. She looked very listless, her face pale, as if suffering from long-term malnutrition. She wasn't unattractive, but she had a very despondent aura. "I think this should be our second meeting." Fong Jang smiled, trying to recall the girl's appearance, but he couldn't remember anything at all. This wasn't a case of memory being altered, but rather forgetting, neglecting. She had actually been sitting in this place all along. She would only be seen when she wanted to be seen. Fortunately, she had an interest in flowers, otherwise, Fong Jang would have been at a complete loss. Fong Jang looked at the girl before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. She was bathed in sunlight, her shadow swaying. Although she seemed quite dejected, she was undeniably warm and breathing, appearing to be a very normal person. Wait, a person? Can someone who isn't dead also become a source? Fong Jang really wanted to call Ruan Yawen to ask, but the current situation clearly wouldn't allow it. Once again, he felt helpless about his meager experience. Joining the Sky Net was imperative. Fong Jang forced a gentle smile, trying to get closer, but the girl's body visibly trembled, clearly resisting. She didn't want to meet anyone. She didn't want any physical contact with anyone. It should be said that she was resisting. She didn't seem like a source, more like an awakened person with autism. Fong Jang, feeling helpless, could only step back a little. "I'm not a doctor, and I don't know you. I'm just a flower delivery person, and I'll be leaving soon to deliver flowers elsewhere, so you don't need to worry." This tactic clearly worked. The girl's resistance to Fong Jang weakened significantly. Fong Jang was somewhat certain of one thing. Rule events are born from black spots, and black spots need a carrier, which often requires intense mental fluctuations. The source is very dangerous, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. But at least there was one benefit. Intense emotions make it easier to find the cause of the source's formation. If the cause can be found, it basically solves more than half of the problem. The girl finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Mom only loves my brother, all the good things are prioritized for him. Why? They promised that even with a brother, they would treat me the best. They lied. My brother drowned. But Mom cried and said, why wasn't it me who died? Why wasn't it me who died? Why was it me? The more she spoke, the more her emotions sank, as if she were about to melt into a pool of dark water. Fong Jan's heart tightened. He seemed to see a summer afternoon. By the river, a mother was holding the already cold body of a little boy, crying out in anguish. And a little girl stood timidly by, panicked and uneasy. The mother, tears streaming down her face, stared fiercely at her daughter. Why wasn't it you who died? You are the one who should have died. The girl felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The entire world lost its color in that moment. From then on, the girl suffered from severe depression. She became a transparent person at home. No one paid attention to her anymore. Fong Jang couldn't help but feel angry, but he still spoke gently. It's not your fault. None of this can be blamed on you. No one wants such things to happen. It's the world's fault, and you shouldn't have to bear it. A mentally ill person is like a tower of glass cups that could collapse at any moment. It needs enough care and understanding. Even a little bit of stimulation is too much. Don't punish yourself for someone else's mistakes. Fong Jang cautiously approached. That's the most unfair thing. You need to learn to love yourself and ignore others. Don't live so hard. The girl was in tears, her tears streaming down her face, continuously dripping onto the ground. Perhaps it was because no one had ever said these words to her before. This was the first time. Empathy. Understanding is the best healing medicine. She cried, yes, it's the world's fault. I was never wrong. Fong Jang felt a sense of relief. It seemed to be resolved. The knot in her heart should have been untied. However, there should be some special changes, right? Just like forcibly modifying that amputated memory, the obsession with the amputation was lifted, thus dissipating, and the rule event ended. But now, there were no changes at all. Was there still some knot that hadn't been untied? No, something was wrong. Fong Jang sensed that something was off. If she had truly been ignored by her family and subsequently neglected by her parents, why was she sent to the hospital? A daughter despised by her parents, could she be sent to the hospital for treatment? How about we go out and get some sun? Fong Jang said casually. The girl suddenly became agitated. You want to leave? You all want to leave? Get out, all of you. I can live just fine on my own. Get out. Just get out. I don't need you. I don't need any of you. She let out a sharp scream. Her entire face twisted, like a black hole absorbing all the light around it. Not good. Fong Jang was taken aback. It was out of control. How could it fall apart so easily? I haven't done anything yet. Is she that sensitive? On the street, traffic flowed endlessly. The area in front of the People's Hospital was packed with cars. Whether it was a weekday or a weekend, people came to seek treatment in a constant stream, especially at the large hospitals in the city. But at this moment, the place was surrounded by cars, with drivers getting out, their faces filled with disbelief. They looked at what should have been the hospital, now empty, leaving only a silent wasteland. Where is the hospital? Where did such a big hospital go? This is really a headache. Fong Jang felt no discomfort, but as he looked around, he found himself in complete darkness. Nothing existed. It was as if someone had built a world with a black curtain. Fong Jang walked in the dark, soon blocked by a wall, but he could see nothing, only darkness before his eyes. Is this the wall of a ward? He quickly realized, it seems I'm still in the hospital. He hadn't been sent to a special space. He was still in place, just unable to see. The power of the source is indeed strong, making me overlook everything in front of me. It's no different from being blind. Fong Jang exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, if someone were to stab him from the shadows, he would probably not react at all. Fong Jang reached out to feel his way, but this was very limiting, and he often stumbled. Sudden blindness, even in a familiar place, would leave one feeling helpless, let alone in such an unfamiliar environment. Most importantly, there was a suspected source of rules that seemed to be out of control nearby. The first phase of the rule event should be very stable. Now the situation seems to have exceeded that scope. Out of control? Completely out of control. That's a third phase issue. Fong Jang frowned. Although he had never experienced a true third phase event, he certainly did not dare to be careless. Fong Jang continued to feel his way along the wall, intending to leave the ward, but he soon discovered a problem. He couldn't find the door. Did it make me overlook the door, creating a sealed room? Fong Jang steadied his mind and tried to speak in a gentle tone. Little sister, I think you misunderstood. I don't want to leave. If you want me to stay, then I won't go. Can we be friends? In the darkness, a trembling figure emerged. It was clearly no longer human in shape, twisted and elongated like a shadow dragged out under a streetlight. They all blame me. It's all my fault. Whoa. The crying sounded like a faucet in a bathroom that hadn't been turned off, dripping and creating endless ripples in his heart. Fong Jang said, "They all blame me. It's their fault. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty." Yes, it's their fault. It's clearly their fault. The woman's voice gradually weakened, but the next moment, it suddenly erupted with hatred and madness. Then kill them, kill all the ones who made mistakes. Fong Jang's heart jolted. This source was really off. It had been on the edge of losing control. His actions should have been fine. What was the reason? Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was Ruan Yaowen. Fong Jang answered the call, and a cacophony of terrified shouts came from the other end, chaotic and jumbled. "Brother, what's going on?" Ruan Yaowen asked impatiently. "Haven't you resolved it yet? What's the situation on your side?" Everyone was plunged into darkness, chaos reigned, and the situation was dire. Some had even panicked and fallen from the upper floors. Why did it feel like the rules were spiraling out of control? Could it be that we had jumped to the third stage? If it gets any worse, we should retreat. Once casualties start to mount, the government will definitely send someone to manage it. Are you okay? My ability isn't just to defend against physical attacks. I can also withstand a certain degree of rule violations. But if the rules continue to collapse, then that's another story. You need to hurry. Fong Jang was naturally anxious as well. But the problem was, he didn't know where the issue lay. If only there were some documents. Wait, can you move freely now? Fong Jang asked. Of course. I can't take calls right now because I'm in room 821, needing to chat with an innocent girl for a while, so please don't disturb us. After a rustling sound, the phone seemed to be shoved back into a pocket. However, the call hadn't ended. Fong Jang's voice could still be heard. Ruan Yaowen couldn't help but scoff. What time is it, and you're still chatting with a girl? Are you out of your mind? Once this is over, I'll take you to the best nightclub. You can have your fun until you're exhausted. Just don't let me down now. However, Ruan Yaowen quickly sensed something was off. If that's the case, why not hang up? Although they hadn't interacted much, Fong Jang didn't seem like the type to prioritize flirting over serious matters. Room 821, innocent girl, don't disturb? Ruan Yaowen stared at the phone. He held his breath, listening intently to the voice coming from the phone. Brother drowned. Depression. Mom. Ruan Yaowen extracted several keywords. He wasn't foolish and immediately understood the situation. He was actually communicating with the source that was about to spiral out of control. Incredible. He immediately grabbed a nearly frantic doctor. Tell me where the records room is. I need to check the patient's information. In the darkness, the doctor, who couldn't see anyone, was forcibly yanked by the collar and completely stunned. At the end of the corridor on the second floor, the doctor trembled in response. Ruan Yaowen dropped the doctor and rushed to the second floor. Transparent barrier walls appeared on either side, forcibly pushing everyone aside and isolating parts of the darkness. Just as he said, his ability could block some of the invading rule powers. At that moment, Fong Jang was in a pitch-black hospital room, trying to stabilize the other person's emotions. That's right, you're right, everyone else is wrong. They all deserve to die. But death doesn't solve all problems. We need to be a little more forgiving of ourselves. Don't get stuck in the past. Perhaps when you try to walk into the hospital, you'll realize that none of this is worth dwelling on, and you deserve a better life. But Fong Jang had worn himself out trying to persuade. It seemed he couldn't change much. The already distorted figure grew darker, as if trapped in the shadows. I won't listen. You're all lying to me. You only deceive me, trick me into taking medicine, trick me into getting injections. It's all fake. No one truly cares for me. The woman cried out in anguish. In the darkness, torn white lily petals fell like rain, beautiful yet cold. Then they were dragged into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Fong Jang felt overwhelmed. Sister, what do you really want? Buzzing, the phone vibrated. A text message had arrived. Ruan Yaowen sent a long string of messages. Fong Jang pulled out his phone and glanced quickly. Soon, his expression turned extremely grim, and an infinite rage ignited in his eyes. So this was the reason for your hospitalization. Ruan Yaowen had sent information about a patient. Patient name, Fu Silu. Gender, female age, 16 medical history. Due to her parents having a second child, she became depressed, developing hallucinations that her parents no longer loved her. One afternoon, she drowned her brother in a stinking ditch while laughing and eating ice cream with her best friend. There are multiple records of animal abuse, and during home conservative treatment there were several attempts to poison the parents. Finally, the patient was sent to the hospital for treatment, and a psychiatric hospital has been contacted for immediate transfer. The diagnosis is anxiety disorder, mania, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and a certain degree of antisocial personality. Recommendation: close treatment at the Special Operations Division of Han City. Have you found them? A sweet and lovely little girl, eating a lollipop, stared seriously at the well-equipped and strong military action team in front of her. The scene was somewhat bizarre, but no one dared to voice any objections. Because she was one of the 5 captains of the Han City Division, the witch Chu Xiaoyuan, not only did she have enough power to command the army in times of need, but she also possessed incredible strength herself. Ordinary citizens were unaware of the Awakened Ones, fearing it would cause panic, but the military had long known about these matters, and the vast majority of cities already had military presence responsible for public security in special circumstances. The military action team members shook their heads helplessly. Sorry, Captain Shu, we haven't found them yet. Is it really that hard to find someone? Chu Xiaoyuan slammed the table in anger. The country has invested so much money in public security, with surveillance almost everywhere, and now you tell me you can't even find 2 people. She was very angry. However, her lowly appearance and sweet voice made it hard for anyone to feel tense. It even felt pleasing to the eye, and in a twisted way, cute. What about the person with special defensive abilities? Any news? Chu Xiaoyuan asked again. The Special Operations Division personnel replied, that person is named Wan Yaowen, from the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. He has no relatives, his residence is not registered, and his identity information is partially confidential, making him hard to find. Upon hearing about the Skynet Mutual Aid Association, Chu Xiaoyuan frowned. No relatives. A guy without a weakness. No wonder he acted so arrogantly and dared to take on such tasks. She was well aware of the power of this organization. Among civilian organizations, it was already top tier, gathering a large number of powerful Wild Awakened ones who were unwilling to join the official ranks. Most importantly, if it was the Skynet Mutual Aid Association, even if they found this Ruan Yaowen, they wouldn't be able to uncover the true mastermind behind it. At that moment, Bai Ming appeared, still wearing a trench coat and smoking a cigar. Captain, there's a special situation. Bai Ming said, an abnormal incident occurred at the People's Hospital. The hospital has disappeared, and over 10,000 people are missing. There was already a rule event in existence. The event level is at the first stage. The hospital situation is complex, making it difficult to find the source, and since the danger level is low, it hasn't been prioritized. But now the People's Hospital seems to have entered the 3rd stage, with rules in chaos, losing logic and order, temporarily classified as a first priority incident. Chu Xiaoyuan was surprised, jumping directly from the 1st stage to the 3rd stage? That's right. What's the reason? It cannot be determined at the moment. According to the existing intelligence, it may be that Awakened Ones from a civilian organization intervened, but their methods were improper, causing the source to go out of control. Understood, send someone to resolve it. Captain, we need to go there. Why? Do you remember Jang Ying? Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. Impressive, that girl who was seriously injured from jumping off a building. I cleaned her wounds without anesthesia, and she didn't make a sound. That was pain and mental shock that ordinary people couldn't endure. But that girl managed to hold on. She has recovered after treatment and is currently at the People's Hospital getting a prosthetic limb, but it seems she has gone missing now. Bai Ming said, why didn't you say this earlier? Chu Xiaoyuan immediately stood up. Call Mo Li and Shang Zi, we have work to do. Zhang Yueying remained conscious during the rule event, indicating she had initially awakened her abilities. She was someone Chu Xiaoyuan valued greatly. Naturally, she had to be rescued as a priority. In the hospital room, Fong Mu faced the distorted figure before him, his tone icy. This world is not at fault, and neither are others. Fu Silu, from beginning to end, it is only you who is wrong. This was a seriously mentally ill person, exhibiting antisocial personality traits. She should have been sent to a psychiatric hospital at the first opportunity. But since she remained here, the reason was simple. At that moment, she had become the source. As expected, a normal person could never become the source. Therefore, losing control was only to be expected. It had little to do with Fong Mu. If someone else were to attempt to resolve the rule event, it would catalyze the source's loss of control. You're talking nonsense! You're talking nonsense! The distorted shadow screeched sharply. Fong Mu angrily stomped the ground, and a strange flame quietly seeped into the earth. What nonsense am I talking? You drowned your own brother and feel no regret or guilt. You even want to poison your parents. No wonder no matter how the knot in her heart was unraveled, it was useless, because her knot was not here at all. Even though she had personally killed her brother, she still envied the love he received, believing that her mother didn't love her because of him. This was a madwoman. You can't reason with a madwoman. An unsolvable deadlock. Only physical elimination could work. They should have always loved me. Why do they have to share my love with others? They are the ones who made me this way. What's wrong with me killing them? They should all die. The distorted shadow screamed in anger, nearly piercing eardrums. You are beyond saving. Fong Mu activated his ability, the strange flame already poised to strike, sweeping through like waves, instantly filling the entire ward. In the darkness, anguished wails were clearly heard. The opponent was right there in the ward. Such a wide-range attack would naturally not miss. As the strange flame burned the opponent, Fong Mu, though unable to see anything, sensed the exact position of the other. The twisted shadow struggled continuously. You want to kill me too? All of you want to harm me. Why? The distorted figure screamed again. What a madwoman! Fong Mu felt dizzy, his heart racing wildly, chest tight, suffocating, his legs losing strength, and his vision darkening. The power of the rules is interfering with me, trying to make me forget my own existence. Fong Mu did not expect this power could be used in such a way. Without hesitation, he activated his ability, Modify Memory. Remember my own existence. After activating his ability, Fong Mu felt all discomfort rapidly dissipate. Indeed, to deal with the rules, one must use the rules. Fortunately, his ability could counteract it. Although this ability was elusive, its actual harmful effect was not strong, which was why no one had died for a long time. It could only be classified as a level event. This was somewhat good news. I want to kill you. The distorted shadow suddenly appeared before Fong Mu, gripping his neck tightly, accompanied by a piercing scream. It caught him off guard. Fong Mu kicked out without hesitation. A twisted figure hunched over on the ground, trembling in pain. You say you're not really a ghost. How dare you confront me directly? Fong Mu shook his head. With your malnourished, scrawny little self, I could transform into a man and take on 10 of you. Fong Jang had experienced 2 complete rule events. This was the 3rd time. In the first 2 instances, physical attacks were ineffective against the source. But this time, physical attacks could take effect. For dealing with such a source, even transformation-type awakeners would be tempted. Not everyone wants to harm you, rather, your thoughts deserve your suffering. Fong Jang stepped forward, the black flame in his palm striking down heavily. Accept treatment properly, reform yourself. You originally had a chance to be reborn, but you gave up that opportunity. A madwoman like this was not beyond saving. Perhaps God could find a way. So Fong Jang decided to kindly send her to meet God. The twisted shadow let out a more painful wail. The eerie flames were also an aggressive awakening ability, possessing characteristics such as burning, attachment, and rapid spread, causing continuous destruction. An ordinary flesh and blood body could not withstand it. However, Fong Jang sensed something. The other party was the source. It wouldn't be so easy to die. Thus, the ability was activated. Modify Memory. Your parents suddenly arrive, confessing to you, and you finally let go of everything. But Fong Jang's ability had not yet fully released. The twisted shadow sharply shouted, I will not forgive. I will not forgive any of it. Even if you die, I will absolutely not forgive. The memory modification failed. Damn it, a madman. Fong Jang cursed. Although memory modification was domineering, it also had prerequisites. One could not forcibly overturn a person's worldview or cognition, as it would inevitably conflict with other memories, leading to failure. It had to be reasonable and logical. But he did not expect that he had indeed made it reasonable. Yet the other party was sufficiently ruthless and unreasonable. You all should die. At that moment, the twisted shadow painfully rose, suddenly darting out with a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, disappearing from Fong Jang's perception. In the next moment, everything around returned to normal. The darkness receded. Fong Jang's vision restored, and he saw the empty, chaotic hospital room, along with the broken window glass, countless shards scattered on the floor. The source's power dissipated. The People's Hospital reappeared before people's eyes. Countless onlookers gathered outside the hospital. This was the sense of relaxation belonging to the Chinese people. No matter how strange it was, they were determined to enjoy the spectacle. Oh, the hospital has appeared again, playing hide and seek? An old man shouted with a laugh. The crowd looked up and saw the hospital, which had disappeared for more than half an hour, reappear. Many people clicked their tongues in wonder. Truly incredible. Some speculated it was a large-scale reality show magic, others thought it was an extremely rare weather phenomenon causing a mirage, and some confidently claimed it was an American conspiracy, some new type of weapon. The discussions were noisy, and various rumors flew everywhere. Although the hospital had reappeared, the number of onlookers only increased. Traffic was completely paralyzed. Resolved? No, wait, she escaped. Fong Jang was shocked and immediately went to the broken window to look outside. Apart from some glass shards on the ground, there was nothing else. Fong Jang suddenly felt something was wrong. The source could actually escape? That shouldn't be the case. He quickly took out his phone. The call was still connected, and Ruan Yowen's voice came from the other end. Bro, amazing. The hospital appeared. Did you take care of the source? I helped you submit the task. Finding the source so quickly, impressive. But it's also thanks to my gold medal assistants, just say I'm clever. Ruan Yaowen was smug. Fong Jang said solemnly, not resolved yet. Ha, the source ran away. Bro, don't joke, how could the source run away? But she did run away, broke the window and jumped down the stairs. I've never heard of such a thing. There's never been any mention of this on the Tianwang forum. If the source can act freely, then resolving rule events would be thousands of times more difficult. Fighting against the rules was merely a means of self-protection. You couldn't rely solely on confrontation to resolve rule events. That was endless. To resolve rule events, the only way was to deal with the source. The source was extremely difficult to find, hidden among countless normalities. Thus, there has always been a saying that finding the source is the most challenging part of resolving rule events. As long as you find it, you can always think of a way to resolve it. But if the source can act freely, then finding the source becomes nearly impossible. Theoretically, that is indeed the case, but she is a living person, capable of running and jumping. When I attacked her, she broke the window and jumped out. Fong Jang said quickly. Ruan Yaowen was astonished. A living person? Unheard of. A living person could also become the source. People's understanding of the rules of the event is still insufficient. Our luck is just too bad. Ruan Yaowen lamented. Fong Jang replied irritably, thanks to the good task you chose, hurry up and use your ability to seal off the hospital. The source has likely gone out of control. If it escapes the hospital, the destruction it could cause is unimaginable. Ruan Yaowen suddenly said, if it runs out, then the hospital will be fine, which actually means our task is complete. Brother, what do you think? We're actually here to complete a task. Fong Jang fell silent for a moment. If the Mutual Aid Association discovers this kind of deception, what kind of punishment will there be? Ruan Yaowen was left speechless. Such things are absolutely not allowed. There would be severe penalties. Not only would they be forced to withdraw, but if serious consequences arise, the Skynet forum might post a task to eliminate the fraudsters. Seeing no response, Fong Jang snorted, in that case, you better get to work honestly. All right. He hung up the phone. Fong Jang walked out of the ward. Although the hospital had reappeared, the people inside were still in a state of panic. There were screams everywhere. It was noisy and chaotic. The situation was still very wrong. Wife, I'm fine, it seems like nothing's wrong, wait, A middle-aged man pulled out his phone to call home and report his safety, walking hurriedly, but as if he didn't see the guardrail, he fell directly from the 8th floor. Doctor, help, all the respirators in the emergency room are gone, the patient has fainted. A nurse shouted anxiously. Someone lay on the ground, struggling like a fish out of water, crying out in pain, my hand, my foot are gone. But his hands and feet were perfectly fine, attached to his body. Someone stubbed their toe, someone hit their head against the wall, someone habitually pushed up their glasses, forgetting they were holding chopsticks, stabbing their eyes and bleeding profusely. Someone forgot to turn off the gas, causing a gas leak, and a pungent smell filled the 1st and 2nd floors. Heart disease and asthma patients couldn't find their medication, their faces turning dark as they struggled, nearly dying. The hospital was in utter chaos. Fong Jang watched the scene, a term popping into his mind, Rule Phase 3. Completely out of control. Distorted rules. Utterly chaotic disorder. Everyone is a killer. These are all terms describing Phase 3, representing the most terrifying unknown disaster in today's human society. If this isn't resolved, the number of people who will die will become very high. Fong Jang took a deep breath. The source is out of control. This has just begun. Deaths have already started to appear in significant numbers. The People's Hospital is large, with tens of thousands of outpatients daily, plus inpatients, hospital staff, and residents nearby who are likely to be affected. The number of affected people is conservatively estimated to exceed 100,000. Delaying the resolution by a minute could lead to many more deaths. Although Fong Jang is not a saint, he is not cold enough to watch so many people suffer without being moved. I must find her. Fong Jang immediately went to the 1st floor, where, aside from shards of glass, he could also see some bloodstains, though they were somewhat dark and had signs of burning. At this moment, Ruan Yaowen had already used his ability to create an invisible, transparent barrier, forcibly trapping everyone inside the hospital. Brother, hurry up, the hospital is too big, I can't maintain my ability for long, Ruan Yaowen called, sounding a bit fatigued. Got it. Fong Jang took a deep breath, holding his breath and focusing. The source had been burned by his flames, leaving a mental scar. Therefore, he should be able to sense the general location of the other party. The surroundings quieted down. The noisy cries seemed to drift far away, while the sound of the wind was very close. In the blur, it seemed there was a shadow moving quickly. Fong Jang suddenly turned his head and saw a barely noticeable shadow rush out from the southwest corner, only to crash into an invisible wall with a bang, proving that it was indeed the right decision for Ruan Yaoan to create a defensive wall. Found you. Without hesitation, Fong Jang dashed toward the direction he had seen. The scene was chaotic. Many people were trying to leave the hospital, car horns blaring incessantly, but due to the influence of the rules, those in the cars ignored the pedestrians, and the pedestrians ignored the vehicles, resulting in dozens of car accidents in just a few minutes. There were screams everywhere, and bodies crushed like exploded watermelons. Panic was spreading wildly. At this moment, Fong Jang desperately wished he had a transformation ability. His own ability provided little enhancement to his physical condition. Running was basically at the level of a weak chicken college student. It was exhausting. Stop! Fong Jang, panting heavily, finally reached his destination. His eyes could not see, but his spirit could sense the distorted figure. The source was in a rather miserable state, having fallen from a high building, burned by strange flames, and crashed into the terrifyingly strong invisible wall. At this moment, blood was flowing from its head, looking extremely disheveled. The source let out a scream and crazily rushed out again. Fong Jang could only continue the chase. Although the source was not running fast, Fong Jang's speed was also not much better. The two were like weak college students forced to run laps on a playground, one in front of the other. Anyone who saw this scene would not believe that an awakened one was dealing with the source of a rule event. Stop! Fong Jang gasped for breath. He missed the time when he had a gun. Unfortunately, his gun had been taken away back then. Just then, two cold lights flew out from somewhere. The source stumbled and fell to the ground. Fong Jang focused and saw that it was two surgical knives, which had likely pierced the source's legs, causing her immense pain and preventing her from getting up. Flying knives? Fong Jang was surprised. Who was helping him? He looked around and discovered a very high-end wheelchair slowly rolling out from the side outpatient building, equipped with a smart system that could be remotely controlled, with an alloy frame that gave off a high-end business vibe. Sitting in the wheelchair was a very familiar girl, with healthy, rosy skin and bright eyes, exuding a stubborn and confident aura. She looked completely different from the disheveled and weak figure he remembered, but that familiar face made his heart skip a beat. Could you please not leave and stay with me for half a day? A memory flashed through Fong Jang's mind like thunder. The girl who was about to die, wanting someone to accompany her in her final moments. Jang Ying. Fong Jang blurted out, "It's you." It was just like before. He was trapped in a memory trap. A weak girl covered in the smell of blood had thrown out a piece of iron he had polished for a long time, hitting that false phantom. At this moment, it was her again. The two surgical knives became her weapons, flying from her hands and piercing the fleeing source. Jang Ying smiled and said, "It's me. Sister Chu said you were kidnapped, and I was worried. I'm glad you're okay. I didn't expect to see you here." "Yeah, I really didn't expect it. How have you been lately?" Fong Jang asked with emotion. His memories had once been distorted, like having a dream. The heroine in that dream was her. Although he knew it was fake, the feelings that surged in his heart were real. Jang Ying smiled and patted her legs. "Of course I'm fine, but my legs can't recover. I'm customizing prosthetics. I should be able to stand with crutches in the future. I heard there's a type of mechanical prosthetic that connects directly to the nerves, which can help disabled people stand and walk freely. Once I earn money, I'll go customize that." Having lost her legs, she remained confident and optimistic. At first, she didn't want to be governed by the rules in a daze, so she resolutely jumped off a building, sustaining severe injuries, her legs almost shattered. In the end, she underwent Chu Xiaoyuan surgery without anesthesia, enduring it all. It was almost a modern version of scraping bones to cure poison. It was a chaotic and fierce situation. "By the way, what is that?" Jang Ying turned to look aside. Fong Jang was surprised. "You can see her?" "I can't see her, just vaguely sense that something is there." "Since it's something you're pursuing, it probably isn't normal, right? Is it a ghost?" "No, it's the source of the rule event." Jang Ying had learned a lot during her recovery these past few days. Naturally, she quickly accepted the situation before her. At that moment, the source struggled to get up, seemingly planning to escape again. Jang Ying waved her hand, and several beams of cold light shot out, piercing the source's legs fiercely. The source screamed and fell back down. Another scalpel. Fong Jang looked at Jang Ying in astonishment. Jang Ying smiled and said, "I took it while the doctor wasn't paying attention." It's strange, they suddenly became so confused that they can't notice anything. "When did you learn to use the flying dagger like Shaoli? You're really quick, accurate, and ruthless." "It seems I learned it naturally. My perception has become very sharp, and using various tools has become effortless, especially weapons and knives. No matter how I use them, I can't hurt myself." A scalpel appeared in her hand again, fluttering and spinning like a butterfly at her fingertips, exuding a terrifying beauty. Fong Jang immediately understood. The other party had clearly awakened their abilities. Wait a moment, I'll deal with the source first. Fong Jang stepped forward, reaching the source's side in a few strides. The source was flesh and blood but had vaguely become a vessel for the rules. Conventional means couldn't kill it at all. Even after such severe injuries, it continued to scream and wail, showing no signs of perishing. However, no one paid it any mind. Rules can only be dealt with using rules, Fong Jang thought silently. In the next moment, his ability activated. The source vanished from its spot. Outside the hospital, the area was completely sealed off. Military vehicles cleared the paralyzed traffic. Well-trained and fully equipped troops were stationed outside, and the crowd watching the commotion was dispersed. Several members of a special operations team gathered in the distance. Captain, do we need to apply for the Break Matrix telescope? A mature and intelligent woman in a long dress asked. Her name was Jasmine. She was 27 years old, a member of the Special Operations Department, possessing the ability, Shield. She could counteract most rule powers, rendering them ineffective. Due to her special ability, she had always been a prized asset at headquarters. The branch in Han City had to submit an application, and Jasmine could only go on missions after headquarters approved it. Xu Xiaoyuan stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, looking at the hospital, taking in all the details. No need, we don't need that thing for now. There are no special powers concealing anything inside the hospital. We can see everything clearly. She observed for a while. Indeed, the situation is serious. Confirmed, the rule event has entered the third phase. Prepare to send in the military to rescue civilians if necessary. The soldiers beside her felt a chill in their hearts. They understood what the third phase represented. But to protect the lives of the people, they had to go. It was their mission. Wait, Captain. Bai Ming put down the telescope, looking astonished. I think I saw Fong Jang. Xu Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who? Fong Jang? Wasn't he captured? How could he be here? In the consciousness space, it was pitch black, representing chaos. Only a young-looking man was sound asleep, and a bloodied scarecrow stood still. The scene was quite eerie. Fong Jang suddenly appeared. Old Huang, do you want a wife? Fong Jang asked with a grin. Huang Jingxin woke up. Besides sleeping, he had nothing else to do. He wasn't a real person. It was merely a memory existing within Fong Jang's consciousness. Huang Jingxin glanced sideways at Fong Jang. You silly big guy. What are you on about? Just asking if you want it or not. What kind of nonsense are you trying to bring in? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the scarecrow beside him. The scarecrow was made up of various dismembered limbs. It was quite nauseating to look at. Fong Jang cried out in injustice. This time I'm sincere. I was afraid you were too lonely, so I specially found you a companion. As long as you say you want it, I'll bring the person to you right away. Huang Jingxin looked at Fong Jang in confusion. Are you really that kind-hearted? Of course. We are brothers from different parents. I think of you whenever I come across something good. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the consciousness space. It was a pale-faced girl, dressed in a hospital gown, with disheveled hair, exuding a very despondent aura, filled with a strong sense of world weariness. Huang Jingxin was taken aback. It was indeed a normal person. He knew Fong Jang's abilities, so he wouldn't find anything strange that came in, but the appearance of such a normal human was quite odd. You two have a good chat, Fong Jang said without hesitation as he left his consciousness space. Huang Jingxin clearly felt something was off, but he couldn't leave this place. He could only brace himself and step forward to greet her. Hello? The girl in the hospital gown, with her disheveled hair, looked up in a daze. Will you love me forever? Can you guarantee your whole heart not to divide your love with others? Huang Jingxin's scalp tingled. What on earth was this? In reality, Fong Jang gazed at the drifting white clouds in the sky, silently mourning in his heart. His ability was to imprison the source within himself, thus gaining a brand new power. That girl was not the real Fusilu. The real Fusilu had essentially died the day she became the source. Only her intense emotions remained, dominating everything, turning her into an abnormal living person. What Fong Jang had imprisoned in the consciousness space was not Fusilu, but the source. However, the source and Fusilu's consciousness had become completely intertwined. So, it was merely the source possessing some human emotions. It was quite fitting for the silly big guy Huang Jingxin. Perhaps they could get along well, maybe. Is that it? Has it been resolved? Jang Ying asked curiously. Fong Jang smiled. Yes, it's resolved. There won't be any strange occurrences in the hospital anymore. Jang Ying looked around. The hospital was in chaos. There were dead bodies everywhere. Several buildings had even caught fire, thick smoke billowing. The sounds of screams and wails rose and fell, lingering for a long time. Even though the source had dissipated, the people in the hospital were unaware. They knew nothing, only feeling fear and unease, especially since such emotions could spread. Everyone feared they would be the next to die inexplicably. I don't know how many people have died, Jang Ying murmured. Fong Jang did not respond. He wasn't sure either, but conservatively estimating, at least several hundred had died, and the number of injured was countless. Jang Ying continued, I've heard many people from our school haven't returned, including many I know classmates, friends from clubs, teachers. Even those who did come back have left deep psychological scars. I don't know if they can recover in the future. My attending physician is a very handsome uncle. He's amazing. At just 40, he's already one of the top surgeons in the country, performing hundreds of major surgeries every year, and he often participates in national medical research conferences to share his experiences. But not long ago, he cut his hand during surgery. A very trivial mistake. Such a thing shouldn't happen at all. A tendon in his hand was severed. It can be healed, but he may never be able to perform precise surgeries again. Jang Ying's voice flowed smoothly, as if telling a harmless little story. But Fong Jang understood very well. A small accident during surgery is probably caused by a rules event. Cultivating such an excellent doctor is no easy feat. And just like that, it was all ruined. It's truly a pity. Sister Chu said I would also become an awakened one. I want to join the special operations team, Jang Ying said calmly. Solving one more rules event can prevent many tragedies in the human world. Fong Jang nodded. That's pretty good. Can you push me to get some sun? My caregiver seems to have disappeared. Sure. Fong Jang pushed the smart wheelchair, which could easily move forward and backward, toward the hospital's largest lawn. The sunlight was great. The late spring breeze was also pleasant. A young couple basked in the sun amidst the chaos of the hospital, completely out of place with the surrounding panic and unease. Ding ding ding. Fong Jang's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was Ruan Yaowen. He simply hung up. Jang Ying was curious. Why didn't you answer the phone? Oh, it's nothing. The mobile company is trying to sell me a package, wanting to trick me with a free upgrade. What a delusion, Fong Jang said seriously. Jang Ying covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't free good? The upgrade is free, but the package costs money. How despicable. Exactly, even a poor person like me gets scammed. No shame. The two continued to chat casually. Jang Ying talked about her recent situation. Her wound was severely infected, and she had to undergo amputation, but fortunately, only her lower leg was amputated. She heard that this would make it much easier to get a mechanical prosthetic later. Her parents were very distressed, unable to sleep at night, and were working hard to raise money to customize the best prosthetic for their daughter. However, Jang Ying appeared very optimistic. She believed that living on her own would gradually get better. Fong Jang mostly listened, occasionally sharing his thoughts. After all, his situation was too special. Everything in the past might not be true, and everything in the present was filled with uncertainty and danger. The two talked about everything. Meanwhile, Ruan Yaowen was very confused. Why didn't you answer the phone? Whether it's success or failure, you should at least give me a message. Bro, you can't fail. My life is still in your hands. At this moment, he was exhausted, and the huge defensive wall he had created had to be shut down. It seems that no more malicious events have occurred, Ruan Yaowen observed and muttered to himself. Looks like it's been resolved. At this moment, the military had entered the hospital and began rescuing civilians. The chaos was gradually calming down. The public had full trust in the military. It was time to leave. Ruan Yaowen prepared to depart. Turning around, he found a tall figure blocking his way. It was a long-haired man in a trench coat, smoking a cigar, narcissistically flipping his bangs, exhaling smoke. Kid, I've finally caught you. Ruan Yaowen's expression changed slightly. This was bad. Beast King by Ming. How did he end up here? I advise you to release Fong Jang immediately, or I will make you understand what it means to wish you were dead, Bai Ming said with a cold smile, clenching his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. Ruan Yaowen was full of question marks. Release who? Me release him? Please, just let him go. Ruan Yaowen was confused. He had fled in panic from the witch, and even Gauss couldn't calculate how deep his psychological shadow was. How could he have the ability to take Fong Jang away? Isn't this just a baseless accusation? Don't go too far. Beast King Bai Ming, don't think I'm afraid of you. Even if you have the military by your side, you're not my match, Ruan Yaowen said confidently, his abilities completely countered by Ming. He was invincible against ordinary people. The military was no exception. No matter how well trained the army was, unless they brought in tanks, they would never break through his defenses. Oh, absolute defense, very impressive, a voice came, sounding mature but with a youthful tone. Ruan Yaowen glanced in the direction of the voice and saw a little girl with twin ponytails, wearing a pink dress, delicately beautiful, walking leisurely toward him. Fuck! Ruan Yaowen trembled in fear. The nightmare had returned. The witch Chu Xiao Yuan. Ever since he had witnessed her final form, Ruan Yaowen had been completely terrified, losing his soul in the process. Now, he had finally managed to forget a little, but with Chu Xiaoyuan's appearance, his deepest fears were once again stirred from the depths of his mind. "Help!" Ruan Yaowen cried out in despair and turned to run. There was no hesitation. It was as if he believed that if he hesitated for even half a second, he would be swallowed by a demon. At that moment, he wished he had 2 more legs so he could escape faster. He didn't even want to see Chu Xiaoyuan's face again. It was just too damn terrifying. Bai Ming scoffed, "Coward." Chu Xiaoyuan, however, made no move, merely calling out casually, "Rope, get to work." "Yes, Captain." A small, thin man appeared from nowhere, saluting. He looked to be about 1.7 meters tall but was as skinny as a telephone pole, his clothes hanging off him like they were on a drying rack. His real name was Wu Luan, nicknamed Rope. Rope looked at Ruan Yaowen, who was just about to escape, and grinned, then blew a breath. A gust of wind swept by. Ruan Yaowen sensed danger approaching but didn't know what it was. He simply activated his powers without hesitation, creating an invisible wall of defense behind him. This was an instinctive action, capable of blocking most attacks, but this time, something seemed to go wrong. He felt something trip him, his body quickly losing weight, and he fell heavily forward. His hands instinctively tried to brace against the ground, only to find nothing there. His feet were pulled by a strange force, yanked into the air. Ruan Yaowen hung upside down, swaying like a little rabbit caught in a trap. "What the hell?" Ruan Yaowen struggled desperately but couldn't break free. His feet were bound by invisible ropes. Rope, with his beady eyes, laughed, "Kid, you're unlucky to run into me. I'm best at dealing with non-transformation type awakeners. Once I see you, you've already lost." Level ability, Invisible Rope. Although not a high level, it was hard to defend against. This ability belonged to the strong thought system, creating invisible ropes with mental power that could appear anywhere within his line of sight. Against ordinary people, it was like a dimensional strike. However, the strength of the ropes was average. Some of the top human boxers and weightlifters could break free with their brute strength, not to mention transformation-type awakeners, but it was very effective against awakeners with average physical attributes. Ruan Yaowen was dumbfounded. This was bad. He had run into his nemesis. It's just a level event. Is it really necessary for the special operations team to send so many people? Ruan Yaowen felt very wronged. Bai Ming sneered, "The hospital's source is out of control. It should be your doing, right? Quite audacious, still daring to come out and carry out missions while being wanted by us. Where's Fong Jang? Hand him over." Ruan Yaowen felt utterly frustrated. What did the source going out of control have to do with him? He shouted, "I didn't take Fong Jang. Why are you looking for me? How can you just wantonly pursue a law-abiding citizen? Do you have any evidence? I'll file a complaint against you." Bai Ming, with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of white smoke, then pulled out a gun and pointed it at Ruan Yaowen's head. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." "Wait, bro, I was joking." Ruan Yaowen immediately backed down. He had no choice but to back down. The special operations team really had the authority to carry guns and immunity. "Where's Fong Jang?" "I really don't know." Bai Ming rolled his eyes. "Still being stubborn? I've already seen Fong Jang in the hospital. He must have been controlled by your accomplices. I advise you to come clean, confess, and you'll be treated leniently." Ruan Yaowen was on the verge of tears. Controlled? Who's controlling who? I'm the one being controlled. He couldn't betray Fong Jang. If Fong Jang was taken away, his lifeline would be completely severed. Still so stubborn? Even with a gun to your head, you won't say anything? You really have some loyalty. Bai Ming was a bit confused. "Captain, you try it." Chu Xiaoyuan nodded, just about to step forward. Ruan Yaowen was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The rope side, as expected of the captain, to conquer without fighting. "Forget it. Let's lock it up first. Fong Jang is in the hospital, and the army has surrounded the hospital. They will find him sooner or later." Chu Xiaoyuan said, "Molly, be ready to act at any time. If you find an ability user, block their powers immediately." Molly nodded, understood. At this moment, Fong Jang was still chatting casually with Jang Ying. At that time, Jang Ying received a phone call. "Hello, Sister Chu, have you come to the hospital?" Don't worry, I'm fine, just sunbathing." "You are also in the hospital? Great, come find me." Fong Jang's heart sank. "Sister Chu?" "Yes, it's Chu Xiaoyuan." Jang Ying smiled and said, "She looks very young, but she knows a lot. Her real age must be older than mine." Not good. They actually came. Fong Jang did not want to be taken to the headquarters. Jang Ying keenly sensed Fong Jang's change in emotion and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Sorry, I have to leave first," Fong Jang said. He hurriedly tried to leave, but as he turned around, he saw Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming's figures already appearing at the edge of his vision. Not good. I can see them. They can certainly see me too. "Fong Jang, Bai Ming was overjoyed, directly leaping over 100 meters, almost shaking the concrete floor. Finally found, huh? Bai Ming rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things. In front of him was only Jang Ying sitting in a wheelchair. There was no second person at all. Strange. I clearly just saw Fong Jang. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Captain, you saw him just now, right? As soon as Chu Xiaoyuan walked over, Bai Ming couldn't wait to ask. Molly and the rope nodded involuntarily. Chu Xiaoyuan also looked a bit puzzled. I did see a somewhat familiar figure, but it disappeared in an instant. It can't be that we all saw things at the same time. Everyone couldn't help but look at Jang Ying. Jang Ying smiled gently. What are you talking about? I've always been the only one here. Jang Ying's answer made Chu Xiaoyuan frown. She immediately approached Jang Ying and stared into her pupils. Sister Chu, what's wrong? Jang Ying asked. Chu Xiaoyuan replied, I'm worried that your perception is being interfered with by the awakened one's powers. Don't worry, it's not your fault. After all, you just awakened. Then, do I have it? Looking at Jang Ying's clear and bright pupils, Chu Xiaoyuan felt even more confused. No, your ability, controller, can enhance your attributes in all aspects and has a strong resistance to external mental interference. It's not so easy to be disturbed. The level ability, controller, can manipulate muscles and spirit with the most subtle control. It belongs to the transformation type. Unlike Chu Xiaoyuan's magic shape, which allows her to undergo the most extreme changes and even break through racial limits to twist herself into different forms, Jang Ying develops herself to the extreme based on humanity. She will become the fastest athlete, the most graceful dancer, the best marksman, and the most terrifying assassin in a specific field. There will definitely be awakened ones who can surpass her and break human limits, but in terms of overall ability, Jang Ying's score would be absurdly high. Hearing Chu Xiaoyuan's words, Jang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Bai Ming asked, have you seen Fong Jang in the hospital for so long? The guy who was in the same school as you, he was captured and might be in danger now. Jang Ying blinked. I haven't seen him. I'm not very familiar with him. Alright, then I'll look around some more and check the hospital's surveillance. Bai Ming quickly left. Chu Xiaoyuan said to Jang Ying, a serious rule incident just happened here, and I'm not sure if it's resolved. I'll have someone take you home first. Thank you, Sister Chu. No need to be so polite. Chu Xiaoyuan pressed her lips together, unable to hide her happiness. Most people would call her little sister when they first met her, but only Jang Ying called her Sister Chu. Just this alone made her feel it was worth giving her special care. Chu Xiaoyuan pushed the wheelchair and took Jang Ying away. Fong Jang watched as Chu Xiaoyuan and the others left, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Of course, he didn't have the ability to escape Bai Ming's line of sight all at once. He had simply activated his new ability, Ignore. This made Bai Ming and the others subconsciously overlook his presence. Of course, his actual body hadn't moved at all. In this situation, he couldn't make any noticeable noise. Otherwise, if someone figured out his location, the effectiveness of his ability would be greatly diminished. This wasn't true invisibility. If he secretly stabbed someone with a knife, he would be immediately discovered. It was like looking for a phone. Sometimes you have your phone in hand, but suddenly you can't think straight and search everywhere for it, doubting whether you've lost it. This is a form of ignoring. But if the phone suddenly jumped up and slapped you, could you still ignore its existence? Obviously not. Fortunately, it worked. Fong Jang felt a bit pleased. This ability could be quite powerful if used properly. However, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. Jang Ying said they weren't very familiar. If they weren't familiar, why was she talking to him so much? But he was still grateful she didn't expose him. Just as Fong Jang was about to leave, he noticed a note left where Jang Ying's wheelchair had been. He picked it up and saw it was a string of phone numbers. Oh, her phone number? Fong Jang couldn't help but look up. Jang Ying, sitting in her wheelchair, turned her head and smiled secretly, subtly waving goodbye. How could they not be familiar? Fong Jang was the first normal person she had seen after her suicide attempt. At that time, she was so fragile and had regarded Fong Jang as the only person who would accompany her for the rest of her life. An emotional support. At least that moment was real and unforgettable. Moreover, Jang Ying had witnessed the loophole turning into her form, and the intimate moments with Fong Jang made her feel both shy and angry, causing her to blush just thinking about it. Damn loophole. This is the number you left me, so consider it your way of flirting with me. Fong Jang couldn't help but smile as he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and quickly searched for the user. A user popped up in the search box. The avatar was a wheelchair. WeChat nickname, I love Lu Dahua. What? You actually like my idol? I didn't expect we would be rivals in love. Got it. I'm blocking you. Fong Jang sent a friend request. Soon, the friend request was accepted. Jang Ying asked, who are you? Who do you think? Why is there no avatar? and the WeChat nickname is garbled. New account, new account. You specifically added me with a secondary account? Yeah, afraid of being found out by my wife. That makes sense, I should change my account too. My husband might check up on me. Fong Jang sent a panda emoji with a question mark. He didn't expect her to be so abstract. No wonder she was my rival in love. Thanks for not exposing me. Is that all? How about some actual action? Fong Jang thought for a moment and clicked on the red envelope. Amount, 0. Send. Zhang Yueying laughed. Is this all the money you have? Can't this get you? You might as well just die of being stingy. Rich girl, let me see your strength with 50. The next moment, a red envelope notification popped up. Zhang Yueying actually sent a red envelope. Fong Jang opened it, shocked. There was indeed a hefty sum of 50. So being an online beggar really works. Thanks, sister. I'll treat you to dinner on Thursday. I don't like to eat. Then what do you want to eat? Shaxian Hotel. Truly worthy of being the rich sister, usually frequenting such high-end places, I feel a sudden distance between us. Zhang Yueying sent a rolling eyes emoji. No more talking, Sister Chu is watching me. Okay, fine, I won't say anything. I'm going to take a shower, bye-bye. Zhang Yueying sat in her wheelchair, looking at the chat history, rolled her eyes beautifully, and couldn't help but laugh. The rope sniffed. I seem to smell the sour scent of love. Chu Xiaoyuan looked at Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying shook her head seriously. No, it's just an online friend. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. Losing her legs, many people would be depressed for a long time. Having an online friend to chat with is not bad at all. Sister Chu, what is it? I just encountered an online scam and lost 50. Zhang Yueying said pitifully. Chu Xiaoyuan smiled helplessly. How could you be so careless? I'll transfer you 100, is that okay? Just don't trust unreliable online friends next time. Got it. Moi. At this moment, Fong Jang was briskly preparing to leave. Task completed. Next, he could join the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. He dialed Wan Yaowen's number. Beep, beep, beep. The prompt indicated no one was answering. Strange. Fong Jang immediately became alert. At this moment, the army surrounded the hospital. He couldn't have been caught, could he?